The Future Civilizations. Chapter 12: The West, Civilizations, and Civilization. The Renewal of the West. History ends at least once and occasionally more often in the history of every civilization. As the civilization's universal state emerges, its people become blinded by what Toynbee called the mirage of immortality, and convinced that theirs is the final form of human society. So it was with the Roman Empire, the Abbasid Caliphate, the Mughal Empire, and the Ottoman Empire. Citizens of such universal states, in defiance of apparently plain facts, are prone to regard it, not as a night's shelter in the wilderness, but as the promised land, the goal of human endeavors. Same was true at the peak of the Pax Britannica. For the English middle class in 1897, as they saw it, history for them was over. And they had every reason to congratulate themselves on the permanent state of felicity which this ending of history had conferred on them. Societies that assume that their history has ended, however, are usually societies whose history is about to decline. Is the West an exception to this pattern? Two key questions were well formulated by Melko. First, is Western civilization a new species, in a class by itself, incomparably different from all other civilizations that have ever existed? Second, does its worldwide expansion threaten, or promise, to end the possibility of development of all other civilizations? Inclination of most Westerners is, quite naturally, to answer both questions in the affirmative. And perhaps they are right. In the past, however, the peoples of other civilizations thought similarly and thought wrong. West obviously differs from all other civilizations that have ever existed in that it has had an overwhelming impact on all other civilizations that have existed since 1500. It also inaugurated the processes of modernization and industrialization that have become worldwide, and as a result societies in all other civilizations have been attempting to catch up with the West in wealth and modernity. These characteristics of the West, however, mean that its evolution and dynamics as a civilization are fundamentally different from the patterns that have prevailed in all other civilizations. Evidence of history and the judgments of the scholars of the comparative history of civilization suggest otherwise. Development of the West to date has not deviated significantly from the evolutionary patterns common to civilizations throughout history. Islamic resurgence and the economy dynamism of Asia demonstrate that other civilizations are alive and well and at least potentially threatening to the West. A major war involving the West and the core states of other civilizations is not inevitable, but it could happen. Alternatively, the gradual and irregular decline of the West which started in the early 20th century could continue for decades and perhaps centuries to come. Or the West could go through a period of revival, reverse its declining influence in world affairs, and reconfirm its position as the leader whom other civilizations follow and imitate. In what is probably the most useful periodization of the evolution of historical civilizations, Carroll Quigley sees a pattern of 7 phases. 3. See above, page 44. In his argument, Western civilization gradually began to take shape between AD 370 and 750 through the mixing of elements of classical, Semitic, Saracen, and barbarian cultures. Its period of gestation lasting from the middle of the 8th century to the end of the 10th century was followed by movement, unusual among civilizations, back and forth between phases of expansion and phases of conflict. In his terms, as well as those of other civilization scholars, the West now appears to be moving out of its phase of conflict. Western civilization has become a security zone. Intra-West wars, apart from an occasional Code D war, are virtually unthinkable. West is developing, as was argued in Chapter 2, its equivalent of a universal empire in the form of a complex system of confederations, federations, regimes, and other types of cooperative institutions that embody at the civilizational level its commitment to democratic and pluralistic politics. West has, in short, become a mature society entering into what future generations, in the recurring pattern of civilizations, will look back to as a golden age, a period of peace resulting, in Quigley's terms, from the absence of any competing units within the area of the civilization itself, and from the remoteness or even absence of struggles with other societies outside. It is also a period of prosperity which arises from the ending of internal belligerent destruction, the reduction of internal trade barriers, the establishment of a common system of weights, measures, and coinage, and from the extensive system of government spending associated with the establishment of a universal empire. The West, civilizations, and Civilization 303 in previous civilizations. This phase of blissful golden age with its visions of immortality has ended either dramatically and quickly with the victory of an external society or slowly and equally painfully by internal disintegration. What happens within a civilization is as crucial to its ability to resist destruction from external sources as it is to holding off decay from within. Civilizations grow, Quigley argued in 1961, because they have an instrument of expansion, that is, a military, religious, political, or economy organization that accumulates surplus and invests it in productive innovations. Civilizations decline when they stop the application of surplus to new ways of doing things. In modern terms, we say that the rate of investment decreases. This happens because the social groups controlling the surplus have a vested interest in using it for non-productive but ego-satisfying purposes, which distribute the surpluses to consumption but do not provide more effective methods of production. People live off their capital, and the civilization moves from the stage of a universal state to the stage of decay. This is a period of acute economic depression, declining standards of living, civil wars between the various vested interests, and growing illiteracy. Society grows weaker and weaker. Vain efforts are made to stop the wastage by legislation. But the decline continues. The religious, intellectual, social, and political levels of the society began to lose the allegiance of the masses of the people on a large scale. New religious movements begin to sweep over the society. There is a growing reluctance to fight for the society or even to support it by paying taxes. Decay then leads to the stage of invasion, when the civilization, no longer able to defend itself because it is no longer willing to defend itself, lies wide open to barbarian invaders, who often come from another, younger, more powerful civilization. For the overriding lesson of the history of civilizations, however, is that many things are probable but nothing is inevitable. Civilizations can and have reformed and renewed themselves. The central issue for the West is whether, quite apart from any external challenges, it is capable of stopping and reversing the internal processes of decay. Can the West renew itself, or will sustained internal rot simply accelerate its end and or subordination to other economically and demographically more dynamic civilizations? In a prediction which may be right but is not really supported by his theoretical and empirical analysis, Quigley concludes, Western civilization did not exist about AD 500. It did exist in full flower about AD 1500, and it will surely pass out of existence at some time in the future, perhaps before AD 2500. New civilizations in China and India, replacing those destroyed by the West, he says, will then move into their stages of expansion and threaten both Western and Orthodox civilizations. Carroll Quigley, The Evolution of Civilizations, An Introduction to Historical Analysis, Indianapolis, Liberty Press, 1979, first published by Macmillan in 1961, pages 127, 164-66. In the mid-1990s, the West had many characteristics Quigley identified as those of a mature civilization on the brink of decay. Economically, the West was far richer than any other civilization, but it also had low economic growth rates, saving rates, and investment rates, particularly as compared with the societies of East Asia. Individual and collective consumption had priority over the creation of the capabilities for future economy and military power. Natural population growth was low, particularly compared with that of Islamic countries. Neither of these problems, however, would inevitably have catastrophic consequences. Western economies were still growing, by and large Western peoples were becoming better off, and the West was still the leader in scientific research and technological innovation. Low birth rates were unlikely to be cured by governments, whose efforts to do so are generally even less successful than their efforts to reduce population growth. Immigration, however, was a potential source of new vigor and human capital provided two conditions were met. First, if priority were given to able, qualified, energetic people with the talents and expertise needed by the host country. Second, if the new migrants and their children were assimilated into the cultures of the country and the West. The United States was likely to have problems meeting the first condition and European countries' problems meeting the second. Yet setting policies governing the levels, sources, characteristics, and assimilation of immigrants is well within the experience and competence of Western governments. Far more significant than economics and demography are problems of moral decline, cultural suicide, and political disunity in the West. Oft pointed to manifestations of moral decline include 1. Increases in antisocial behavior, such as crime, drug use, and violence generally. 2. Family decay, including increased rates of divorce, illegitimacy, teenage pregnancy, and single-parent families. 3. At least in the United States, a decline in social capital, that is, membership in voluntary associations and the interpersonal trust associated with such membership. 4. General weakening of the work ethic and rise of a cult of personal indulgence. 5. Decreasing commitment to learning and intellectual activity, manifested in the United States in lower levels of scholastic achievement. The future health of the West and its influence on other societies depends in considerable measure on its success in coping with those trends, which, of course, give rise to the assertions of moral superiority by Muslims and Asians. Western culture is challenged by groups within Western societies. Such challenge comes from immigrants from other civilizations who reject assimilation and continue to adhere to and to propagate the values, customs, and the West, civilizations, and Civilization 305 cultures of their home societies. This phenomenon is most notable among Muslims in Europe, who are, however, a small minority. It is also manifest, in lesser degree, among Hispanics in the United States, who are a large minority. If assimilation fails in this case, the United States will become a cleft country, with all the potentials for internal strife and disunion that entails. In Europe, Western civilization could also be undermined by the weakening of its central component, Christianity. Declining proportions of Europeans profess religious beliefs, observe religious practices, and participate in religious activities. 5. This trend reflects not so much hostility to religion as indifference to it. Christian concepts, values, and practices nonetheless pervade European civilization. Swedes are probably the most unreligious people in Europe, one of them commented, but you cannot understand this country at all unless you realize that our institutions, social practices, families, politics, and way of life are fundamentally shaped by our Lutheran heritage. Americans, in contrast to Europeans, overwhelmingly believe in God, think themselves to be religious people, and attend church in large numbers. While the evidence of a resurgence of religion in America was lacking as of the mid-1980s, the following decade seemed to witness intensified religious activity. 6. The erosion of Christianity among Westerners is likely to be at worst only a very long-term threat to the health of Western civilization. A more immediate and dangerous challenge exists in the United States. Historically, American national identity has been defined culturally by the heritage of Western civilization and politically by the principles of the American creed on which Americans overwhelmingly agree: liberty, democracy, individualism, equality before the law, constitutionalism, private property. In the late 20th century, both components of American identity have come under concentrated and sustained onslaught from a small but influential number of intellectuals and publicists. In the name of multiculturalism, they have attacked the identification of the United States with Western civilization, denied the existence of a common and American culture, and promoted racial, ethnic, and other subnational cultural identities and groupings. The Y have denounced, in the words of one of their reports, that systematic bias toward European culture and its derivatives in education and the dominance of the European-American monocultural perspective. Multiculturalists are, as Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr., said, very often ethnocentric separatists who see little in the Western heritage other than Western crimes. Their mood is one of divesting Americans of the sinful European inheritance and seeking redemptive infusions from non-Western cultures. 7. The multicultural trend was also manifested in a variety of legislation that followed the Civil Rights Acts of the 1960s, and in the 1990s the Clinton administration made the encouragement of diversity one of its major goals. The contrast with the past is striking. The founding fathers saw diversity as a reality and as a problem. Henc the national motto, E pluribus unum, chosen by a committee of the Continental Congress consisting of Benjamin Franklin, Thomas S. Jefferson, and John Adams. Later political leaders who also were fearful of the dangers of racial, sectional, ethnic, economic, and cultural diversity, which, indeed, produced the largest war of the century between 1815 and 1914, responded to the call of "Bring us together," and made the promotion of national unity their central responsibility. The one absolutely certain way of bringing this nation to ruin, of preventing all possibility of its continuing as a nation at all, warned Theodore E. Roosevelt, would be to permit it to become a tangle of squabbling nationalities. In the 1990s, however, the leaders of the United States have not only permitted that but assiduously promoted the diversity rather than the unity of the people they govern. Leaders of other countries have, as we have seen, at times attempted to disavow their cultural heritage and shift the identity of their country from one civilization to another. In no case to date have they succeeded, and they have instead created schizophrenic torn countries. American multiculturalists similarly reject their country's cultural heritage. Instead of attempting to identify the United States with another civilization, however, they wish to create a country of many civilizations, which is to say a country not belonging to any civilization and lacking a cultural core. History shows that no country so constituted can long endure as a coherent society. A multi-civilizational United States will not be the United States, it will be the United Nations. Multiculturalists also challenged a central element of the American creed by substituting for the rights of individuals the rights of groups, defined largely in terms of race, ethnicity, sex, and sexual preference. Creed, Don R. Moordahl said in the 1940s, reinforcing the comments of foreign observers dating from Hector St. John Delaware Crevecoeur and Alexis de Tocqueville, has been the cement in the structure of this great and disparate nation. It has been our fate as a nation, Richard Hofstadter agreed, not to have ideologies but to be one. 9. What happens then to the United States if that ideology is disavowed by a significant portion of its citizens? Fate of the Soviet Union, the other major country whose unity, even more than that of the United States, was defined in ideological terms, is a sobering example for Americans. Total failure of Marxism and the dramatic breakup of the Soviet Union, the Japanese philosopher Takashi Omihara has suggested, are only the precursors to the collapse of Western liberalism, the main current of modernity. Far from being the alternative to Marxism and the reigning ideology at the end of history, liberalism will be the next domino to fall. 10. In an era in which peoples everywhere define themselves in cultural terms, what place is there for a society without a cultural core and defined only by a political creed? Political principles are a fickle base on which to build a lasting community. In a multi-civilizational world where culture counts, the United States could be simply the last anomalous holdover from a fading Western world where ideology counted. Rejection of the creed and of Western civilization means the end of the West, civilizations, and Civilization 307 United States of America as we have known it. It also means effectively the end of Western civilization. If the United States is de-Westernized, the West is reduced to Europe and a few lightly populated overseas European settler countries. Without the United States, the West becomes a minuscule and declining part of the world's population on a small and inconsequential peninsula at the extremity of the Eurasian land mass. Clash between the multiculturalists and the defenders of Western civilization and the American creed is, in James Kurtz's phrase, the real clash within the American segment of Western civilization. 1. Americans cannot avoid the issue: are we a Western people or are we something else? Futures of the United States and of the West depend upon Americans reaffirming their commitment to Western civilization. Domestically, this means rejecting the divisive siren calls of multiculturalism. Internationally, it means rejecting the elusive and illusory calls to identify the United States with Asia. Whatever economic connections may exist between them, the fundamental cultural gap between Asian and American societies precludes their joining together in a common home. Americans are culturally part of the Western family. Multiculturalists may damage and even destroy that relationship, but they cannot replace it. WHEN Americans look for their cultural roots, they find them in Europe. In the mid-1990s, new discussion occurred of the nature and future of the West. A renewed recognition arose that such a reality had existed, and heightened concern about what would ensure its continued existence. This in part germinated from the perceived need to expand the premier Western institution, NATO, to include the Western countries to the east, and from the serious divisions that arose within the West over how to respond to the breakup of Yugoslavia. It also more broadly reflected anxiety about the future unity of the West in the absence of a Soviet threat, and particularly what this meant for the United States' commitment to Europe. As Western countries increasingly interact with increasingly powerful non-Western societies, they become more and more aware of their common and Western cultural core that binds them together. Leaders from both sides of the Atlantic have emphasized the need to rejuvenate the Atlantic community. In late 1994 and in 1995, the German and British defense ministers, the French and American foreign ministers, Henry Kissinger, and various other leading figures all espoused this cause. Their case was summed up by British Defense Minister Malcolm Rifkind, who, in November 1994, argued the need for an Atlantic community resting on four pillars: defense and security embodied in NATO, shared belief in the rule of law and parliamentary democracy, liberal capitalism and free trade, and the shared European cultural heritage emanating from Greek and Rome through the Renaissance to the shared values, beliefs, and civilization of our own century. In 1995, the European Commission launched a project to renew the transatlantic relationship, which led to the signature of an extensive pact between the Union and the United States. Simultaneously, many European political and business leaders endorsed the creation of a transatlantic free trade area. Although the AFL-CIO opposed NAFTA and other trade liberalization measures, its head warmly backed such a transatlantic free trade agreement which would not threaten American jobs with competition from low-wage countries. It was also supported by conservatives, both European, Margaret Thatcher, and American, Newt Gingrich, as well as by Canadian and other British leaders. THE West, as was argued in Chapter 2, went through a first European phase of development and expansion that lasted several centuries, and then a second American phase in the 20th century. If North America and Europe renew their moral life, build on their cultural commonality, and develop close forms of economy and political integration to supplement their security collaboration in NATO, they could generate a third Euro-American phase of Western economic affluence and political influence. Meaningful political integration would in some measure counter the relative decline in the West's share of the world's people, economy product, and military capabilities, and revive the power of the West in the eyes of the leaders of other civilizations. With their trading clout, Prime Minister Mahathir warned Asians, the EU-NAFTA Confederation could dictate terms to the rest of the world. 1-3 Whether the West comes together politically and economically, however, depends overwhelmingly on whether the United States reaffirms its identity as a Western nation and defines its global role as the leader of Western civilization. TE West in the world, a world in which cultural identities, ethnic, national, religious, civilizational, are central, and cultural affinities and differences shape the alliances, antagonisms, and policies of states, has three broad implications for the West generally and for the United States in particular. First, statesmen can constructively alter reality only if they recognize and understand it. The emerging politics of culture, the rising power of non-Western civilizations, and the increasing cultural assertiveness of these societies have been widely recognized in the non-Western world. European leaders have pointed to the cultural forces drawing people together and driving them apart. American elites, in contrast, have been slow to accept and to come to grips with these emerging realities. Bush and Clinton administrations supported the unity of the multi-civilizational Soviet Union, Yugoslavia, Bosnia, and Russia in vain efforts to halt the powerful ethnic and cultural forces pushing for disunion. The Y promoted multi-civilizational economy integration plans which are either meaningless, as with APEC, or involve major unanticipated economic and political costs, as with NAFTA and Mexico. They attempted to develop close relationships with the core states of other civilizations in the form of a global partnership with Russia or constructive engagement with China in the face of the natural conflicts of interest between the United States and the West, civilizations, and Civilization 309 those countries. At the same time, the Clinton administration failed to involve Russia wholeheartedly in the search for peace in Bosnia, despite Russia's major interest in that war as Orthodoxy's core state. Pursuing the chimera of a multi-civilizational country, the Clinton administration denied self-determination to the Serbian and Croatian minorities and helped to bring into being a Balkan one-party Islamist partner of Iran. In similar fashion, the U.S. government also supported the subjection of Muslims to Orthodox rule, maintaining that, without question, Chechnya is part of the Russian Federation. 1-4 Although Europeans universally acknowledge the fundamental significance of the dividing line between Western Christendom, on the one hand, and Orthodoxy and Islam, on the other, the United States, its Secretary of State said, would not recognize any fundamental divide among the Catholic, Orthodox, and Islamic parts of Europe. Those who do not recognize fundamental divides, however, are doomed to be frustrated by them. The Clinton administration initially appeared oblivious to the shifting balance of power between the United States and East Asian societies and Henke time and again proclaimed goals with respect to trade, human rights, nuclear proliferation, and other issues which it was incapable of realizing. Overall, the U.S. government has had extraordinary difficulty adapting to an era in which global politics is shaped by cultural and civilizational tides. Second, American foreign policy thinking also suffered from a reluctance to abandon, alter, or at times even reconsider policies adopted to meet Cold War needs. With some, this took the form of still seeing a resurrected Soviet Union as a potential threat. More generally, people tended to sanctify Cold War alliances and arms control agreements. NATO must be maintained as it was in the Cold War. The Japanese-American Security Treaty is central to East Asian security. The ABM Treaty is inviolate. The CFE Treaty must be observed. Obviously, none of these or other Cold War legacies should be lightly cast aside. Neither, however, is it necessarily in the interests of the United States or the West for them to be continued in their Cold War form. The realities of a multi-civilizational world suggest that NATO should be expanded to include other Western societies that wish to join and should recognize the essential meaninglessness of having as members two states, each of which is the other's worst enemy and both of which lack cultural affinity with the other members. An ABM treaty designed to meet the Cold War need to ensure the mutual vulnerability of Soviet and American societies and thus to deter Soviet-American nuclear war may well obstruct the ability of the United States and other societies to protect themselves against unpredictable nuclear threats or attacks by terrorist movements and irrational dictators. The US-Japan Security Treaty helped deter Soviet aggression against Japan. What purpose is it meant to serve in the post-Cold War era? To contain and deter China, to slow Japanese accommodation with a rising China, to prevent further Japanese militarization. Increasingly, doubts are being raised in Japan about the American military presence there and in the United States about the need for an unreciprocated commitment to defend Japan. The conventional forces in Europe agreement was designed to moderate the NATO-Warsaw Pact confrontation in Central Europe, which has disappeared. The principal impact of the agreement now is to create difficulties for Russia in dealing with what it perceives to be security threats from Muslim peoples to its south. Third, cultural and civilizational diversity challenges the Western and particularly American belief in the universal relevance of Western culture. This belief is expressed both descriptively and normatively. Descriptively, it holds that peoples in all societies want to adopt Western values, institutions, and practices. If they seem not to have that desire and to be committed to their own traditional cultures, they are victims of a false consciousness comparable to that which Marxists found among proletarians who supported capitalism. Normatively, the Western Universalis belief posits that people throughout the world should embrace Western values, institutions, and culture because they embody the highest, most enlightened, most liberal, most rational, most modern, and most civilized thinking of humankind. In the emerging world of ethnic conflict and civilizational clash, Western belief in the universality of Western culture suffers three problems. It is false, it is immoral, and it is dangerous. The "it is false" has been the central thesis of this book, a thesis well summed up by Michie L. Howard. The common Western assumption that cultural diversity is a historical curiosity being rapidly eroded by the growth of a common, Western-oriented, Anglophone world culture, shaping our basic values. is simply not true. 1.5 A reader not by now convinced of the wisdom of Sir Michael's remark exists in a world far removed from that described in this book. The belief that non-Western people should adopt Western values, institutions, and culture is immoral because of what would be necessary to bring it about. The almost universal reach of European power in the late 19th century and the global dominance of the United States in the late 20th century spread much of Western civilization across the world. European globalism, however, is no more. American hegemony is receding if only because it is no longer needed to protect the United States against a Cold War-style Soviet military threat. Culture, as we have argued, follows power. If non-Western societies are again to be shaped by Western culture, it will happen only as a result of the expansion, deployment, and impact of Western power. Imperialism is the necessary logical consequence of universalism. In addition, as a maturing civilization, the West no longer has the economic or demographic dynamism required to impose its will on other societies, and any effort to do so is also contrary to the Western values of self-determination and democracy. As Asian and Muslim civilizations begin more and more to assert the universal relevance of their cultures, Westerners will come to appreciate more and more the connection between universalism and imperialism. The West, civilizations, and Civilization 311 Western universalism is dangerous to the world because it could lead to a major intercivilizational war between core states, and it is dangerous to the West because it could lead to defeat of the West. With the collapse of the Soviet Union, Westerners see their civilization in a position of unparalleled dominance, while at the same time weaker Asian, Muslim, and other societies are beginning to gain strength. Hence, they could be led to apply the familiar and powerful logic of Brutus: our legions are brimful, our cause is ripe. The enemy increaseth every day, we at the height are ready to decline. There is a tide in the affairs of men, which taken at the flood, leads on to fortune, omitted, all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and miseries. On such a full sea are we now afloat, and we must take the current when it serves, or lose our ventures. This logic, however, produced Brutus's defeat at Philippi, and a prudent course for the West is not to attempt to stop the shift in power, but to learn to navigate the shallows, endure the miseries, moderate its ventures, and safeguard its culture. All civilizations go those similar processes of emergence, rise, and decline. The West differs from other civilizations not in the way it has developed, but in the distinctive character of its values and institutions. These include most notably its Christianity, pluralism, individualism, and rule of law, which made it possible for the West to invent modernity, expand throughout the world, and become the envy of other societies. In their ensemble, these characteristics are peculiar to the West. Europe, as Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr., has said, is the source, the unique source of the ideas of individual liberty, political democracy, the rule of law, human rights, and cultural freedom. These are European ideas, not Asian, nor African, nor Middle Eastern ideas, except by adoption. 1.6 They make Western civilization unique, and Western civilization is valuable not because it is universal but because it is unique. The principal responsibility of Western leaders, consequently, is not to attempt to reshape other civilizations in the image of the West, which is beyond their declining power, but to preserve, protect, and renew the unique qualities of Western civilization. Because it is the most powerful Western country, that responsibility falls overwhelmingly on the United States of America. To preserve Western civilization in the face of declining Western power, it is in the interest of the United States and European countries to achieve greater political, economic, and military integration and to coordinate their policies so as to preclude states from other civilizations exploiting differences among them, to incorporate into the European Union and NATO the Western states of Central Europe, that is, the Visegrad countries, the Baltic republics, Slovenia, and Croatia, to encourage the Westernization of Latin America and, as far as possible, the close alignment of Latin American countries with the West, to restrain the development of the conventional and unconventional military power of Islamic and Sunnic countries, to slow the drift of Japan away from the West and toward accommodation with China, to accept Russia as the core state of orthodoxy and a major regional power with legitimate interests in the security of its southern borders, to maintain Western technological and military superiority over other civilizations, and, most important, to recognize that Western intervention in the affairs of other civilizations is probably the single most dangerous source of instability and potential global conflict in a multi-civilizational world. In the aftermath of the Cold War, the United States became consumed with massive debates over the proper course of American foreign policy. In this era, however, the United States can neither dominate nor escape the world. Neither internationalism nor isolationism, neither multilateralism nor unilateralism, will best serve its interests. Thus, will best be advanced by eschewing these opposing extremes and instead adopting an Atlanticist policy of close cooperation with its European partners to protect and advance the interests and values of the unique civilization they share. Civilizational war and order. A global war involving the core states of the world's major civilizations is highly improbable but not impossible. Such a war, we have suggested, could come about from the escalation of a fault line war between groups from different civilizations, most likely involving Muslims on one side and non-Muslims on the other. Escalation is made more likely if aspiring Muslim core states compete to provide assistance to their embattled coreligionists. It is made less likely by the interests which secondary and tertiary kin countries may have in not becoming deeply involved in the war themselves. A more dangerous source of a global intercivilizational war is the shifting balance of power among civilizations and their core states. If it continues, the rise of China and the increasing assertiveness of this biggest player in the history of man will place tremendous stress on international stability in the early 21st century. Emergence the West, civilizations, and Civilization 313 of China as the dominant power in East and Southeast Asia would be contrary to American interests as they have been historically construed. 17 Given this American interest, how might war between the United States and China develop? Assume the year is 2010. American troops are out of Korea, which has been reunified, and the United States has a greatly reduced military presence in Japan. Taiwan and mainland China have reached an accommodate tie-in in which Taiwan continues to have most of its de facto independence but explicitly acknowledges Beijing's suzerainty and with China's sponsorship has been admitted to the United Nations on the model of Ukraine and Belorussia in 1946. Development of the oil resources in the South China Sea has proceeded apace, largely under Chinese auspices but with some areas under Vietnamese control being developed by American companies. Its confidence boosted by its new power projection capabilities, China announces that it will establish its full control of the entire sea, over all of which it has always claimed sovereignty. Vietnamese resist and fighting occurs between Chin-Z and Vietnamese warships. Chinese, eager to revenge their 1979 humiliation, invade Vietnam. Vietnamese appeal for American assistance. Chin-Z warn the United States to stay out. Japan and the other nations in Asia dither. United States says it cannot accept Chin-Z conquest of Vietnam, calls for economic sanctions against China, and dispatches one of its few remaining carrier task forces to the South China Sea. Chin-Z denounced this as a violation of Chinese territorial waters and launch airstrikes against the task force. Efforts by the UN Secretary-General and the Japanese Prime Minister to negotiate a ceasefire fail, and the fighting spreads elsewhere in East Asia. Japan prohibits the use of U.S. bases in Japan for action against China. The United States ignores that prohibition, and Japan announces its neutrality and quarantines the bases. Chinese submarines and land-based aircraft operating from both Taiwan and the mainland impose serious damage on U.S. ships and facilities in East Asia. Meanwhile, Chin-Z ground forces enter Hanoi and occupy large portions of Vietnam. Since both China and the United States have missiles capable of delivering nuclear weapons to the other's territory, an implicit standoff occurs and these weapons are not used in the early phases of the war. Fear of such attacks, however, exists in both societies and is particularly strong in the United States. This leads many Americans to begin to ask why they are being subjected to this danger. What difference does it make if China controls the South China Sea, Vietnam, or even all of Southeast Asia? Opposition to the war is particularly strong in the Hispanic-dominated states of the southwestern United States, whose people and governments say, "This isn't our war, and attempt to opt out on the Model OF New England in the War of 1812. After the Chinese consolidate their initial victories in East Asia, American opinion begins to move in the direction that Japan hoped it would in 1942. The costs of defeating this most recent assertion of hegemonic power are too great. Let's settle for a negotiated end to the sporadic fighting or phony war now going on in the Western Pacific. Meanwhile, however, the war is having an impact on the major states of other civilizations. India seizes the opportunity offered by China's being tied down in East Asia to launch a devastating attack on Pakistan with a view to degrading totally that country's nuclear and conventional military capabilities. It is initially successful, but the military alliance between Pakistan, Iran, and China is activated, and Iran comes to Pakistan's assistance with modern and sophisticated military forces. India becomes bogged down fighting Iranian troops and Pakistani guerrillas from several different ethnic groups. Both Pakistan and India appeal to Arab states for support, India warning of the danger of Iranian dominance of Southwest Asia, but the initial successes of China against the United States have stimulated major anti-Western movements in Muslim societies. On by the few remaining pro-Western governments in Arab countries and in Turkey are brought down by Islamist movements powered by the final cohorts of the Muslim Youth Bulge. The surge of anti-Westernism provoked by Western weakness leads to a massive Arab attack on Israel, which the much-reduced U.S. Sixth Fleet is unable to stop. China and the United States attempt to rally support from other key states. As China scores military successes, Japan nervously begins to bandwagon with China, shifting its position from formal neutrality to pro-Chinese positive neutrality and then yielding to China's demands and becoming a co-belligerent. Japanese forces occupy the remaining U.S. bases in Japan, and the United States hastily evacuates its troops. The United States declares a blockade of Japan, and American and Japanese ships engage in sporadic duels in the Western Pacific. At the start of the war, China proposed a mutual security pact with Russia, vaguely reminiscent of the Hitler-Stalin Pact. Chinese successes, however, have just the opposite effect on Russia than they had on Japan. The prospect of Chinese victory and total Chinese dominance in East Asia terrifies Moscow. As Russia moves in an anti-Chinese direction and begins to reinforce its troops in Siberia, the numerous Chinese settlers in Siberia interfere with these movements. China then intervenes militarily to protect its countrymen and occupies Vladivostok, the Amur River Valley, and other key parts of eastern Siberia. As fighting spreads between Russian and Chinese troops in central Siberia, uprisings occur in Mongolia, which China had earlier placed under a protectorate. Control of and access to oil is of central importance to all combatants. Despite its extensive investment in nuclear energy, Japan is still highly dependent on oil imports, and this strengthens its inclination to accommodate China and ensure its flow of oil from the Persian Gulf, Indonesia, and the South China Sea. During the course of the war, as Arab countries come under the control of Islamic militants, Persian Gulf oil supplies to the West diminish to a trickle, and the West consequently becomes increasingly dependent on Russian, Caucasian, and Central Asian sources. This leads the West to intensify its the West, Civilizations, and Civilization 315 efforts to enlist Russia on its side and to support Russia in extending its control over the oil-rich Muslim countries to its south. Meanwhile, the United States has been eagerly attempting to mobilize the full support of its European allies. Will extending diplomatic and economy see assistance, they are reluctant to become involved militarily. China and Iran, however, are fearful that Western countries will eventually rally behind the United States, even as the United States eventually came to the support of Britain and France in 2 world wars. To prevent this, they secretly deploy intermediate-range nuclear-capable missiles to Bosnia and Algeria and warn the European powers that they should stay out of the war. As was almost always the case with Chinese efforts to intimidate countries other than Japan, this action has consequences just the opposite of what China wanted. U.S. intelligence perceives and reports the deployment, and the NATO Council declares the missiles must be removed immediately. Before NATO can act, however, Serbia, wishing to reclaim its historic role as the defender of Christianity against the Turks, invades Bosnia. Croatia joins in, and the 2 countries occupy and partition Bosnia, capture the missiles, and proceed with efforts to complete the ethnic cleansing which they have been forced to stop in the 1990s. Albania and Turkey attempt to help the Bosnians. Greek and Bulgaria launch invasions of European Turkey, and panic erupts in Istanbul as Turks flee across the Bosporus. Meanwhile, a missile with a nuclear warhead, launched from Algeria, explodes outside Marseilles, and NATO retaliates with devastating air attacks against North African targets. The United States, Europe, Russia, and India have thus become engaged in a truly global struggle against China, Japan, and most of Islam. How would such a war end? Both sides have major nuclear capabilities, and clearly if these were brought into more than minimal play, the principal countries on both sides could be substantially destroyed. If mutual deterrence worked, mutual exhaustion might lead to a negotiated armistice, which would not, however, resolve the fundamental issue of Qin's hegemony in East Asia. Alternatively, the West could attempt to defeat China through the use of conventional military power. The alignment of Japan with China, however, gives China the protection of an insular cordon sanitaire, preventing the United States from using its naval power against the centers of Qin's population and industry along its coast. The alternative is to approach China from the west. The fighting between Russia and China leads NATO to welcome Russia as a member and to cooperate with Russia in countering Qin's incursions into Siberia, maintaining Russian control over the Muslim oil and gas countries of Central Asia, promoting insurrections against Qin's rule by Tibetans, Uyghurs, and Mongolians, and gradually mobilizing and deploying Western and Russian forces eastward into Siberia for the final assault across the Great Wall to Beijing, Manchuria, and the Han Heartland. Whatever the immediate outcome of this global civilizational war, mutual nuclear devastation, a negotiated halt as a result of mutual exhaustion, or the eventual march of Russian and Western forces into Tiananmen Square, the broader long-term result would almost inevitably be the drastic decline in the economic, demographic, and military power of all the major participants in the war. As a result, global power, which had shifted over the centuries from the east to the west and had then begun to shift back from the west to the east, would now shift from the north to the south. The great beneficiaries of the War of Civilizations are those civilizations which abstain from it. With the West, Russia, China, and Japan devastated to varying degrees, the way is open for India, if it escaped such devastation even though it was a participant, to attempt to reshape the world along Hindu lines. Large segments of the American public blame the severe weakening of the United States on the narrow Western orientation of WASP elites, and Hispanic leaders come to power buttressed by the promise of extensive Marshall Plan-type aid from the booming Latin American countries which sat out the war. Africa, on the other hand, has little to offer to the rebuilding of Europe and instead disgorges hordes of socially mobilized people to prey on the remains. In Asia, if China, Japan, and Korea are devastated by the war, power also shifts southward, with Indonesia, which had remained neutral, becoming the dominant state and, under the guidance of its Australian advisors, acting to shape the course of events from New Zealand on the east to Myanmar and Sri Lanka on the west and Vietnam on the north. All of which presages future conflict with India and a revived China. In any event, the center of world politics moves south. If this scenario seems a wildly implausible fantasy to the reader, that is all to the good. Let us hope that no other scenarios of global civilizational war have greater plausibility. What is most plausible and most disturbing about this scenario, however, is the cause of war, intervention by the core state of one civilization, the United States, in a dispute between the core state of another civilization, China, and a member state of that civilization, Vietnam. To the United States, such intervention was necessary to uphold international law, repel aggression, protect freedom of the seas, maintain its access to South China Sea oil, and prevent the domination of East Asia by a single power. To China, that intervention was a totally intolerable but typically arrogant attempt by the leading Western state to humiliate and browbeat China, provoke opposition to China within its legitimate sphere of influence, and deny China its appropriate role in world affairs. In the coming era, in short, the avoidance of major intercivilizational wars requires core states to refrain from intervening in conflicts in other civilizations. This is a truth which some states, particularly the United States, will undoubtedly find difficult to accept. This abstention rule that core states abstain from intervention in conflicts in other civilizations is the first requirement of peace in a multi-civilizational, multipolar world. THE's second requirement is the joint mediation rule that core states negotiate with each other to contain or to halt fault line wars between states or groups from their civilizations. The West, civilizations, and Civilization 317 acceptance of these rules and of a world with greater equality among civilizations will not be easy for the West or for those civilizations which may aim to supplement or supplant the West in its dominant role. In such a world, for instance, core states may well view it as their prerogative to possess nuclear weapons and to deny such weapons to other members of their civilization. Looking back on his efforts to develop a full nuclear capability for Pakistan, Zulfikar Ali Bhutto justified those efforts. We know that Israel and South Africa have full nuclear capability. Christian, Jewish and Hindu civilizations have this capability. Only the Islamic civilization was without it, but that position was about to change. 1/8 competition for leadership within civilizations lacking a single core state may also stimulate competition for nuclear weapons. Even though it has highly cooperative relations with Pakistan, Iran clearly feels that it needs nuclear weapons as much as Pakistan does. On the other hand, Brazil and Argentina gave up their programs aimed in this direction, and South Africa destroyed its nuclear weapons, although it might well wish to reacquire them if Nigeria began to develop such a capability. Nuclear proliferation obviously involves risks, as Scott Sagan and others have pointed out. A world in which one or two core states in each of the major civilizations had nuclear weapons and no other states did could be a reasonably stable world. Most of the principal international institutions date from shortly after World War II and are shaped according to Western interests, values, and practices. As Western power declines relative to that of other civilizations, pressures will develop to reshape these institutions to accommodate the interests of those civilizations. The most obvious, most important, and probably most controversial issue concerns permanent membership in the UN Security Council. The T membership has consisted of the victorious major powers of World War II and bears a decreasing relationship to the reality of power in the world. Over the longer haul, either changes are made in its membership or other less formal procedures are likely to develop to deal with security issues, even as the G7 meetings have dealt with global economy issues. In a multi-civilizational world, ideally each major civilization should have at least one permanent seat on the Security Council. At present only 3 do. The United States has endorsed Japanese and German membership, but it is clear that they will become permanent members only if other countries do also. Brazil has suggested 5 new permanent members, albeit without veto power: Germany, Japan, India, Nigeria, and itself. That, however, would leave the world's 1 billion Muslims unrepresented, except in so far as Nigeria might undertake that responsibility. From a civilizational viewpoint, clearly Japan and India should be permanent members, and Africa, Latin America, and the Muslim world should have permanent seats, which could be occupied on a rotating basis by the leading states of those civilizations, selections being made by the Organization of the Islamic Conference, the Organization of African Unity, and the Organization of American States, the United States abstaining. It would also be appropriate to consolidate the British and French seats into a single European Union seat, the rotating occupant of which would be selected by the Union. 7 civilizations would thus each have 1 permanent seat, and the West would have 2, an allocation broadly representative of the distribution of people, wealth, and power in the world. Commonalities of civilization. Some Americans have promoted multiculturalism at home, some have promoted universalism abroad, and some have done both. Multiculturalism at home threatens the United States and the West. Universalism abroad threatens the West and the world. Both deny the uniqueness of Western culture. Global monoculturalists want to make the world like America. Domestic multiculturalists want to make America like the world. A multicultural America is impossible because a non-Western America is not American. A multicultural world is unavoidable because global empire is impossible. Preservation of the United States and the West requires the renewal of Western identity. Security of the world requires acceptance of global multiculturality. Does the vacuousness of Western universalism and the reality of global cultural diversity lead inevitably and irrevocably to moral and cultural relativism? If universalism legitimates imperialism, does relativism legitimate repression? Anki again, the answer to these questions is yes and no. Cultures are relative, morality is absolute. Cultures, as Michiel Walzer has argued, are thick. They prescribe institutions and behavior patterns to guide humans in the paths which are right in a particular society. Above, beyond, and growing out of this maximalist morality, however, is a thin, minimalist morality that embodies reiterated features of particular thick or maximal moralities. Minimal moral concepts of truth and justice are found in all thick moralities and cannot be divorced from them. There are also minimal moral, negative injunctions, most likely, rules against murder, deceit, torture, oppression, and tyranny. What people have in common is more the sense of a common enemy, or evil, than the commitment to a common culture. Human society is universal because it is human, particular because it is a society. At times we march with others, mostly we march alone. 19 Yet a thin, minimal morality does derive from the common and human condition, and universal dispositions are found in all cultures. 20 Instead of promoting the supposedly universal features of one civilization, the requisites for cultural coexistence demand a search for what is common to most civilizations. In a multi-civilizational world, the constructive course is to renounce universalism, accept diversity, and seek commonalities. A relevant effort to identify such commonalities in a very small place occurred in Singapore in the early 1990s. People of Singapore are roughly the West, civilizations, and civilization 319 76% Chinese, 15% Malay and Muslim, and 6% Indian Hindu and Sikh. In the past, the government has attempted to promote Confucian values among its people, but it has also insisted on everyone being educated in and becoming fluent in English. In January 1989, President Wee Kim Wee in his address opening Parliament pointed to the extensive exposure of the 2.7 million Singaporeans to outside cultural influences from the West, which had put them in close touch with new ideas and technologies from abroad, but had also exposed them to alien lifestyles and values. Traditional Asian ideas of morality, duty, and society which have sustained us in the past, he warned, are giving way to a more westernized, individualistic, and self-centered outlook on life. It is necessary, he argued, to identify the core values which Singapore's different ethnic and religious communities had in common and which capture the essence of being a Singaporean. President Wee suggested 4 such values: placing society above self, upholding the family as the basic building block of society, resolving major issues through consensus instead of contention, and stressing racial and religious tolerance and harmony. His speech led to extensive discussion of Singaporean values, and 2 years later a W-type paper setting forth the government's position. W-type paper endorsed all 4 of the president's suggested values but added a 5th on support of the individual, largely because of the need to emphasize the priority of individual merit in Singaporean society as against Confucian values of hierarchy and family, which could lead to nepotism. White paper defined the shared values of Singaporeans as nation before, ethnic, community and society above self, family as the basic unit of society, regard and community support for the individual, consensus instead of contention, racial and religious harmony. While citing Singapore's commitment to parliamentary democracy and excellence in government, the statement of shared values explicitly excluded political values from its purview. Government emphasized that Singapore was, in crucial respects, an Asian society and must remain one. Singaporeans are not Americans or Anglo-Saxons, though we may speak English and wear Western dress. If over the longer term Singaporeans became indistinguishable from Americans, British or Australians, or worse became a poor imitation of them, i.e., a torn country, we will lose our edge over these Western societies, which enables us to hold our own internationally. 21 Singapore Project was an ambitious and enlightened effort to define a Singaporean cultural identity which was shared by its ethnic and religious communities and which distinguished it from the West. Certainly a statement of Western and particularly American values would give far more weight to the rights of the individual as against those of the community, to freedom of expression and truth emerging out of the contest of ideas, to political participation and competition, and to the rule of law as against the rule of expert, wise, and responsible governors. Yet even so, while they might supplement the Singaporean values and give some lower priority, few Westerners would reject those values as unworthy. At least at a basic, thin, morality level, some commonalities exist between Asia and the West. In addition, as many have pointed out, whatever the degree to which they divided humankind, the world's major religions, Western Christianity, Orthodoxy, Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam, Confucianism, Taoism, Judaism, also share key values in common. If humans are ever to develop a universal civilization, it will emerge gradually through the exploration and expansion of these commonalities. Thus, in addition to the abstention rule and the joint mediation rule, the third rule for peace in a multi-civilizational world is the commonalities rule. Peoples in all civilizations should search for an attempt to expand the values, institutions, and practices they have in common with peoples of other civilizations. This effort would contribute not only to limiting the clash of civilizations but also to strengthening civilization in the singular, hereafter capitalized for clarity. Singular civilization presumably refers to a complex mix of higher levels of morality, religion, learning, art, philosophy, technology, material well-being, and probably other things. These obviously do not necessarily vary together. Yet scholars easily identify high points and low points in the level of civilization in the histories of civilizations. The question then is, how can one chart the ups and downs of humanity's development of civilization? Is there a general, secular trend transcending individual civilizations toward higher levels of civilization? If there is such a trend, is it a product of the processes of modernization that increase the control of humans over their environment and hence generate higher and higher levels of technological sophistication and material well-being? In the contemporary era, is a higher level of modernity thus a prerequisite to a higher level of civilization? Or does the level of civilization primarily vary within the history of individual civilizations? This issue is another manifestation of the debate over the linear or cyclical nature of history. Conceivably, modernization and human moral development produced by greater education, awareness, and understanding of human society and its natural environment produce sustained movement toward higher and higher levels of civilization. Alternatively, levels of civilization may simply reflect phases in the evolution of civilizations. When civilizations first emerge, their people are usually vigorous, dynamic, brutal, mobile, and expansionist. The Y are relatively uncivilized. As the civilization evolves, it becomes more settled and develops the techniques and skills that make it more civilized. As the competition among its constituent elements tapers off and a universal state emerges, the civilization reaches its highest level of civilization, its golden age, with a flowering of morality, art, literature, philosophy, technology, and the West, civilizations, and Civilization 321 martial, economic, and political competence. As it goes into decay as a civilization, its level of civilization also declines until it disappears under the onslaught of a different surging civilization with a lower level of civilization. Modernization has generally enhanced the material level of civilization throughout the world. But has it also enhanced the moral and cultural dimensions of civilization? In some respects, this appears to be the case. Slavery, torture, vicious abuse of individuals have become less and less acceptable in the contemporary world. Is this, however, simply the result of the impact of Western civilization on other cultures, and hence will a moral reversion occur as Western power declines? Much evidence exists in the 1990s for the relevance of the sheer chaos paradigm of world affairs, a global breakdown of law and order, failed states, and increasing anarchy in many parts of the world, a global crime wave, transnational mafias and drug cartels, increasing drug addiction in many societies, a general weakening of the family, a decline in trust and social solidarity in many countries, ethnic, religious, and civilizational violence and rule by the gun prevalent in much of the world. In city after city, Moscow, Rio de Janeiro, Bangkok, Shanghai, London, Rome, Warsaw, Tokyo, Johannesburg, Delhi, Karachi, Cairo, Bogota, Washington, crime seems to be soaring and basic elements of civilization fading away. People speak of a global crisis in governance. The rise of transnational corporations producing economy C goods is increasingly matched by the rise of transnational criminal mafias, drug cartels, and terrorist gangs violently assaulting civilization. Law and order is the first prerequisite of civilization, and in much of the world, Africa, Latin America, the former Soviet Union, South Asia, the Middle East, it appears to be evaporating, while also under serious assault in China, Japan, and the West. On a worldwide basis, civilization seems in many respects to be yielding to barbarism, generating the image of an unprecedented phenomenon, a global dark ages, possibly descending on humanity. In the 1950s, Lester Pearson warned that humans were moving into an age when different civilizations will have to learn to live side by side in peaceful interchange, learning from each other, studying each other's history and ideals and art and culture, mutually enriching each other's lives. The alternative, in this overcrowded little world, is misunderstanding, tension, clash, and catastrophe. The futures of both peace and civilization depend upon understanding and cooperation among the political, spiritual, and intellectual leaders of the world's major civilizations. In the clash of civilizations, Europe and America will hang together or hang separately. In the greater clash, the global, real clash, between civilization and barbarism, the world's great civilizations, with their rich accomplishments in religion, art, literature, philosophy, science, technology, morality, and compassion, will also hang together or hang separately. In the emerging era, clashes of civilizations are the greatest threat to world peace, and an international order based on civilizations is the surest safeguard against world war. Notes. Chapter 1:1. Henry A. Kissinger, Diplomacy, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1994, pages 23 to 24. 2. H. D. S. Greenway's Phrase, Boston Globe, December 3, 1992, page 19. 3. Václav Havel, The New Measure of Man, New York Times, July 8, 1994, p. A27, Jacques Delors, Questions Concerning European Security, Address, International Institute for Strategic Studies, Brussels, September 10, 1993, page 2. 4. Thomas S. Kuhn, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1962, pages 17 to 18. 5. John Lewis Gaddis, Toward the Post-Cold War World. Foreign Affairs, 70, Spring 1991, 101, Judith Goldstein and Robert O. Cohane, Ideas and Foreign Policy, An Analytical Framework, in Goldstein and Cohane, eds, Ideas and Foreign Policy, Beliefs, Institutions, and Political Change, Ithaca, Cornell University Press, 1993, pages 8 to 17. 6. Francis Fukuyama, The End of History, The National Interest, 16, Summer 1989, 4:18. 7. Address to the Congress reporting on the Yalta Conference, March 1, 1945, in Samuelite, Rosamond, edition, Public Papers and Addresses of Franklin D. Roosevelt, New York, Russell and Russell, 1969, 13, 586. 8. C. Max Singer and Aaron Wildavsky, The Real World Order. Zones of Peace, Zones of Turmoil, Chatham, New Jersey, Chatham House, 1993, Robert O. Cohane and Joseph S. Nye, Introduction, The End of the Cold War in Europe, in Cohane, Nye, and Stanley Hoffman, eds, After the Cold War. International Institutions and State Strategies in Europe, 1989 to 1991, Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1993, page 6, and James M. Goldgeier and Michael McFall, A Tale of Two Worlds, Core and Periphery in the Post-Cold War Era, International Organization, 46, Spring 1992, 467 to 491. 9. C.F.S. C. Northrop, The Meeting of East and West, An Inquiry Concerning World Understanding, New York, Macmillan, 1946. 10. Edward W. Said, Orientalism, New York, Pantheon Books, 1978, pages 43 to 44. 11. C. Kenneth N. Waltz, The Emerging Structure of International Politics, International Security, 18, Fall 1993, 44 to 79. John J. Mearsheimer, Back to the Future, Instability in Europe After the Cold War, International Security, 15, Summer 1990, 5 to 56. 12. Stephen D. Krasner questions the importance of Westphalia as a dividing point. See his Westphalia and All That in Goldstein and Cohane, eds, Ideas and Foreign Policy, pages 235 to 264. 13. Zbigniew Brzezinski, Out of Control, Global Turmoil on the Eve of the 21st Century, New York, Scribner, 1993, Daniel Patrick Moynihan, Pandemonium, 324 Notes, pages 35 to 40. Ethnicity and International Politics, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1993. See also Robert Kaplan, The Coming Anarchy, Atlantic Monthly, 273, February 1994, 44 to 76. 14. See New York Times, February 7, 1993, pages 1, 14, and Gabriel Schoenfeld, Outer Limits, Post-Soviet Prospects, 17, Jan. 1993, 3, citing figures from the Russian Ministry of Defense. 15. C. Gaddis, Toward the Post-Cold War World, Benjamin R. Barber, Jihad vs. McWorld, Atlantic Monthly, 269, March 1992, 53 to 63, and Jihad vs. McWorld, New York, Times Books, 1995, Hans Mark, After Victory in the Cold War, The Global Village or Tribal Warfare, in J. J. Lee and Walter Corter, eds. Europe in Transition, Political, Economic, and Security Prospects for the 1990s, LBJ School of Public Affairs, University of Texas at Austin, March 1990, pages 19 to 27. 16. John J. Mearsheimer, The Case for a Nuclear Deterrent, Foreign Affairs, 72, Summer 1993, 54. 17. Lester B. Pearson, Democracy and World Politics, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1955, pages 82 to 83. 18. Quite independently, Johan Galton developed an analysis that closely parallels mine on the salience to world politics of the 7 or 8 major civilizations and their core states. See his The Emerging Conflict Formations in Catherine and Majid Tiranian, eds, Restructuring for World Peace, on the Threshold of the 21st Century, Cresskill, New Jersey, Hampton Press, 1992, pages 23 to 24. Galton sees 7 regional cultural groupings emerging dominated by hegemons: the United States, European Community, Japan, China, Russia, India, and an Islamic core. Other authors who in the early 1990s advanced similar arguments concerning civilizations include Michael Lind, American as an Ordinary Country, American Enterprise, 1, September/October 1990, 19 to 23, Barry Buzen, New Patterns of Global Security in the 21st Century, International Affairs, 67, 1991, 441, 448 to 449, Robert Gilpin, The Cycle of Great Powers, Has It Finally Been Broken? Princeton University, unpublished paper, May 19, 1993, pages 6 ff, William S. Lind, North-South Relations, Returning to a World of Cultures in Conflict, Current World Leaders, 35, December 1992, 1073 to 1080, and Defending Western Culture, Foreign Policy, 84, Fall 1994, 40 to 50, Looking Back from 2992, A World History, Chapter 13, The Disastrous 21st Century, Economist, December 26, 1992 to January 8, 1993, pages 17 to 19, The New World Order, Back to the Future, Economist, January 8, 1994, pages 21 to 23, A. Survey of Defense and the Democracies, Economist, September 1, 1990, Zsolt Rustaványi, Clash of Civilizations and Cultures, Unity and Disunity of World Order, unpublished paper, March 29, 1993, Michael Vlahos, Culture and Foreign Policy, 82, Spring 1991, 59-78, Donald J. Puckala, The History of the Future of International Relations, Ethics and International Affairs, 8, 1994, 177-202, Mahdi El Mandra, Cultural Diversity, Key to Survival in the Future, paper presented to First Mexican Congress on Future Studies, Mexico City, September 1994. In 1991, El Mandra published in Arabic a book which appeared in French the following year entitled Première Guerre Civilisationale, Casablanca, ed. Tubkal, 1982-1994. 19. Fernand Braudel, On History, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1980, pages 210-211. Chapter 2-1. World History is the History of Large Cultures. Oswald Spengler, Decline of the West, New York, A. Knopf, 1926-1928, 2, 170. The major works by these scholars analyzing the nature and dynamics of civilizations include Max Weber, The Sociology Notes, pages 40-42, 325 of Religion, Boston, Beacon Press, trans. Ephraim Fischoff, 1968, Emile Durkheim and Marcel Mauss, Note on the Notion of Civilization, Social Research, 38, 1971, 808-813, Oswald Spengler, Decline of the West, Pitteram Sorokin, Social and Cultural Dynamics, New York, American Book Company, 4 volumes, 1937-1985, Arnold Toynbee, A Study of History, London, Oxford University Press, 12 volumes, 1934-1961, Alfred Weber, Kulturgeschichte als Kultursoziologie, Leiden, W. Sichthoff FS Wickervers Matzchappy Gen V, 1935, Bay, Bell, Kroeber. Configurations of Culture Growth, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1944, and Style and Civilizations, Westport, Connecticut, Greenwood Press, 1973, Philip Bagby, Culture and History, Prolegomena to the Comparative Study of Civilizations, London, Longmans, Green, 1958, Carroll Quigley, The Evolution of Civilizations, An Introduction to Historical Analysis, New York, Macmillan, 1961, Rushton Colborne, The Origin of Civilized Societies, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1959, Best Den. Eisenstadt, Cultural Traditions and Political Dynamics, The Origins and Modes of Ideological Politics, British Journal of Sociology, 32, June 1981, 155-181, Fernand Braudel, History of Civilizations, New York, Allen Lane, Penguin Press, 1994, and On History, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1980. William H. McNeill, The Rise of the West, A History of the Human Community, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1963, Ada B. Bozeman, Civilizations Under Stress, Virginia Quarterly. Review, 51, Winter 1975, 1-18, Strategic Intelligence and Statecraft, Washington, Brassey's, U.S., 1992, and Politics and Culture in International History, From the Ancient Near East to the Opening of the Modem Age, New Brunswick, New Jersey, Transaction Publishers, 1994, Christopher Dawson, Dynamics of World History, LaSalle, Illinois, Sherwood Sugden Company, 1978, and the Movement of World Revolution, New York, Sheed and Ward, 1959, Emanuel Wallerstein, Geopolitics and Geoculture, Essays on the Changing World System, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1992, Felipe Fernandez Armesto, Millennium, A History of the Last 1,000 Years, New York, Scribner's, 1995. To these works could be added the last, tragically marked work of Louis Hartz, A Synthesis of World History, Zurich, Humanity Press, 1983, which, with remarkable prescience, as Samuel Beer commented, foresees a division of mankind very much like the present pattern of the post-Cold War world, into 5 great culture areas: Christian, Muslim, Hindu, Confucian, and African. Memorial Minute, Louis Hartz, Harvard University Gazette, 89, May 27, 1994. An indispensable summary overview and introduction to the analysis of civilizations is Matthew Melko, The Nature of Civilizations, Boston, Porter Sargent, 1969. I am also indebted for useful suggestions to the critical paper on my Foreign Affairs article by Hayward W. Alker, Jr., if not Huntington's Civilizations, then whose? Unpublished paper, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, March 25, 1994. 2. Brodel, On History, pages 177 to 181, 212 to 214, and History of Civilizations, pages 4 to 5, Garrett W. Gong, The Standard of Civilization in International Society, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1984, 81 ff. 97 to 100, Wallerstein, Geopolitics and Geoculture, pages 160 ff. and 215 ff. Arnold J. Toynbee, Study of History, X, 274 to 275, and Civilization on Trial, New York, Oxford University Press, 1948, page 24. 3. Brodel, On History, page 205. For an extended review of definitions of culture and civilization, especially the German distinction, C.A. L. Kroeber and Clyde Klacone, Culture, A Critical Review of Concepts and Definitions, Cambridge, Papers of the Peabody Museum of American Archaeology and Ethnology, Harvard University, Volume 47, No. 1, 1952, Passim but ESB pages 15 to 29. 4. Bozeman, Civilizations Under Stress, page 1. 5. Durkheim and Moss, Notion of Civilization, page 811, Brodel, On History, 326 Notes, pages 42 to 48, pages 177, 202, Malko, Nature of Civilizations, page 8, Wallerstein, Geopolitics and Geoculture, page 215, Dawson, Dynamics of World History, pages 51, 402, Spengler, Decline of the West, I, page 31. Interestingly, the International Encyclopedia of the Social Sciences, New York, Macmillan and Free Press, edition. David L. Sills, 17 volumes, 1968, contains no primary article on civilization or civilizations. The concept of civilization, singular, is treated in a subsection of the article called Bourbon Revolution, while civilizations, plural, receive passing mention in an article called Culture. 6. Herodotus, The Persian Wars, Harmonsworth, England, Penguin Books, 1972, pages 543 to 544. 7. Edward A. Tiryakian, Reflections on the Sociology of Civilizations, Sociological Analysis, 35, Summer 1974, 125. 8. Toynbee, Study of History, I, 455, quoted in Melko, Nature of Civilizations, pages 8 to 9, and Brodel, On History, page 202. 9. Brodel, History of Civilizations, page 35, and On History, pages 209 to 210. 10. Bozeman, Strategic Intelligence and Statecraft, page 26. 11. Quigley, Evolution of Civilizations, pages 146 ff. Melko, Nature of Civilizations, pages 10 iff. C.D. C. Somerville, Argument in his abridgment of Arnold J. Toynbee, A Study of History, volumes 1 to 6, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1946, pages 569 ff. 12. Lucian W. Pai, China, Erratic State, Frustrated Society, Foreign Affairs, 69, Fall 1990, 58. 13. C. Quigley, Evolution of Civilizations, Chapter 3, ESP pages 77, 84, Max Weber, The Social Psychology of the World Religions, in from Max Weber, Essays in Sociology, London, Routledge, Trans, and edition H. H. Girth and C. Wright Mills, 1991, page 267, Bagby, Culture and History, pages 165 to 174, Spengler, Decline of the West, 2, 3 iff, Toynbee, Study of History, I, 133, 12, 546 to 547, Broadel, History of Civilizations, Passam, McNeill, The Rise of the West, Passam, and Rustavany, Clash of Civilizations, pages 8 to 9. 14, Melko, Nature of Civilizations, page 133. 15, Broadel, On History, page 226. 16, for a major 1990s addition to this literature by one who knows both cultures well, see Claudio Valese, The New World of the Gothic Fox, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1994. 17, see Charles A. and Mary R. Beard, The Rise of American Civilization, New York, Macmillan, 2 volumes, 1927, and Max Lerner, America as a Civilization, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1957. With patriotic boosterism, Lerner argues that, for good or ill, America is what it is, a culture in its own right, with many characteristic lines of power and meaning of its own, ranking with Greece and Rome as one of the great distinctive civilizations of history. Yet he also admits, almost without exception, the great theories of history find no room for any concept of America as a civilization in its own right, pages 58 to 59. 18. On the role of fragments of European civilization creating new societies in North America, Latin America, South Africa, and Australia, see Lewis Hart's The Founding of New Societies, Studies in the History of the United States, Latin America, South Africa, Canada, and Australia, New York. Harcourt, Brace and World, 1964. 19. Dawson, Dynamics of World History, page 128. See also Mary C. Bateson, Beyond Sovereignty, An Emerging Global Civilization, in R. B. J. Walker and Saul H. Menlowitz, eds, Contending Sovereignties, Redefining Political Community, Boulder, Lane Rayner, 1990, pages 148 to 149. 20. Toynbee classifies both Theravada and Lamist Buddhism as fossil civilizations, Study of History, I. 35, 91-92. Notes, pages 48 to 54, 327-21. See, for example, Bernard Lewis, Islam and the West, New York, Oxford University Press, 1993, Toynbee, Study of History, Chapter 9, Contacts Between Civilizations in Space, Encounters Between Contemporaries, 888 ff. Benjamin Nelson, Civilizational Complexes and Intercivilizational Encounters, Sociological Analysis, 34, Summer 1973, 79 to 105. 22, S. N. Eisenstadt, Cultural Traditions and Political Dynamics, The Origins and Modes of Ideological Politics, British Journal of Sociology, 32, June 1981, 157, and The Axial Age, The Emergence of Transcendental Visions and the Rise of Clarets, Archives Europeans to Sociology, 22, No. 1, 1982, 298. See also Benjamin I. Schwartz, The Age of Transcendence in Wisdom, Revolution, and Doubt, Perspectives on the First Millennium BC, Dedalus, 104, Spring 1975, 3. The concept of the axial age derives from Karl Jaspers, Vom Ursprung und Ziel der Geschichte, Zurich, Artemis Verlag, 1949. 23. Toynbee, Civilization on Trial, page 69. C.F. William H. McNeill, The Rise of the West, pages 295 to 298, who emphasizes the extent to which by the advent of the Christian era, organized trade routes, both by land and by sea, linked the 4 great cultures of the continent. 24. Broadel, On History, page 14, cultural influence came in small doses, delayed by the length and slowness of the journeys they had to make. If historians are to be believed, the Chinese fashions of the Tang period, 618 to 907, traveled so slowly that they did not reach the island of Cyprus and the brilliant court of Lusignan until the 15th century. From there they spread, at the quicker speed of Mediterranean trade, to France and the eccentric court of Charles VI, where hennons and shoes with long pointed toes became immensely popular, the heritage of a long-vanished world, much as light still reaches us from stars already extinct. 25. See Toynbee, Study of History, 8, 347 to 348. 26. McNeill, Rise of the West, page 547. 27. D. K. Fieldhouse, Economics and Empire, 1830 to 1914, London, Macmillan, 1984, page 3. F. J. C. Hernshaw, Sea Power and Empire, London, George Harrap and Co., 1940, page 179. 28. Jeffrey Parker, The Military Revolution, Military Innovation and the Rise of the West, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1988, page 4. Michael Howard, The Military Factor in European Expansion, in Hedley Bull and Adam Watson, eds, The Expansion of International Society, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1984, pages 33 ff. 29. A. G. Kenwood and A. L. Loweid, The Growth of the International Economy 1820 to 1990, London, Routledge, 1992, pages 78 to 79. Angus Madison, Dynamic Forces in Capitalist Development, New York, Oxford University Press, 1991, pages 326 to 27. Alan S. Blinder, reported in the New York Times, March 12, 1995, p. 5e. See also Simon Kuznets, Quantitative Aspects of the Economic Growth of Nations, X, Level and Structure of Foreign Trade, Long-Term Trends, Economic Development and Cultural Change, 15, January 1967, Part 2, pages 2 to 10. 30. Charles Tilly, Reflections on the History of European State-Making, in Tilly, edition, The Formation of National States in Western Europe, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1975, page 18. 31. R. Palmer, Frederick the Great, Guibert, Bulow, From Dynastic to National War, in Peter Parrott, edition, Makers of Modem Strategy from Machiavelli to the Nuclear Age, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1986, page 119. 32. Edward Mortimer, Christianity and Islam, International Affairs, 67, January 1991, 7. 33. Hedley Bull, The Anarchical Society, New York, Columbia University Press, 328 notes, pages 55 to 62, 1977, pages 9 to 13. See also Adam Watson, The Evolution of International Society, London, Routledge, 1992, and Barry Buzen, From International System to International Society, Structural Realism and Regime Theory Meet the English School, International Organization, 47, Summer 1993, 327 to 352, who distinguishes between civilizational and functional models of international society and concludes that civilizational international societies have dominated the historical record and that there appear to be no pure cases of functional international societies. Page 336. 34. Spengler, Decline of the West, I, 93 to 94. 35. Toynbee, Study of History, I, 149 ff, 154, 157 ff, 36. Broughton, On History, page 33. Chapter 3.1. The S. Naipaul, Our Universal Civilization, the 1990 Riston Lecture, The Manhattan Institute, New York Review of Books, October 30, 1990, page 20. 2. C. James Q. Wilson, The Moral Sense, New York, Free Press, 1993, Michael Walzer, Thick and Thin, Moral Argument at Home and Abroad, Notre Dame, University of Notre Dame Press, 1994, especially chats 1 and 4, and for a brief overview, Francis V. Harbour, Basic Moral Values, A Shared Core, Ethics and International Affairs, 9, 1995, 155 to 170. 3. Václav Havel, Civilization's Thin Veneer, Harvard Magazine, 97, July-August 1995, 32. 4. Hedley Bull, The Anarchical Society, A Study of Order in World Politics, New York, Columbia University Press, 1977, page 317. 5. John Rockwell, The New Colossus, American Culture as Power Export, and several authors, channel surfing through U.S. culture in 20 lands, New York Times, January 30th, 1994, Sector 2, pages. IFF, David Reif, A Global Culture, World // EY Journal, 10, Winter 1993 to 94, 73 to 81. 6. Michael Vlahos, Culture and Foreign Policy, 82, Spring 1991, 69, Kishore Mahbubani, The Dangers of Decadence, What the Rest Can Teach the West, Foreign Affairs, 11, September/October 1993, 12. 7. Aaron L. Friedberg, The Future of American Power, Political Science Quarterly, 109, Spring 1994, 15. 8. Richard Parker, The Myth of Global News, New Perspectives Quarterly, 11, Winter 1994, 41 to 44, Michael Durovich, Markarth Levy, and Itzhak Ray, The Global Newsroom, Convergences and Diversities in a Globalization of Television News, in Peter Dahlgren and Colin Sparks, eds, Communication and Citizenship, Journalism and the Public Sphere in the New Media, London, Routledge, 1991, page 215. 9. Ronald Dorr, Unity and Diversity in World Culture, in Hedley Bowl and Adam Watson, eds, The Expansion of International Society, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1984, page 423. 10. Robert L. Bartley, The Case for Optimism, The West Should Believe in Itself, Foreign Affairs, 72, September/October 1993, 16. 11. C. Joshua A. Fishman, The Spread of English as a New Perspective for the Study of Language Maintenance and Language Shift, in Joshua A. Fishman, Robert L. Cooper, and Andrew W. Conrad, The Spread of English, The Sociology of English as an Additional Language, Rowley, Massachusetts, Newbury House, 1977, pages 108 ff. 12. Fishman, Spread of English as a New Perspective, pages 118 to 119. 13. Randolph Quirk, in Braj B. Kotru, The Indianization of English, Delhi, Oxford, 1983, page 2. R. Des, Gupta and Kapil Kapoor, eds, English in India, Issues and Problems Notes, pages 62 to 69, 329, Delhi, Academic Foundation, 1991, page 21. C.F. Sarvapalli Gopal, The English Language in India, Encounter, 73, July/August 1989, 16, who estimates 35 million Indians speak and write English of some type or other. World Bank, World Development Report 1985, 1991, New York, Oxford University Press, Table 1. 14. Kapoor and Gupta, Introduction, in Gupta and Kapoor, eds, English in India, page 21, Gopal, English Language, page 16. 15. Fishman, Spread of English as a New Perspective, page 115. 16. See Newsweek, July 19, 1993, page 22. 17. Quoted by R. N. Srivastava and V. P. Sharma, Indian English Today, in Gupta and Kapoor, eds, English in India, page 191, Gopal, English Language, page 17. 18. New York Times, July 16, 1993, p. A9, Boston Globe, July 15, 1993, page 13. 19. In addition to the projections in the World Christian Encyclopedia, see also those of Jean Bourgeois Pichet, Le Nombre de Hommes, État et Perspective, in Albert Jacquard et al., Les Scientifiques Parlant, Paris, Hachette, 1987, pages 140, 143, 151, 154 to 156. 20. Edward Seddon v. S. Naipaul, quoted by Brent Staples, Con Men and Conquerors, New York Times Book Review, May 22, 1994, page 42. 21. G. Kenwood and A. L. Loweid, The Growth of the International Economy 1820 to 1990, London, Routledge, 3rd edition, 1992, pages 78 to 79, Angus Madison, Dynamic Forces in Capitalist Development, New York, Oxford University Press, 1991, pages 326 to 327, Alan S. Blinder, New York Times, March 12, 1995, p. 5e. 22. David M. Rowe, The Trade and Security Paradox in International Politics, unpublished manuscript, Ohio State University, September 15, 1994, page 16. 23. Dale C. Copeland, Economic Interdependence and War, A Theory of Trade Expectations, International Security 20, Spring 1996, 25. 24. William J. McGuire and Claire V. McGuire, Content and Process in the Experience of Self, Advances in Experimental Social Psychology, 21, 1988, 102. 25. Donald L. Horowitz, Ethnic Conflict Management for Policymakers, in Joseph V. Montville and Hans Binnendick, eds, Conflict and Peacemaking in Multi-Ethnic Societies, Lexington, Massachusetts, Lexington Books, 1990, page 121. 26. Roland Robertson, Globalization Theory and Civilizational Analysis, Comparative Civilizations Review, 17, Fall 1987, 22. Jeffrey Shad, Jr., Globalization and Islamic Resurgence, Comparative Civilizations Review, 19, Fall 1988, 67. 27. C. Cyril E. Black, The Dynamics of Modernization, A Study in Comparative History, New York, Harper and Row, 1966, pages 1 to 34. Reinhard Bendix, Tradition and Modernity Reconsidered, Comparative Studies in Society and History, 9, April 1967, 292 to 293. 28. Femand Brodel, On History, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1980, page 213. 29. The literature on the distinctive characteristics of Western civilization is, of course, immense. See, among others, William H. McNeill, Rise of the West, A History of the Human Community, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1963, Brodel, On History and Earlier Works, Emanuel Wallerstein, Geopolitics and Geoculture, Essays on a Changing World System, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1991. Carl W. Deutsch has produced a comprehensive, succinct, and highly suggestive comparison of the West and 9 other civilizations in terms of 21 geographical, cultural, economic, technological, social, and political factors, emphasizing the extent to which the West differs from the others. See Carl W. Deutsch, On Nationalism, World Regions, and the Nature of the West, in Praetorspec, edition, Mobilization, Center, 330 Notes, pages 71 to 77. Periphery Structures and Nation Building, a volume in commemoration of Stein-Rocken, Bergen, Universitätsverlaget, 1981, pages 51 to 93. For a succinct summary of the salient and distinctive features of Western civilization in 1500, see Charles Tilly, Reflections on the History of European State-Making, in Tilly, edition, The Formation of National States in Western Europe, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1975, pages 18 ff. 30. Deutsch, Nationalism, World Regions, and the West, page 77. 31. See Robert D. Putnam, Making Democracy Work, Civil Traditions in Modern Italy, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1993, p. 12 iff. 32. Deutsch, Nationalism, World Regions, and the West, page 78. See also Stein-Rocken, Dimensions of State Formation and Nation Building, A Possible Paradigm for Research on Variations Within Europe, in Charles Tilly, The Formation of National States in Western Europe, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1975, page 576, and Putnam, Making Democracy Work, pages 124 to 127. 33. Geert Hofstede, National Cultures in 4 Dimensions, A Research-Based Theory of Cultural Differences Among Nations, International Studies of Management and Organization, 13, 1983, 52. 34. Harry C. Triandis, Cross-Cultural Studies of Individualism and Collectivism, in Nebraska Symposium on Motivation J. 989, Lincoln, University of Nebraska Press, 1990, 44 to 133, and New York Times, December 25, 1990, page 41. See also George C. Lodge and Ezra F. Vogel, eds, Ideology and National Competitiveness, an Analysis of 9 Countries, Boston, Harvard Business School Press, 1987, Passim. 35. Discussions of the interaction of civilizations almost inevitably come up with some variation of this response typology. See Arnold J. Toynbee, Study of History, London, Oxford University Press, 1935-61, 2, 187 ff. 8, 152-153, 214. John L. Esposito, The Islamic Threat, Myth or Reality, New York, Oxford University Press, 1992, pages 53-62. Daniel Peitz, In the Path of God, Islam and Political Power, New York, Basic Books, 1983, pages 105-142. 36. Peitz, Path of God, page 349. 37. William Fath, Reflections, Economic Development, New Yorker, December 25, 1978, page 47. 38. Peitz, Path of God, pages 197-198. 39. Ali Alamin Mazrui, Cultural Forces in World Politics, London, James Curry, 1990, pages 4-5. 40. Esposito, Islamic Threat, page 55, see generally, pages 55-62, and Peitz, Path of God, pages 114-120. 41. Rainer C. Baum, Authority and Identity, The Invariance Hypothesis 2, Zeitschrift für Soziologie, 6, October 1977, 368-369. See also Rainer C. Baum, Authority Codes, The Invariance Hypothesis, Zeitschrift für Soziologie, 6, January 1977, 5-28. 42. C. Adaby, Bozeman, Civilizations Under Stress, Virginia Quarterly Review, 51, Winter 1975, 5 ff. Leo Frobenius, Pidoma, Umriss einer Kultur, UND Seelenlehre, Munich, ch. Beck, 1921, pages 1 iff. Oswald Spengler, The Decline of the West, New York, Alfred Knopf, 2 volumes, 1926, 1928, 2, 57 ff. 43. Bozeman, Civilizations Under Stress, page 7. 44. William E. Knaff, Reflections on the Question of East and West from the Point of View of Japan, Comparative Civilizations Review, 13/14, Fall 1985 and Spring 1986, 222. 45. David E. Apter, The Role of Traditionalism in the Political Modernization of Ghana and Uganda, World Politics, 13, October 1960, 47-68. Notes, pages 77-95 M46. S. N. Eisenstadt, Transformation of Social, Political, and Cultural Orders in Modernization, American Sociological Review, 30, October 1965, 659-673. 47. Peitz, Path of God, pages 107, 191. 48. Brottel, On History, pages 212-213. Chapter 4.1. Jeffrey R. Barnett, Exclusion as National Security Policy, Parameters, 24, Spring 1994, 54. 2. Aaron L. Friedberg, The Future of American Power, Political Science Quarterly, 109, Spring 1994, 20-21. 3. Hedley Bull, The Revolt Against the West, in Hedley Bull and Adam Watson, eds, Expansion of International Society, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1984, page 219. 4. Barry G. Buzen, New Patterns of Global Security in the 21st Century, International Affairs, 67, July 1991, 451. 5. Project 2025, Draft, September 20th, 1991, page 7, World Bank, World Development Report 1990, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1990, pages 229, 244, The World Almanac and Book of Facts, 1990, Mahwah, New Jersey, Funk and Wagnalls, 1989, page 539. 6. United Nations Development Program, Human Development Report, 1994, New York, Oxford University Press, 1994, pages 136 to 137, 207 to 211. World Bank, World Development Indicators, World Development Report, 1984, 1986, 1990, 1994. Bruce Russett et al., World Handbook of Political and Social Indicators, New Haven, Yale University Press, 1994, pages 222 to 226. 7. Paul Barrick, International Industrialization Levels from 1750 to 1980, Journal of European Economic History, 11, Fall 1982, 296, 304. 8. Economist, May 15, 1993, page 83, citing International Monetary Fund, World Economic Outlook, The Global Economy, Economist, October 1, 1994, pages 3 to 9, Wall Street Journal, May 17, 1993, p. 12, Nicholas D. Kristof, The Rise of China, Foreign Affairs, 72, November/December 1993. 61. Kishore Mahbubani, The Pacific Way, Foreign Affairs, 74, January/February 1995, 100 to 103. 9. International Institute for Strategic Studies, Tables and Analyses, The Military Balance, 1994 to 95, London, Brassey's, 1994. 10. Project 2025, page 13, Richard A. Bitzinger, The Globalization of Arms Production, Defense Markets in Transition, Washington, D.C., Defense Budget Project, 1993, PASM. 11. Joseph S. Nye, Jr., The Changing Nature of World Power, Political Science Quarterly, 105, Summer 1990, 181 to 182. 12. William H. McNeill, The Rise of the West, A History of the Human Community, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1963, page 545. 13. Ronald Dorr, Unity and Diversity in Contemporary World Culture, in Bull and Watson, eds, Expansion of International Society, pages 420 to 421. 14. William E. Knaff, Reflections on the Question of East and West from the Point of View of Japan, Comparative Civilizations Review, 13/14, Fall 1985 and Spring 1986, 219, Arita Isozaki, Escaping the Cycle of Eternal Resources, New Perspectives Quarterly, 9, Spring 1992, 18. 15. Richard Sissien, Culture and Democratization in India, in Larry Diamond, Political Culture and Democracy in Developing Countries, Boulder, Lynn Rayner, 1993, pages 55 to 61. 16. Graham E. Fuller, The Appeal of Iran, National Interest, 37, Fall 1994, 95. 332 notes, pages 95 to 117. Isaac Sakakibara, The End of Progressivism, A Search for New Goals, Foreign Affairs, 74, September/October 1995, 8 to 14. 18. T. S. Gilliard, Idea of a Christian Society, New York, Harcourt, Brace and Company, 1940, page 64. 19. Gilles Kepel, Revenge of God, The Resurgence of Islam, Christianity and Judaism in the Modern World, University Park, PA, Pennsylvania State University Press, Trans. Alan Braley, 1994, page 2. 20. George Weigel, Religion and Peace, An Argument Complexified, Washington Quarterly, 14, Spring 1991, 27. 21. James H. Billington, The Case for Orthodoxy, New Republic, May 30, 1994, page 26, Suzanne Massey, Back to the Future, Boston Globe, March 28, 1993, page 72. 22. Economist, January 8, 1993, page 46, James Rupert, Dateline Tashkent, Post-Soviet Central Asia, Foreign Policy, 87, Summer 1992, 180. 23. Fareed Zakaria, Culture is Destiny, A Conversation with Lee Kuan Yew, Foreign Affairs, 73, March/April 1994, 118. 24. Hassan al-Turabi, The Islamic Awakening Second Wave, New Perspectives Quarterly, 9, Summer 1992, 52-55, Ted G. Jelen, The Political Mobilization of Religious Belief, New York, Praeger, 1991, pages 55 ff. 25. Bernard Lewis, Islamic Revolution, New York Review of Books, January 21, 1988, page 47, Keppel, Revenge of God, page 82. 26. Sudhir Kakar, The Colors of Violence, Cultural Identities, Religion, and Conflict, unpublished manuscript, Chapter 6, A New Hindu Identity, page 11. 27. Suzanne Massey, Back to the Future, page 72, Rupert, Dateline Tashkent, page 180. 28. Rosemary Radford Ruther, A World on Fire with Faith, New York Times Book Review, January 26, 1992, page 10, William H. McNeill, Fundamentalism and the World of the 1990s, in Martin E. Marty and R. Scott Appleby, eds, Fundamentalisms and Society, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1993, page 561. 29. New York Times, January 15, 1993, p. A9, Henry Clement Moore, Images of Development, Egyptian Engineers in Search of Industry, Cambridge, MIT Press, 1980, pages 227-228. 30. Henry Scott Stokes, Korea's Church Militant, New York Times Magazine, November 28, 1972, page 68. 31. Reverend Edward J. Doherty, S.J., New York Times, July 4, 1993, page 10, Timothy Goodman, Latin America's Reformation, American Enterprise, 2, July-August 1991, 43, New York Times, July 11, 1993, page 1, time, January 21, 1991, page 69. 32, Economist, May 6, 1989, page 23, November 11, 1989, page 41, Times, London, April 12, 1990, page 12, Observer, May 27, 1990, page 18. 33, New York Times, July 16, 1993, p. A9, Boston Globe, July 15, 1993, page 13. 34, C. Mark Juergensmeyer, The New Cold War. Religious Nationalism Confronts the Secular State, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1993. 35, Zakaria, Conversation with Lee Kuan Yew, page 118, Al-Turabi, Islamic Awakening Second Wave, page 53. C. Terence Carroll, Secularization and States of Modernity, World Politics, 36, April 1984, 362-382. 36, John L. Esposito, The Islamic Threat, Myth or Reality, New York, Oxford University Press, 1992, page 10. 37, Regis Debray, God and the Political Planet, New Perspectives Quarterly, 11, Spring 1994, 15. Notes, pages 101-8, 333-38. Esposito, Islamic Threat, page 10, Gillis Keppel quoted in Sophie Lan's La Revanche de Dieu, interview with Gillis Keppel, Geopolitique, 33, Spring. 1991, 14, More, Images of Development, pages 214-216. 39, Juergensmeyer, The New Cold War, page 71, Edward A. Gargan, Hindu Rage Against Muslims Transforming Indian Politics, New York Times, September 17, 1993, p. Al. Kushwat Singh, India, The Hindu State, New York Times, August 3, 1993, p. 17. 40, Doran Bowl and Watson, eds, Expansion of International Society, page 411, McNeill and Marty and Appleby, eds, Fundamentalisms and Society, page 569. Chapter 5.1. Kishore Mahbubani, The Pacific Way, Foreign Affairs, 74, January/February 1995, 100 to 103, IMD Executive Opinion Survey, Economist, May 6, 1995, page 5, World Bank, Global Economic Prospects and a Developing Countries 1993, Washington, 1993, pages 66 to 67. 2. Tommy Koh, America's Role in Asia, Asian Views, Asia Foundation, Center for Asian-Pacific Affairs, Report Number 13, November 1993, page 1. 3. Alex Kerr, Japan Times, November 6, 1994, page 10. 4. Yaxing Huang, Why China Will Not Collapse, Foreign Policy, 95, Summer 1995, 57. 5. Cable News Network, May 10, 1994, Edward Friedman, A Failed Chinese Modernity, Deadless, 122, Spring 1993, 5. Perry Link, China's Core Problem, IBID, pages 201 to 204. 6. Economist, January 21, 1995, pages 38 to 39, William Theodore de Berry, The New Confucianism in Beijing, American Scholar, 64, Spring 1995, 175 ff. Benjamin L. Self, Changing Role for Confucianism in China, Woodrow Wilson Center Report, 1, September 1995, 4-5, New York Times, August 26, 1991, A19. 7. Li Tenghui, Chinese Culture and Political Renewal, Journal of Democracy, 6, October 1995, 6-8. 8. Alex Kerr, Japan Times, November 6, 1994, page 10, Kazuhiko Ozawa, Ambivalence in Asia, Japan Update, 44, May 1995, 18-19. 9. For some of these problems, see Ivan P. Hall, Japan's Asia Card, National Interest, 38, Winter 1994-95, 19 ff. 10. Casimir Yost, America's Role in Asia, 1 year later, Asia Foundation, Center for Asian-Pacific Affairs, Report Number 15, February 1994, page 4, Yoichi Funabashi, The Asianization of Asia, Foreign Affairs, 72, November/December 1993, 78, Anwar Ibrahim, International Herald Tribune, January 31, 1994, page 6. 11. Kishore Mahbubani, Asia and the United States in Decline, Washington Quarterly, 17, Spring 1994, 5-23, for a counteroffensive, see Eric Jones, Asia's Fate, a response to the Singapore School, National Interest, 35, Spring 1994, 18-28. 12. Mahathir bin Mohammed, Mayor Jarenma, The Malay Dilemma, Tokyo, Inmura Bunka Jijio, trans. Takada Masayoshi, 1983, page 267, quoted in Ogura Kazuo, A Call for a New Concept of Asia, Japan Echo, 20, Autumn 1993, 40. 13. Li Xianjiu, A Post-Cold War Alternative from East Asia, Straits Times, February 10, 1992, page 24. 14. Yotaro Kobayashi, Re-Asianized Japan, New Perspectives Quarterly, 9, Winter 1992, 20, Funabashi, The Asianization of Asia, pages 75 ff. George Yong-Sunyi, New East Asia in a Multicultural World, International Herald Tribune, July 15, 1992, page 8. 334 Notes, pages 109, 13, 15. Yoichi Funabashi, Globalize Asia, New Perspectives Quarterly, 9, Winter 1992, 23-24, Kishore M. Mahbubani, The West and the Rest, National Interest, 28, Summer 1992, 7, Hazwa, New Concept of Asia, page 41. 16, Economist, March 9, 1996, page 33. 17, Bandar bin Sultan, New York Times, July 10, 1994, page 20. 18, John L. Esposito, The Islamic Threat, Myth or Reality, New York, Oxford University Press, 1992, page 12. Ali E. Hilal Dasuki, The Islamic Resurgence, in Ali E. Hilal Dasuki, edition, Islamic Resurgence in the Arab World, New York, Praeger, 1982, pages 9 to 13. 19. Thomas Case, quoted in Michael Walzer, The Revolution of the Saints, A Study in the Origins of Radical Politics, Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1965, pages 10 to 11. Hassan al-Turabi, The Islamic Awakening's Second Wave, New Perspectives Quarterly, 9, Summer 1992, 52. The single most useful volume for understanding the character, appeal, limitations, and historical role of late 20th century Islamic fundamentalism may well be Walzer's study of 16th and 17th century English Calvinist Puritanism. 20. Donald K. Emerson, Islam and Regime in Indonesia, Who's Co-opting Whom? Unpublished paper, 1989, page 16, M. Nasir Tumara, Indonesia in the Wake of Islam, J965, J985, Kuala Lumpur, Institute of Strategic and International Studies Malaysia, 1986, page 28, Economist, December 14, 1985, pages 35 to 36. Henry Tanner, Islam Challenges Secular Society, International Herald Tribune, June 27, 1987, pages 7 to 8. Sabri Sayari, Politicization of Islamic Retraditionalism, Some Preliminary Notes, in Medenhepper and Raphael Israeli, eds, Islam and Politics in the Moda Middle East. London, Kroonhelm, 1984, page 125, New York Times, March 26, 1989, page 14, March 2, 1995, p. A8. See, for example, reports on these countries in New York Times, November 17, 1985, p. 2e, November 15, 1987, page 13, March 6, 1991, p. All, October 20, 1990, page 4, December 26, 1992, page 1, March 8, 1994, p. A15, An Economist, June 15, 1985, pages 36 to 37 and September 18, 1992, pages 23 to 25. 21. New York Times, October 4, 1993, p. A8, November 29, 1994, p. A4, February 3, 1994, p.L, December 26, 1992, page 5, Erica G. Allen, Dynamics of the Palestinian Uprising, An Assessment of Causes, Character, and Consequences, Comparative Politics, 26. July 1994, 494, New York Times, March 8, 1994, p. A15, James Peacock, The Impact of Islam, Wilson Quarterly, 5, Spring 1981, 142, Tamara, Indonesia in the Wake of Islam, page 22. 22. Olivier Roy, The Failure of Political Islam, London, Taurus, 1994, p. 49 ff, New York Times, January 19, 1992, p. E3, Washington Post, November 21, 1990, p. Al. C. Gillis Keppel, The Revenge of God, The Resurgence of Islam, Christianity, and Judaism in the Modern World, University Park, PA, Pennsylvania State University Press, 1994, page 32, Farida Fauzia Charfi, When Galileo Meets Allah, New Perspectives Quarterly, 11, Spring 1994, 30, Esposito, Islamic Threat, page 10. 23. Monaz Isfahani, Varieties of Muslim Experience, Wilson Quarterly, 13, Autumn 1989, 72. 24. Saad Eddin Ibrahim, Appeal of Islamic Fundamentalism, paper presented to the Conference on Islam and Politics in the Contemporary Muslim World, Harvard University, 15 to 1 October 6, 1985, pages 9 to 10, and Islamic Militancy as a Social Movement, The Case of Two Groups in Egypt, in Dasuki, edition, Islamic Resurgence, pages 128 to 131. 25. Washington Post, October 26, 1980, page 23, Peacock, Impact of Islam, page 140, OK Sunner and Binaz Toprak, Islam in Politics, The Case of Turkey, Government Notes, pages 113 to 27, 335 in opposition, 18, autumn 1983, 436. Richard W. Bouliet. The Israeli PLO Accord, The Future of the Islamic Movement, Foreign Affairs, 72, NOV/December 1993, 42. 26. Ernest Gellner, Up from Imperialism, New Republic, May 22, 1989, page 35. John Murray Brown, Tansu Çiller and the Question of Turkish Identity, World Policy Journal, 11, Fall 1994, 58. Roy, Failure of Political Islam, page 53. 27. Fouad A. Jami, The Impossible Life of Muslim Liberalism, New Republic, June 2, 1986, page 27. 28. Clement Moore Henry, The Mediterranean Debt Crescent, unpublished manuscript, page 346. Mark N. Katz, Emerging Patterns in the International Relations of Central Asia, Central Asian Monitor, No. 2, 1994, 27. Mehrdad Hagayigi, Islamic Revival in the Central Asian Republics, Central Asian Survey, 13, No. 2, 1994, 255. 29. New York Times, April 10, 1989, p. A3, December 22, 1992, page 5. Economist, October 10, 1992, page 41. 30. Economist, July 20, 1991, page 35, December 21, 1991 to January 3, 1992, page 40. Mahfouzul Haq Chowdhury, Nationalism, Religion and Politics in Bangladesh, in Rifayuddin Ahmed, edition, Bangladesh, Society, Religion and Politics, Chittagong, South Asia Studies Group, 1985, page 68, New York Times. November 30, 1994, p. A14, Wall Street Journal, March 1, 1995, pages 1, A6. 31. Donald L. Horowitz, The Quran and the Common Law, Islamic Law Reform and the Theory of Legal Change, American Journal of Comparative Law, 42, Spring and Summer, 1994, 234 ff. 32. The Suki, Islamic Resurgence, page 23. 33. Daniel Peitz, In the Path of God, Islam and Political Power, New York, Basic Books, 1983, pages 282 to 283, 290 to 292. John Barrett Kelly, Arabia, the Gulf and the West, New York, Basic Books, 1980, pages 261, 423, as quoted in Peitz, Path of God, page 291. 34. United Nations Population Division, World Population Prospects, the 1992 revision, New York, United Nations, 1993, Table A18, World Bank, World Development Report 1995, New York, Oxford University Press, 1995, Table 25, Jean Bourgeois Pichet, Le Nombre de Hans, État et Perspective, in Albert Jacquard, ed. Les Scientifiques Parlants, Paris, Hachette, 1987, pages 154, 156. 35. Jack A. Goldstone, Revolution and Rebellion in the Early Modern World, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1991, Passim, but ESP 24-39. 36. Herbert Moeller, Youth as a Force in the Modern World, Comparative Studies in Society and History, 10, April 1968, 237-260, Lewis S. Fewer, Generations and a Theory of Revolution, Survey, 18, Summer 1972, pages 161-188. 37. Peter W. Wilson and Douglas F. Graham, Saudi Arabia, The Coming Storm, Armonk, New York, M. Sharp, 1994, pages 28-29. 38. Philippe Fardieu's Demographic Explosion or Social Upheaval, in Ghassan Salami, edition, Democracy Without Democrats. The Renewal of Politics in the Muslim World, London, I. B. Torres, 1994, pages 158-162, 175-177. 39. Economist, August 29, 1981, page 40, Dennis Dragonsky, Threshold of Violence, Freedom Review, 26, March/April 1995, 11. Chapter 6-1. Andreas Papandreou, Europe Turns Left, New Perspectives Quarterly, 11, Winter 1994, 53, Duke Droskovic, quoted in Genesis Brun, Islam in the Balkans, Freedom Review, 22, November/December 1991, 31, Stephen Larrabee, Instability and 336 Notes, pages 130 to 41 Change in the Balkans, Survival, 34, Summer 1992, 43, Misha Glenny, Heading Off War in the Southern Balkans, Foreign Affairs, 74, May/June 1995, 102 to 103. 2. Ali Alamin Mazrui, Cultural Forces in World Politics, London, James Curry, 1990, page 13. 3. CEG, Economist, November 16, 1991, page 45, May 6, 1995, page 36. 4. Ronald B. Palmer and Thomas J. Reckford, Building ASEAN, 20 Years of Southeast Asian Cooperation, New York, Krieger, 1987, page 109, Economist, July 23, 1994, pages 31 to 32. 5. Barry Buzen and Gerald Siegel, Rethinking East Asian Security, Survival, 36, Summer 1994, 16. 6. Far Eastern Economic Review, August 11, 1994, page 34. 7. An interview between Datuk Seri Mahathir bin Mohamad of Malaysia and Kenichi Ami, pages 3, 7, Rafida Asia, New York Times, February 12, 1991, p. 6. 8. Japan Times, November 7, 1994, page 19, Economist, November 19, 1994, page 37. 9. Murray Wiedenbaum, Greater China, A New Economic Colossus. Washington Quarterly, 16, Autumn 1993, 78 to 80. 10. Wall Street Journal, September 30, 1994, p. 8. New York Times, February 17, 1995, p. 6. 11. Economist, October 8, 1994, page 44, Andrei Serbin, Towards an Association of Caribbean States, Raising Some Awkward Questions, Journal of Inter-American Studies, 36, Winter 1994, 61 to 90. 12. Far Eastern Economic Review, July 5, 1990, pages 24 to 25, September 5, 1991, pages 26 to 27, New York Times, February 16, 1992, page 16, Economist, January 15, 1994, page 38, Robert D. Hormats, Making Regionalism Safe, Foreign Affairs, 73, March/April 1994, 102 to 103, Economist, June 10, 1994, pages 47 to 48, Boston Globe, February 5, 1994, page 7. On Mercosur, see Luigi Manzetti, The Political Economy of Mercosur, Journal of Inter-American Studies, 35, Winter 1993-94, 101 to 141, and Felix Pena, New Approaches to Economic Integration in the Southern Cone, Washington Quarterly, 18, Summer 1995, 113 to 122. 13. New York Times, April 8, 1994, p. A3, June 13, 1994, pages DL, D5, January 4, 1995, p. A8, Mahathir Interview with Ami, pages 2, 5, Asian Trade New Directions, Amex Bank Review, 20, March 22, 1993, 1 to 7. 14. C. Brian Polans, Does Trade Still Follow the Flag? American Political Science Review, 83, June 1989, 465 to 480, Joanne Gowa and Edward D. Mansfield, Power Politics and International Trade, American Political Science Review, 87, June 1993, 408 to 421, and David M. Rowe, Trade and Security in International Relations. Unpublished paper, Ohio State University, September 15, 1994, Passim. 15. Sidney W. Mintz, Can Haiti Change? Foreign Affairs, 75, January/February 1995, 73. Ernesto Perez Balladares and Jocelyn McCalla quoted in Haiti's Traditions of Isolation Makes U.S. Task Harder, Washington Post, July 25, 1995, p. al. 16. Economist, October 23, 1993, page 53. 17. Boston Globe, March 21, 1993, pages 1, 16, 17. Economist, November 19, 1994, page 23, June 11, 1994, page 90. The similarity between Turkey and Mexico in this respect has been pointed out by Barry Buzen, New Patterns of Global Security in the 21st Century, International Affairs, 67, July 1991, 449, and Jagdish Budvadi, The World Trading System at Risk, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1991, page 72. 18. C. Marquis de Custine, Empire of the Tsar, A Journey Through Eternal Russia, New York, Doubleday, 1989, originally published in Paris in 1844, Passim. 19. Pikia. Jadiev, Articles and Letters, Stadii I Pisma, Moscow, 1989, page 178 and N here. Danilevsky, Russia and Europe, Rossiya I Evropa, Moscow, 1991, pages. Notes, pages 143-5337 267 to 268, quoted in Sergei Vladislavich Chugrov, Russia Between East and West, in Steve Hirsch, edition, Memo 3, In Search of Answers in a Post-Soviet Era, Washington, D.C., Bureau of National Affairs, 1992, page 138. 20. C. Leon Aaron, The Battle for the Soul of Russian Foreign Policy, The American Enterprise, 3, NOV/December 1992, LOF, Alexei G. Arbatov, Russia's Foreign Policy Alternatives, International Security, 18, Fall 1993, 5 ff. 21. Sergei Stankevich, Russia in Search of Itself, National Interest, 28, Summer 1992, 48-49. 22. Albert Motivens, Openness to the West, in European Russia, RFE/RL Research Report, 1, November 27, 1992, 60-62. Scholars have calculated the allocation of votes in different ways with minor differences in results. I have relied on the analysis by Sergei Chugrov, Political Tendencies in Russia's Regions, Evidence from the 1993 Parliamentary Elections, unpublished paper, Harvard University, 1994. 23. Chugrov, Russia Between, page 140. 24. Samuel P. Huntington, Political Order in Changing Societies, New Haven, Yale University Press, 1968, pages 350-351. 25. Dugo Bazoglu Cesar, Turkey's Grand Strategy Facing a Dilemma, International Spectator, 27, January/March 1992, 24. 26. Clyde Haberman, On Iraq's Other Front, New York Times Magazine, November 18, 1990, page 42, Brusper, Kinihom, Turkey and the West, Foreign Affairs, 70, Spring 1991, 35-36. 27. Ian Lesser, Turkey in the West After the Gulf War, International Spectator, 27, January/March 1992, 33. 28. Financial Times, March 9, 1992, page 2, New York Times, April 5, 1992, p. 3, Tansu Siller, The Role of Turkey in The New World, Strategic Review, 22, Winter 1994, page 9, Haberman, Iraq's Other Front, page 44, John Murray Brown, Tansu Siller and the Question of Turkish Identity, World Policy Journal, 11, Fall 1994, 58. 29. Cesar, Turkey's Grand Strategy, page 27, Washington Post, March 22, 1992, New York Times, June 19, 1994, page 4. 30. New York Times, August 4, 1993, p. A3, June 19, 1994, page 4, Philip Robbins, Between Sentiment and Self-Interest, Turkey's Policy Toward Azerbaijan and the Central Asian States, Middle East Journal, 47, Autumn 1993, 593 to 610, Economist, June 17, 1995, pages 38 to 39. 31. Bari Yilmaz, Turkey's New Role in International Politics, Asin Politik, 45, January 1994, 94. 32. Berik Rouleau, The Challenges to Turkey, Foreign Affairs, 72, November/December 1993, 119. 33. Rouleau, Challenges, pages 120 to 121, New York Times, March 26, 1989, page 14. 34. Ibid, 35. Brown, Question of Turkish Identity, page 58. 36. Sezer, Turkey's Grand Strategy, pages 29 to 30. 37. Siller, Turkey into the New World, page 9. Brown, Question of Turkish Identity, page 56. Tansu Siller, Turkey and NATO, Stability in the Vortex of Change, NATO Review, 42, April 1994, 6. Suleiman Demirel, BBC Summary of World Broadcasts, February 2, 1994. For other uses of the bridge metaphor, see Bruce R. Kuniholm, Turkey and the West, Foreign Affairs, 70, Spring 1991, 39, Lesser, Turkey and the West, page 33. 38. Octavio Paz, The Border of Time, interview with Nathan Gardells, New Perspectives Quarterly, 8, Winter 1991, 36. 39. For an expression of this last concern, see Daniel Patrick Moynihan, Free Trade 338 Notes, pages 151 to 69 with an Unfree Society, A Commitment and Its Consequences, National Interest, Summer 1995, 28 to 33. 40. Financial Times, 11 to 12 September 1993, page 4, New York Times, August 16, 1992, page 3. 41. Economist, July 23, 1994, page 35, Irene Moss, Human Rights Commissioner, Australia, New York Times, August 16, 1992, page 3, Economist, July 23, 1994, page 35, Boston Globe, July 7, 1993, page 2, Cable News Network, News Report, December 16, 1993, Richard Higgett, Closing a Branch Office of Empire, Australian Foreign Policy and the UK at Century's End, International Affairs, 70, January 1994, 58. 42. Jot Sujamiko, The Australian, May 5, 1993, page 18 quoted in Higgett, Closing a Branch, page 62, Higgett, Closing a Branch, page 63, Economist, December 12, 1993, page 34. 43. Transcript, Interview with Kanish Ami, October 24, 1994, pages 5 to 6. See also Japan Times, November 1, 1994, page 19. 44. Former Ambassador Richard Wolcott, Australia, New York Times, August 16, 1992, page 3. 45. Paul Kelly, Reinventing Australia, National Interest, 30, Winter 1992, 66, Economist, December 11, 1993, page 34, Higgett, Closing a Branch, page 58. 46. Lee Kuan Yew quoted in Higgett, Closing a Branch, page 49. Chapter 7.1. Economist, January 14, 1995, page 45, November 26, 1994, page 56, summarizing Juppé article in Le Monde, November 18, 1994, New York Times, September 4, 1994, page 11. 2. Michael Howard, Lessons of the Cold War, Survival, 36, Winter 1994, 102, 103, Pierre Béhar, Central Europe, The New Lines of Fracture, Geopolitique, 39, English edition, August 1992, 42, Max Jacobson, Collective Security in Europe Today, Washington Quarterly, 18, Spring 1995, 69, Max Beloff. Fault Lines and Steeples, The Divided Loyalties of Europe, National Interest, 23, Spring 1991, 78. 3. Andreas Zaplatka, Vienna and the Mirror of History, Geopolitique, 35, English edition, Autumn 1991, 25, by Tautas Landsbergis, The Choice, Geopolitique, 35, English edition, Autumn 1991, 3, New York Times, April 23, 1995, p. 5e. 4. Carl Bildt, The Baltic Litmus Test, Foreign Affairs, 73, September/October 1994, 84. 5. New York Times, June 15, 1995, p. A10. 6. RFE/RL Research Bulletin, 10, March 16, 1993, 1, 6. 7. William D. Jackson, Imperial Temptations, Ethnics Abroad, Orbis, 38, Winter 1994, 5. 8. Ian Brzezinski, New York Times, July 13, 1994, p. A8. 9. John F. Mearsheimer, The Case for a Ukrainian Nuclear Deterrent, Debate, Foreign Affairs, 72, Summer 1993, 50-66. 10. New York Times, January 31, 1994, p. A8. 11. Quoted in Ola Tunander, New European Dividing Lines, in Walter Angel, edition, Norway Facing a Changing Europe, Perspectives and Options, Oslo, Norwegian Foreign Policy Studies No. 79, Fridtjof Nansen Institute et al., 1992, page 55. 12. John Morrison, Pereyaslav and After, The Russian-Ukrainian Relationship, International Affairs, 69, October 1993, 677. 13. John King Fairbank, edition, The Chinese World Order, Traditional China's Foreign Relations, Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1968, pages 2-3. 14. Perry Link, The Old Man's New China, New York Review of Books, June 9, 1994, page 32. 15. Perry Link, China's Core Problem, Daedalus, 122, Spring 1993, 205, Wake Notes, pages 170-76, 339. Ming 2, Cultural China, The Periphery as the Center/Daedalus, 120, Spring 1991, 22, Economist, July 8, 1995, pages 31-32. 16. Economist, November 27, 1993, page 33, July 17, 1993, page 61. 17. Economist, November 27, 1993, page 33, Yoichi Funabashi, The Asianization of Asia, Foreign Affairs, 72, November/December 1993, 80. See in General Murray Wiedenbaum and Samuel Hughes, The Bamboo Network, New York, Free Press, 1996. 18. Christopher Gray, quoted in Washington Post, December 1, 1992, p. A30. Lee Kuan Yew, quoted in Maggie Farley, The Bamboo Network, Boston Globe Magazine, April 17, 1994, page 38. International Herald Tribune, November 23, 1993. 19. International Herald Tribune, November 23, 1993, George Hicks and J.A.C. Mackey, A Question of Identity. Despite media hype, they are firmly settled in Southeast Asia, Far Eastern Economic Review, July 14, 1994, page 47. 20. Economist, April 16, 1994, page 71, Nicholas D. Kristof, The Rise of China, Foreign Affairs, 72, November/December 1993, 48, Garrett W. Gong, China's Fourth Revolution, Washington Quarterly, 17, Winter 1994, 37, Wall Street Journal, May 17, 1993, p. A7a, Murray L. Wiedenbaum, Greater China, The Next Economic Superpower. St. Louis, Washington University Center for the Study of American Business, Contemporary Issues Series 57, February 1993, pages 2 to 3. 21. Stephen Mufson, Washington Post, August 14, 1994, p. A30, Newsweek, July 19, 1993, page 24. Economist, May 7, 1993, page 35. 22. C. Walter C. Clemens, Jr. and June John, Cheng Chinqua's role in the ROC-PRC reconciliation, American Asian Review, 12, Spring 1994, 151 to 154. 23. Ku Chin Fu, quoted in Economist, May 1, 1993, page 31, link Old Man's New China, page 32. C. Cross-Strait Relations, Historical Lessons, Free China Review, 44, October 1994, 42 to 52. Gong, China's Fourth Revolution, page 39, Economist, July 2, 1994, page 18, Gerald Siegel, China's Changing Shape, The Muddle Kingdom. Foreign Affairs, 73, May/June 1994, 49, Ross H. Monroe, Giving Taipei a Place at the Table, Foreign Affairs, 73, November/December 1994, 115, Wall Street Journal, May 17, 1993, p. A7a, Free China Journal, July 29, 1994, page 1. 24, Economist, July 10, 1993, pages 28 to 29, April 2, 1994, pages 34 to 35, International Herald Tribune, November 23, 1993, Wall Street Journal, May 17, 1993, p. A7a. 25, Ira M. Lapidus, History of Islamic Societies, Cambridge, UK, Cambridge University Press, 1988, page 3. 26, Mohammad Zahim Ogurbi, Tribalism, Religion, and the Challenge of Political Participation, The Case of Libya, paper presented to Conference on Democratic Challenges in the Arab World, Center for Political and International Development Studies, Cairo, 22 to 27 September 1992, pages 1, 9. Economist, Survey of the Arab East, February 6, 1988, page 7. Adlan A. El Hardalo, Suf Patterns, pages 448 to 449. Bernard Lewis, The Roots of Muslim Rage, Why So Many Muslims Deeply Resent the West and Why Their Bitterness Will Not Be Easily Mollified, Onti Monthly, 266, September 1990, 60. 8. Mohammed Sid Ahmed, Cybernetic Colonialism and the Moral Search, New Perspectives Quarterly, 11, Spring 1994, 19, M. J. Akbar, quoted time, June 15, 1992, page 24, Abdelwahab Belwal, quoted Abid, page 26. 9. William H. McNeill, Epilogue, Fundamentalism and the World of the 1990s, in Martin E. Marty and R. Scott Appleby, eds, Fundamentalisms and Society, Reclaiming the Sciences, the Family, and Education, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, page 569. 10. Fatima Mernissi, Islam and Democracy, Fear of the Modern World, Reading, Massachusetts, Addison Wesley, 1992. 11. For a selection of such reports, see Economist, August 1, 1992, pages 34 to 35. 12. John E. Riley, edition, American Public Opinion and U.S. Foreign Policy J. 995, Chicago, Chicago Council on Foreign Relations, 1995, page 21, Le Monde, September 20, 1991, page 12, cited in Margaret Blunden, Insecurity on Europe's Southern Flank, Survival, 36, Summer 1994, 138. Richard Morin, Washington Post, National Weekly ed., 8 to 1 November 4, L 993, page 37, Foreign Policy Association, National Opinion Ballot Report, November 1994, page 5. 13. Boston Globe, June 3, 1994, page 18, John L. Esposito, Symposium, Resurgent Islam in the Middle East Policy 3, number 2, 1994, 9, International Herald Tribune, May 10, 1994, pages 1, 4. Christian Science Monitor, February 24, 1995, page 1. 14. Robert Ellsworth, Wall Street Journal, March 1, 1995, page 15. William T. Johnson, NATO's New Frontline, The Growing Importance of the Southern Tier, Carlisle Barracks, PA, Strategic Studies Institute, U.S. Army War College, 1992, page 7. Robin Laird, French Security Policy in Transition, Dynamics of Continuity and Change, Washington, D.C. Institute for National Strategic Studies, McNair Paper 38, March 1995, pages 50 to 52. 15. Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, Islam and Revolution, Berkeley, California, Mizzen Press, 1981, page 305. 16. Economist, November 23, 1991, page 15. Notes, pages 219 to 26, 343, 17. Barry Buzen and Gerald Siegel, Rethinking East Asian Security, Survival, 36, Summer 1994, 15. 18. Can China's Armed Forces Win the Next War? Excerpts translated and published in Ross H. Monroe, Eavesdropping on the Chinese Military, Where It Expects War, Where It Doesn't, Orbis, 38, Summer 1994, 365. The authors of this document went on to say that the use of military force against Taiwan would be a really unwise decision. 19. Buzen and Siegel, Rethinking East Asian Security, page 7, Richard K. Betts, Wealth, Power, and Instability, East Asia and the United States After the Cold War, International Security, 18, Winter 1993-94, 34 to 77, Aaron L. Friedberg, Ripe for Rivalry, Prospects for Peace in Multipolar Asia, International Security, 18, Winter 1993-94, 5 to 33. 20. Can China's Armed Forces Win the Next War? Excerpts translated in Monroe, Eavesdropping on the Chinese, pages 355 ff. New York Times, November 16, 1993, p. A6, Friedberg, Ripe for Rivalry, page 7. 21. Desmond Ball, Arms and Affluence, Military Acquisitions in the Asia-Pacific Region, International Security, 18, Winter 1993-94, 95 to 111, Michael T. Clare, The Next Great Arms Race, Foreign Affairs, 72, Summer 1993, 137 ff. Buzen and Siegel, Rethinking East Asian Security, pages 8 to 11. Gerald Siegel, Managing New Arms Races in the Asia/Pacific, Washington Quarterly, 15, Summer 1992, 83 to 102, Economist, February 20, 1993, pages 19 to 22. 22. C.E.G., Economist, June 26, 1993, page 75, July 24, 1995, page 25, Time, July 3, 1995, pages 30 to 31, and on China, Jacob Heilbrunn, The Next Cold War, New Republic, November 20, 1995, pages 27 ff. 23. For discussion of the varieties of trade wars and when they may lead to military wars, see David Rowe, Trade Wars and International Security, The Political Economy of International Economic Conflict, Working Paper No. 6, Project on the Changing Security Environment and American National Interests, John M. Olin Institute for Strategic Studies, Harvard University, July 1994, pages 7 ff. 24. New York Times, July 6, 1993, p. al. A6, Time, February 10, 1992, pages 16 ff. Economist, February 17, 1990, pages 21 to 24, Boston Globe, November 25, 1991, pages 1, 8, Dan Oberdorfer, Washington Post, March 1, 1992, p. al. 25. Quoted New York Times, April 21, 1992, p. A10, New York Times, September 22, 1991, p. E2, April 21, 1992, p. al. September 19, 1991, p. A7, August 1, 1995, p. A2, International Herald Tribune, August 24, 1995, page 4. China Post, Taipei, August 26, 1995, page 2. New York Times, August 1, 1995, PA2, citing David Shambo report on interviews in Beijing. 26. Donald Zagoria, American Foreign Policy Newsletter, October 1993, page 3. Can China's armed forces win the next war? In Monroe, eavesdropping on the Chinese military, pages 355 ff. 27. Roger C. Altman, Why Pressure Tokyo? The U.S.-Japan Rift, Foreign Affairs, 73, May-June 1994, page 3. Jeffrey Garden, The Clinton Asia Policy, International Economy, 8, March-April 1994, 18. 28. Edward J. Lincoln, Japan's Unequal Trade, Washington, D.C., Brookings Institution, 1990, pages 2-3. C.C. Fred Bergston and Marcus Noland, Reconcilable Differences. United States-Japan Economic Conflict, Washington, Institute for International Economics, 1993, Isuke Sakakibara, Less Like You, International Economy, April-May 1990, 36, who distinguishes the American capitalistic market economy from the Japanese non-capitalistic market economy, Marie and Cortigi, Japanese-American 344 notes. Pages 226-36 Trade Conflict and Supercomputers, Political Science Quarterly, 109, Spring 1994, 36, citing Rudiger Dornbusch, Paul Krugman, Edward J. Lincoln, and Mordecai E. Cranen, Eamon Fingleton, Japan's Invisible Leviathan, Foreign Affairs, 74, March/April 1995, page 70. 29. For a good summary of differences in culture, values, social relations, and attitudes, see Seymour Martin Lipset, American Exceptionalism, A Double-Edged Sword, New York, W. W. Morton, 1996, Chapter 7, American Exceptionalism, Japanese Uniqueness. 30. Washington Post, May 5, 1994, p. 38, Daily Telegraph, May 6, 1994, page 16, Boston Globe, May 6, 1994, page 11, New York Times, February 13, 1994, page 10, Carl D. Jackson, How to Rebuild America's Stature in Asia, Orbis, 39, Winter 1995, 14, Yohei Kono. Quoted in Chalmers Johnson and E. B. Keene, The Pentagon's Ossified Strategy, Foreign Affairs, 74, July-August 1995, 106. 31, New York Times, May 2, 1994, p. 10. 32, Barry Buzen and Gerald Siegel, Asia, Skepticism About Optimism, National Interest, 39, Spring 1995, 83-84, Arthur Waldron, Deterring China, Commentary, 100, October 1995, 18, Nicholas D. Christoph, The Rise of China, Foreign Affairs, 72, November/December 1993, 74. 33, Stephen P. Walt, Alliance Formation in Southwest Asia, Balancing and Bandwagoning in Cold War Competition, in Robert Jervis and Jack Snyder, eds, Dominoes and Bandwagons, Strategic Beliefs and Great Power Competition in the Eurasian Rimland, New York, Oxford University Press, 1991, pages 53, 69. 34, Randall L. Schweller, Bandwagoning for Profit, Bringing the Revisionist State Back in, International Security, 19, Summer 1994, 72 ff. 35. Lucian W. Pai, Dynamics of Factions and Consensus in Chinese Politics, A Model and Some Propositions, Santa Monica, California, Rand, 1980, page 120, Arthur Waldron, From War to Nationalism, China's Turning Point, 1924-1925, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1995, pages 48-49, 212. Avery Goldstein, From Bandwagon to Balance of Power Politics, Structured Constraints in Politics in China, 1949-1978, Stanford, California, Stanford University Press, 1991, pages 5-6, 35 ff. See also, Lucian W. Pai, Social Science Theories in Search of Chinese Realities, China Quarterly, 132, December 1992, 1161–1171. 36. Samuel S. Kim and Lowell Dittmer, Whether China's Quest for National Identity, in Lowell Dittmer and Samuel S. Kim, eds, China's Quest for National Identity, Ithaca, New York, Cornell University Press, 1991, page 240. Paul Dibb, Towards a New Balance of Power in Asia, London, International Institute for Strategic Studies, Adelphi Paper 295, 1995, pages 10–16, Roderick McFarher, The Post-Confucian Challenge, Economist, February 9, 1980, pages 67–72, Kishore Mahbubani, The Pacific Impulse. Survival, 37, Spring 1995, 117, James L. Richardson, Asia Pacific, The Case for Geopolitical Optimism, National Interest, 38, Winter 1994–95, 32, Paul Dibb, Towards a New Balance, page 13. C. Nicola Baker and Leonard C. Sebastian, The Problem with Parachuting, Strategic Studies and Security in the Asia/Pacific Region, Journal of Strategic Studies, 18, September 1995, 15 ff, for an extended discussion of the inapplicability to Asia of European-based concepts, such as the balance of power and the security dilemma. 37, Economist, December 23, 1995, January 5, 1996, pages 39–40. 38, Richard K. Betts, Vietnam's Strategic Predicament, Survival, 37, Autumn 1995, 61 ff, 76. 39, New York Times, November 12, 1994, page 6, November 24, 1994, p. 12, Internet Notes, pages 237–48, 345. Tynel Herald Tribune, November 8, 1994, page 1, Michelle Oxenberg, Washington Post, September 3, 1995, p. cl 40. Jitsuo Tsukiyama, The End of the Alliance. Dilemmas in the U.S.-Japan Relations, unpublished paper, Harvard University, John M. Olin Institute for Strategic Studies, 1994, pages 18–19. 41, Ivan P. Hall, Japan's Asia Card, National Interest, 38, Winter 1994–95, 26, Kishore Mahbubani, The Pacific Impulse, page 117. 42, Mike M. Mochizuki, Japan and the Strategic Quadrangle, in Michael Mandelbaum, edition, The Strategic Quadrangle, Russia, China, Japan, and the United States in East Asia, New York, Council on Foreign Relations, 1995, pages 130–139, Asahi Shimbun reported in Christian Science Monitor, January 10, 1995, page 7. 43, Financial Times, September 10, 1992, page 6, Samina Yasmin, Pakistan's Cautious Foreign Policy, Survival, 36, Summer 1994, page 121, 127–128, Bruce Bond, Shifting Geopolitical Realities Between South, Southwest and Central Asia, Central Asian Survey, 13, number 2, 1994, 313, editorial, Hamshari, August 30, 1994, pages 1, 4, in FBIS NES 94-173, September 2, 1994, page 77. 44, Graham E. Fuller, The Appeal of Iran, National Interest, 37, Fall 1994, page 95, Muammar al-Qaddafi, Sermon, Tripoli, Libya, March 13, 1994, in FBS NES 94-049, March 14, 1994, page 21. 45, Faridun Fesharaki, East-West Center, Hawaii, quoted in New York Times, April 3, 1994, p. 3. 46, Stephen J. Blank, Challenging the New World Order, The Arms Transfer Policies of the Russian Republic, Carlisle Barracks, PA, U.S. Army War College, Strategic Studies Institute, 1993, pages 53–60. 47, International Herald Tribune, August 25, 1995, page 5. 48. J. Mohan Malik, India Copes with the Kremlin's Fall, Orbis, 37, Winter 1993, 75. Chapter 10.1. Mahdi El Mandra, Der Spiegel, February 11, 1991, cited in El Mandra, Cultural Diversity, Key to Survival in the Future, First Mexican Congress on Future Studies, Mexico City, 26 to 27 September 1994, pages 3 to 11. 2. David C. Rappaport, Comparing Militant Fundamentalist Groups in Martin E. Marty and R. Scott Appleby, eds, Fundamentalisms and the State, Remaking Polities, Economies, and Militants, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1993, page 445. 3. Ted Galen Carpenter, The Unintended Consequences of Afghanistan, World Policy Journal, 11, Spring 1994, 78 to 79, 81, 82, Anthony Hyman, Arab Involvement in the Afghan War, Beirut Review, 7, Spring 1994, 78, 82, Mary and Weaver, Letter from Pakistan, Children of the Jihad, New Yorker, June 12, 1995, pages 44 to 45, Washington Post, July 24, 1995, P. Al., New York Times, March 20, 1995, page 1, March 28, 1993, page 14. 4. Tin Weiner, Blowback from the Afghan Battlefield, New York Times Magazine, March 13, 1994, page 54. 5. Harrison J. Golden, New York Times, August 28, 1992, p. A25. 6. James Piscatori, Religion and Realpolitik, Islamic Responses to the Gulf War, in James Piscatori, edition, Islamic Fundamentalisms and the Gulf Crisis, Chicago, Fundamentalism Project, American Academy of Arts and Sciences, 1991, pages 1, 6 to 7. See also Fatima Mernissi, Islam and Democracy, Fear of the Modem World, Reading, Massachusetts, Addison Wesley, pages 16 to 17. 346 Notes, pages 248 to 55-7. Rami G. Khoury, Collage of Comment, The Gulf War and the Mideast Peace, The Appeal of Saddam Hussein, New Perspectives Quarterly, 8, Spring 1991, 56. 8. And Mosley Lesh, Contrasting Reactions to the Persian Gulf Crisis, Egypt, Syria, Jordan, and the Palestinians, Middle East Journal, 45, Winter 1991, page 43, Time, December 3, 1990, page 70, Canon Micaiah, Cruelty and Silence, War, Tyranny, Uprising, and the Arab World, New York, W. W. Norton, 1993, pages 242 ff. 9. Eric Evans, Arab Nationalism and the Persian Gulf War, Harvard Middle Eastern and Islamic Review, 1, February 1994, page 28, Sari Nusselbeh, quoted time, October 15, 1990, pages 54 to 55. 10. Karen Haggad, 1 Year After the Storm, Civil Society, Cairo, 5, May 1992, 12. 11. Boston Globe, February 19, 1991, page 7, Safar al-Hawali, quoted by Maman Fandi, New York Times, November 24, 1990, page 21, King Hussein, quoted by David S. Landis, Islam Dunk, The Wars of Muslim Resentment, New Republic, April 8, 1991, pages 15 to 16, Fatima Mernissi, Islam and Democracy, page 102. 12. Safar al-Hawali, Infidels, Without and Within, New Perspectives Quarterly, 8, Spring 1991, 51. 13. New York Times, February 1, 1991, p. A7, Economist, February 2, 1991, page 32. 14. Washington Post, January 29, 1991, p. A10, February 24, 1991, p. BL, New York Times, October 20, 1990, page 4. 15. Quoted in Saturday Star, Johannesburg, January 19, 1991, page 3, Economist, January 26, 1991, pages 31 to 33. 16. Sohail H. Hazmi, Review of Muhammad Haikal, Illusions of Triumph, Harvard Middle Eastern and Islamic Review, 1, February 1994, 107, Mernisai, Islam and Democracy, page 102. 17. Shibli Telhami, Arab Public Opinion and the Gulf War, Political Science Quarterly, 108, Fall 1993, 451. 18. International Herald Tribune, June 28, 1993, page 10. 19. Roy Licklider, The Consequences of Negotiated Settlements in Civil Wars, 1945-93, American Political Science Review, 89, September 1995, 685, who defines communal wars as identity wars, and Samuel P. Huntington, Civil Violence and the Process of Development, in Civil Violence and the International System, London. International Institute for Strategic Studies, Adelphi Paper No. 83, December 1971, 12-14, who cites as the 5 major characteristics of communal wars a high degree of polarization, ideological ambivalence, particularism, large amounts of violence, and protracted duration. 20. These estimates come from newspaper accounts and Ted Robert Gurr and Barbara Harf, Ethnic Conflict in World Politics, Boulder, Westview Press, 1994, pages 160-165. 21. Richard H. Schultz, Jr. and William J. Olson, Ethnic and Religious Conflict, Emerging Threat to U.S. Security, Washington, D.C., National Strategy Information Center, pages 17 ff. H. D. S. Greenway, Boston Globe, December 3, 1992, page 19. 22. Roy Licklider, Settlements in Civil Wars, page 685, Gurr and Harf, Ethnic Conflict, page 11, Trent N. Thomas, Global Assessment of Current and Future Trends in Ethnic and Religious Conflict, in Robert L. Pfalzgraf, Jr. and Richard H. Schultz, Jr., eds, Ethnic Conflict and Regional Instability, Implications for U.S. Policy and Army Roles and Missions. Carlisle Barracks, PA, Strategic Studies Institute, U.S. Army War College, 1994, page 36. 23. C. Schultz and Olson, Ethnic and Religious Conflict, pages 3-9, Sagata Bose, Notes, pages 257-67, 347, Factors Causing the Proliferation of Ethnic and Religious Conflict, in Pfalzgraf and Schultz, Ethnic Conflict and Regional Instability, pages 43-49, Michael E. Brown, Causes and Implications of Ethnic Conflict, in Michael E. Brown, edition, Ethnic Conflict and International Security, Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press, 1993, pages 3-26. For a counterargument that ethnic conflict has not increased since the end of the Cold War, C. Thomas, Global Assessment of Current and Future Trends in Ethnic and Religious Conflict, pages 33-41. 24. Ruth Leger Savard, World Military and Social Expenditures, J. 993, Washington, D.C., World Priorities Incorporated, 1993, pages 20-22. 25. James L. Payne, Why Nations Arm, Oxford, Beath Blackwell, 1989, page 124. 26. Christopher B. Stone, Westphalia and Hudaybiyah, A Survey of Islamic Perspectives on the Use of Force as Conflict Management Technique, unpublished paper, Harvard University, pages 27-31, and Jonathan Wilkenfeld, Michael Brecker, and Sheila Moser, eds, Crises in the 20th Century, Oxford, Pergamon Press, 1988-89, 2-15, 161. 27. Gary Fuller, The Demographic Backdrop to Ethnic Conflict, A Geographic Overview, in Central Intelligence Agency, The Challenge of Ethnic Conflict to National and International Order in the 1990s, Geographic Perspectives, Washington, D.C., Central Intelligence Agency, RTT 95-10039, October 1995. Pages 151-154. 28. New York Times, October 16, 1994, page 3, Economist, August 5, 1995, page 32. 29. United Nations Department for Economic and Social Information and Policy Analysis, Population Division, World Population Prospects, the 1994 revision, New York, United Nations, 1995, pages 29, 51, Dennis Dragowski, Threshold of Violence, Freedom Review, 26, March-April 1995, 11. 30, Susan Woodward, Balkan Tragedy, Chaos and Dissolution After the Cold War, Washington, D.C., Brookings Institution, 1995, pages 32 to 35, Branka Magas, The Destruction of Yugoslavia, Tracking the Breakup 1980 to 92, London, Verso, 1993, pages 6, 19. 31, Paul Magis, Yugoslavian Inferno, Ethno-Religious Warfare in the Balkans, New York, Continuum, 1994, pages 95 to 96, Magas, Destruction of Yugoslavia, pages 49 to 73, Arie Nair, Kosovo Survives, New York Review of Books, February 3, 1994, page 26. 32, Alex Agilas, A Profile of Slobodan Milosevic, Foreign Affairs, 72, Summer 1993, 83. 33, Woodward, Balkan Tragedy, pages 33 to 35, Figures derived from Yugoslav censuses and other sources, William T. Johnson, Deciphering the Balkan Enigma, Using History to Inform Policy, Carlisle Barracks, Strategic Studies Institute, 1993, page 25, citing Washington Post, December 6, 1992, Pev. C2, New York Times, November 4, 1995, page 6. 34, Bogdan Denis Denic, Ethnic Nationalism, The Tragic Death of Yugoslavia, Minneapolis, University of Minnesota Press, 1994, pages 108 to 109. 35, Payne, Why Nations Arm, pages 125, 127. 36, Middle East International, January 20, 1995, page 2. Chapter 11:1. Roy Licklider, The Consequences of Negotiated Settlements in Civil Wars, 1945 to 93, American Political Science Review, 89, September 1995, 685. 2. C. Barry R. Posen, The Security Dilemma and Ethnic Conflict, in Michael E. Brown, edition, Ethnic Conflict and International Security, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1993, pages 103 to 124. 3. Roland Danruther, Creating New States in Central Asia, International Institute 348 Notes, pages 267 to 75 for Strategic Studies/Brassies, Adelphi Paper Number 288, March 1994, pages 30 to 31, Dejoni Adivolo, quoted in Ursula Doroszewska, The Forgotten War, What Really Happened in Tajikistan, Uncaptive Minds, 6, Fall 1993, 33. 4. Economist, August 26, 1995, page 43, January 20th, 1996, page 21. 5. Boston Globe, November 8, 1993, page 2, Brian Murray, Peace in the Caucasus, Multi-Ethnic Stability in Dagestan, Central Asian Survey, 13, number 4, 1994, 514 to 515, New York Times, November 11, 1991, p. A7, December 17, 1994, page 7, Boston Globe, September 1, 1994, page 16, December 17, 1994, pages. IFF. 6. Raju G. C. Thomas, Secessionist Movements in South Asia, Survival, 36, Summer 1994, 99 to 101, 109, Stefan Wagstill, Kashmiri Conflict Destroys It, Paradise, Financial Times, 23 to 2 October 4, 1993, page 3. 7. Elijah Izetbegovic, The Islamic Declaration, 1991, pages 23, 33. 8. New York Times, February 4, 1995, page 4, June 15, 1995, p. A12, June 16, 1995, p. A12. 9. Economist, January 20, 1996, page 21, New York Times, February 4, 1995, page 4. 10. Stojan Obradovic, Tuzla, The Last Oasis, Uncaptive Minds, 7, Fall-Winter 1994, 12-13. 11. Fiona Hill, Russia's Tinderbox, Conflict in the North Caucasus and its Implications for the Future of the Russian Federation, Harvard University, John F. Kennedy School of Government, Strengthening Democratic Institutions Project, September 1995, page 104. 12. New York Times, December 6, 1994, p. A3. 13. C. Modges, Yugoslavian Inferno, Chapter 7, The Religious Component in Wars, Denich, Ethnic Nationalism, The Tragic Death of Yugoslavia, pages 29-30, 72-73, 131-133, New York Times, September 17, 1992, p. A14. Misha Glenny, Carnage in Bosnia, for starters, New York Times, July 29, 1993, p. A23. 14. New York Times, May 13, 1995, p. A3, November 7, 1993, p. E4, March 13, 1994, p. E3, Boris Yeltsin, quoted in Barnett R. Rubin, The Fragmentation of Tajikistan, Survival, 35, Winter 1993-94, 86. 15. New York Times, March 7, 1994, page 1, October 26, 1995, p. A25, September 24, 1995, p. E3, Stanley Jayaraja Tambia, Sri Lanka, Ethnic Fratricide and the Dismantling of Democracy, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1986, page 19. 16. Khalid Duran, quoted in Richard H. Schultz, Jr. and William J. Olson, Ethnic and Religious Conflict, Emerging Threat to U.S. Security, Washington, D.C., National Strategy Information Center, page 25. 17. Cocking Tololian, The Impact of Diasporas in U.S. Foreign Policy, in Robert L. Pfalzgraf, Jr. and Richard H. Schultz, Jr., eds, Ethnic Conflict and Regional Instability, Implications for U.S. Policy and Army Roles and Missions, Carlisle Barracks, PA, Strategic Studies Institute, U.S. Army War College, 1994, page 156. 18. New York Times, June 25, 1994, p. A6, August 7, 1994, p. A9, Economist, October 31, 1992, page 38, August 19, 1995, page 32, Boston Globe, May 16, 1994, page 12, April 3, 1995, page 12. 19. Economist, February 27, 1988, page 25, April 8, 1995, page 34, David C. Rappaport, The Role of External Forces in Supporting Ethno-Religious Conflict, in Pfalzgraf and Schultz, Ethnic Conflict and Regional Instability, page 64. 20. Rappaport, External Forces, page 66, New York Times, July 19, 1992, p. E3, Carolyn Fleur Laban, Protracted Civil War in the Sudan, Its Future as a Multi-Religious, Multi-Ethnic State, Fletcher Forum of World Affairs, 16, Summer 1992, 73. 21. Stephen R. Weissman, Sri Lanka, A Nation Disintegrates, New York Times Magazine, December 13, 1987, page 85. Notes, pages 275 to 83, 34922. New York Times, April 29, 1984, page 6, June 19, 1995, p. A3, September 24, 1995, page 9, Economist, June 11, 1988, page 38, August 26, 1995, page 29, May 20, 1995, page 35, November 4, 1995, page 39. 23. Barnett Rubin, Fragmentation of Tajikistan, pages 84, 88, New York Times, July 29, 1993, page 11, Boston Globe, August 4, 1993, page 4. On the development of the war in Tajikistan, I have relied largely on Barnett R. Rubin, The Fragmentation of Tajikistan, Survival, 35, Winter 1993-94, 71-91, Roland Danrother, Creating New States in Central Asia, International Institute for Strategic Studies, Adelphi Paper No. 288, March 1994, Hafizullah Ahmadi, State, Ideology, and Islamic Resurgence in Tajikistan, Central Asian Survey, 13, No. 4, 1994, 565-574, and newspaper accounts. 24. Bruzila Dorozuska, Caucasus Wars, Uncaptive Minds, 7, Winter-Spring 1994, 86. 25. Economist, November 28, 1992, page 58, Hill, Russia's Tinderbox, page 50. 26. Moscow Times, January 20th, 1995, page 4, Hill, Russia's Tinderbox, page 90. 27. Economist, January 14th, 1995, pages 43 ff. New York Times, December 21st, 1994, p. A. 18, December 23rd, 1994, pages Al. A. 10, January 3rd, 1995, page 1, April 1st, 1995, page 3, December 11th, 1995, p. A. 6, Vikhen Shatirian, Chechnya and the Transcaucasian Republics, Swiss Review of World Affairs, February 1995, pages 10-11, Boston Globe, January 5th, 1995, pages IFF, August 12th, 1995, page 2. 28. Vera Tolles, Moscow and Russia's Ethnic Republics in the Wake of Chechnya, Center for Strategic and International Studies, Post-Soviet Prospects, 3, October 1995, 2, New York Times, December 20th, 1994, p. A. 14. 29. Hill, Russia's Tinderbox, page 4, Dmitry Temin, Decision Time for Russia, Moscow Times, February 3rd, 1995, page 8. 30. New York Times, March 1st, 1992, page 3, May 24th, 1992, page 7, Boston Globe, February 1993, page 1, Bari Yilmaz, Turkey's New Role in International Politics, Außenpolitik, 45, January 1994, 95, Boston Globe, April 1st, 1993, page 2. 31, Boston Globe, September 4th, 1993, page 2, September 5th, 1993, page 2, September 26th, 1993, page 7, New York Times, September 4th, 1993, page 5, September 5th, 1993, page 19, September 10th, 1993, p. A3. 32, New York Times, February 12th, 1993, p. A3, March 8th, 1992, page 20, April 5th, 1993, p. A7, April 15th, 1993, p. A9, Thomas Goltz, Letter from Eurasia, Russia's Hidden Hand, Foreign Policy, 92, Fall 1993, 98-104, Hill and Jewett, Back in the USSR, 33. Fiona Hill and Pamela Jewett, Back in the USSR, Russia's Intervention in the Internal Affairs of the Former Soviet Republics and the Implications for the United States Policy Toward Russia, Harvard University, John F. Kennedy School of Government, Strengthening Democratic Institutions Project, January 1994, page 10. 34. New York Times, May 22, 1992, p. A29, August 4th, 1993, p. A3, July 10th, 1994, p. E4, Boston Globe, December 25th, 1993, page 18, April 23rd, 1995, pages 1, 23. 35. Flora Lewis, Between TV and the Balkan War, New Perspectives Quarterly, 11, Summer 1994, 47, Hans W. Moll, Germany in the Yugoslav Crisis, Survival, 37, Winter 1995-96, 112, Wolfgang Krieger, Toward a Goalless Germany. Some Lessons from the Yugoslav Crisis, World Policy Journal, 11, Spring 1994, 31-32. 36, Misha Glenny, Yugoslavia, The Great Fall, New York Review of Books, March 23, 1993, page 61, Pierre Behar, Central Europe, The New Lines of Fracture, Geopolitique, 39, Autumn 1994, 44. 37, Pierre Behar, Central Europe and the Balkans Today, Strengths and Weaknesses, Geopolitique, 35, Autumn 1991, page 33, New York Times, September 23, 1993, p. 9, Washington Post, February 13, 1993, page 16, Janusz Bugajski, The Joy of War, 350 notes, pages 283 to 90. Post-Soviet Prospects, Center for Strategic and International Studies, March 18, 1993, page 4. 38, Dov Ronan, The Origins of Ethnic Conflict, Lessons from Yugoslavia, Australian National University, Research School of Pacific Studies, Working Paper No. 155, November 1994, pages 23 to 24. Bugajski, Joy of War, page 3. 39, New York Times, August 1, 1995, p. 6, October 28, 1995, pages 1, 5, August 5, 1995, page 4. Economist, November 11, 1995, pages 48 to 49. 40, Boston Globe, January 4, 1993, page 5, February 9, 1993, page 6, September 8, 1995, page 7, November 30, 1995, page 13, New York Times, September 18, 1995, p. 6, June 22, 1993, p. 23, Janusz Bugajski, Joy of War, page 4. 41, Boston Globe, March 1, 1993, page 4, February 21, 1993, page 11, December 5, 1993, page 30, Times, London, March 2, 1993, page 14, Washington Post, November 6, 1995, p. 15. 42, New York Times, April 2, 1995, page 10, April 30, 1995, page 4, July 30, 1995, page 8, November 19, 1995, p. 3. 43, New York Times, February 9, 1994, p. 12, February 10, 1994, p. al. June 7, 1995, p. al. Boston Globe, December 9, 1993, page 25, Europa Times, May 1994, page 6, Andreas Papandreou, Europe Turns Left, New Perspectives Quarterly, 11, Winter 1994, 53. 44, New York Times, September 10, 1995, page 12, September 13, 1995, p. All, September 18, 1995, p. 6, Boston Globe, September 8, 1995, page 2, September 12, 1995, page 1, September 10, 1995, page 28. 45, Boston Globe, December 16, 1995, page 8, New York Times, July 9, 1994, page 2. 46, Margaret Blunden, Insecurity on Europe's Southern Flank, Survival, 36, Summer 1994, 145, New York Times, December 16, 1993, p. 7. 47, Fouad Jami, Under Western Eyes, The Fate of Bosnia, report prepared for the International Commission on the Balkans of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace and the Aspen Institute, April 1996, pages 5ff, Boston Globe, August 14, 1993, page 2, Wall Street Journal, August 17, 1992, p. 4. 48, Yilmaz, Turkey's New Role, pages 94, 97. 49, Janusz Bugajski, Joy of War, page 4, New York Times, November 14, 1992, page 5, December 5, 1992, page 1, November 15, 1993, page 1, February 18, 1995, page 3, December 1, 1995, p. 14, December 3, 1995, page 1, December 16, 1995, page 6, January 24, 1996, pages. Al. A6, Susan Woodward, Balkan Tragedy, Chaos and Dissolution After the Cold War, Washington, D.C., Brookings Institution, 1995, pages 356 to 357, Boston Globe, November 10, 1992, page 7, July 13, 1993, page 10, June 24, 1995, page 9, September 22, 1995, pages 1, 15, Bill Gertz, Washington Times, June 2, 1994, p. Al. 50. Jane Sentinel, cited in Economist, August 6, 1994, page 41, Economist, February 12, 1994, page 21, New York Times, September 10, 1992, p. 6, December 5, 1992, page 6, January 26, 1993, p. 9, October 14, 1993, p. 14, May 14, 1994, page 6, April 15, 1995, page 3, June 15, 1995, p. 12, February 3, 1996, page 6, Boston Globe, April 14, 1995, page 2, Washington Post, February 2, 1996, page 1. 51, New York Times, January 23, 1994, page 1, Boston Globe, February 1, 1994, page 8. 52, On American Acquiescence in Muslim Arms Shipments, see New York Times, April 15, 1995, page 3, February 3, 1996, page 6, Washington Post, February 2, 1996, page 1, Boston Globe, April 14, 1995, page 2. 53, Rebecca West, Black Lamb and Grey Falcon, The Record of a Journey Through Yugoslavia in J937, London, Macmillan, 1941, page 22, quoted in Charles G. Boyd, Making Peace with the Guilty, The Truth About Bosnia, Foreign Affairs, 74, September/October 1995, 22. Notes, pages 290 to 307, 351, 54. Quoted in Timothy Garton Ash, Bosnia in Our Future, New York Review of Books, December 21, 1995, page 27, New York Times, December 5, 1992, page 1. 55, New York Times, September 3, 1995, p. 6e, Boston Globe, May 11, 1995, page 4. 56, see U.S. Institute of Peace, Sudan, Ending the War, Moving Talks Forward, Washington, D.C., U.S. Institute of Peace Special Report, 1994, New York Times, February 26, 1994, page 3. 57, John J. Maresca, War in the Caucasus, Washington, United States Institute of Peace, Special Report, no date, page 4. 58, Robert D. Putnam, Diplomacy and Domestic Politics, The Logic of Two-Level Games, International Organization, 42, Summer 1988, 427 to 460, Samuel P. Huntington, The Third Wave, Democratization in the Late 20th Century, Norman, Oklahoma, University of Oklahoma Press, 1991, pages 121 to 163. 59, New York Times, January 27, 1993, p. 6, February 16, 1994, page 47. On the Russian February 1994 initiative, see Generally Leonard J. Cohen, Russia and the Balkans, Pan-Slavism, Partnership and Power, International Journal, 49, August 1994, 836 to 845. 60, Economist, February 26, 1994, page 50. 61, New York Times, April 20, 1994, p. 12, Boston Globe, April 19, 1994, page 8. 62, New York Times, August 15, 1995, page 13. 63, Hill and Jewett, Back in the USSR, page 12, Paul Hens, Georgia and Armenia, Toward Independence, Santa Monica, California, Rand P. 7924, 1995, page 9, Boston Globe, November 22, 1993, page 34. Chapter 12:1. Arnold J. Toynbee, A Study of History, London, Oxford University Press, 12 volumes, 1934 to 1961, 7 to 17, Civilization on Trial, Essays, New York, Oxford University Press, 1948, 17 to 18, Study of History, 9, 421 to 422. 2. Matthew Melko, The Nature of Civilizations, Boston, Porter Sargent, 1969, page 155-3. Carroll Quigley, The Evolution of Civilizations, An Introduction to Historical Analysis, New York, Macmillan, 1961, pages 146 ff. 4. Quigley, Evolution of Civilizations, pages 138 to 139, 158 to 160. 5. Mate Dogan, The Decline of Religious Beliefs in Western Europe, International Social Science Journal, 47, September 1995, 405 to 419. 6. Robert Wuthnow, Indices of Religious Resurgence in the United States, in Richard T. and Town and Mary Elaine Headland, eds, Religious Resurgence, Contemporary Cases in Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, Syracuse, Syracuse University Press, 1987, pages 15 to 34, Economist, 8, July 1995, 19 to 21. 7. Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr., The Disuniting of America, Reflections on a Multicultural Society, New York, W. W. Norton, 1992, pages 66 to 67, 123. 8. Quoted in Schlesinger, Disuniting of America, page 118. 9. Gunnar Myrdal, An American Dilemma, New York, Harper and Brothers, 1944, I. 3. Richard Hofstadter quoted in Hans Kohn, American Nationalism, An Interpretive Essay, New York, Macmillan, 1957, page 13. 10. Takeshi Omihara, Ancient Japan Shows Postmodernism the Way, New Perspectives Quarterly, 9, Spring 1992, 10. 11. James Kurth, The Real Clash, National Interest, 37, Fall 1994, 3 to 15. 12. Malcolm Rifkind, Speech, Pilgrim Society, London, November 15, 1994, New York, British Information Services, November 16, 1994, page 2. 352 Notes, pages 308 to 113. International Herald Tribune, May 23, 1995, page 13. 14. Richard Holbrooke, America, A European Power, Foreign Affairs, 74, March/April 1995, 49. 15. Michael Howard, America and the World, St. Louis, Washington University, The Annual Lewin Lecture, April 5, 1984, page 6. 16. Schlesinger, Disuniting of America, page 127. 17. For a 1990 statement of this interest, see Defense Planning Guidance for the Fiscal Years 1994 to 1999, Draft, February 18, 1992, New York Times, March 8, 1992, page 14. 18. Zeeth, Bhutto, If I Am Assassinated, New Delhi, Vickers Publishing House, 1979, pages 137 to 138, quoted in Louis Delvoye, The Islamization of Pakistan's Foreign Policy, International Journal, 51, Winter 1995 to 96, 133. 19. Michael Walzer, Thick and Thin, Moral Argument at Home and Abroad, Notre Dame, University of Notre Dame Press, 1994, pages 1 to 11. 20. James Q. Wilson, The The Moral Sense, New York, Free Press, 1993, page 225. 21. Government of Singapore, Shared Values, Singapore, Command Number 1 of 1991, January 2, 1991, pages 2 to 10. 22. Lester Pearson, Democracy in World Politics, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1955, pages 83 to 84. Index Abdullah, Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, 119 Absolutism, 70, 233, 264 Abstention Rule, 316 Afghanistan, 112, 134, 168, 176, 210, 214, 247, 249,255,267, 271,273, 274, 275, 276, 277, 287 African Civilization, 45, 47, 49, 51, 61, 67, 183, 184 to 85, 192, 200, 204,212, 241,257, 263, 264, 275,311,315, 316,317, 321 Cultural Identities and Values in, 33, 65, 128, 193, 196 Indigenization in, 94 to 95, 102 Modernization and, 75, 77 Political Structure of, 135, 136, 157 Population of, 85 to 86 Ahmed, Akbar. 264 Ajami, Fawad, 114, 286 Al-Assad, Hafiz, 250 Albania, 118, 119, 126, 127, 130, 138, 255, 260, 261,284, 287,315 Alexander II, Tsar of Russia, 140 Algeria, 90, 94, 101, 112, 113, 115, 118, 119, 126, 176, 177, 185, 188, 195, 198, 200, 202,214,215,250, 273, 285,287,315 Al-Hawali, Safar, 249, 250 Ali, Ben, 115,250 Ali, Muhammad, 74 Aliyev, Gator, 280 All-African Council of Churches, 293 Al-Qaddafi, Muammar, 216, 239 Al-Turabi, Hassan, 97, 100, 111, 176, 177 Andean Pact, 127, 131, 134, 240. Angola, 257 Abter, David E., 77 Arabic Civilization, see Islamic Civilization Arabic Language, 60, 62, 70, 269 Arab Lead, 176, 248,250, 273 Arbatov, Georgie, 184 Argentina, 134, 136, 240, 292, 317 Armenia, 38, 64, 127, 144, 163, 164, 243, 255, 259, 272, 274, 277, 278 to 81, 291, 293, 296 Asia, 51, 77, 321 Australian relations with, 151 to 54, 228, 235 Chinese hegemony in, 218 to 38, 315 clashes within, 28, 127, 131, 132, 218, 229 to 38 cultural values pursued in 32, 33 economic development in 102 to 9. 130, 132 to 33, 134, 151 to 53,218, 219, 224, 228, 238, 302 expanding strength of 20, 21, 29, 33, 81, 82-83, 89, 93, 102 to 9, 120, 121, 194-95, 218-38, 311 immigration from 202, 203, 205 military capabilities in 38, 89, 90, 184, 186 to 90, 191 to 92,218 population of 85 to 86 superiority claimed by 102, 104, 107, 109, 224, 304,310 Western relations with 102 to 9, 218 to 38, 307 see also Japan. Japanese civilization, Sinic civilization, specific countries Aspen, less, 187, 190 Association for Relations across the Taiwan Strait, 172 Association of Caribbean States, 133 Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, 108, 128, 131, 132, 134, 194, 219, 235, 236 Associations of Croatians in the United States, 283 Ataturk, Mustafa Kemal, 74, 144, 147, 148, 149 to 50, 178 Australia, 38, 46, 84, 132, 133, 139, 151, 154, 197, 199, 228,235,283,319 354 Index Austria, 21, 126, 145, 157, 158, 160, 201, 281,282, 287 Austro-Hungarian Empire, 158, 165, 262 Authoritarianism, 66, 105, 114, 138, 192, 219, 248, 270, 294. Azerbaijan, 38, 64, 127, 138, 146, 147, 240, 255, 268, 272, 277, 278, 279, 280, 281, 291, 293, 296 Badby, Philip, 43, 44 Barak, Paul, 86 to 87 Baker, James, 193 Balancing, 232, 235 see also Bandwagoning Ballader, Edward, 157 Bandaranac, Solomon, 93 to 94 Bandwagoning, 235 see also Balancing Bangladesh, 115, 156, 248, 256, 286 Bashir, Towson, 174 Baum, Rayner, 76 Behar, Pierre, 160 Belarus, 127, 143, 158, 162, 163, 164, 293 Belgium, 129, 157, 201 Bado, Benazir, 239, 248 Bado, Zulkarali, 317. Bolivia, 46, 282 Bolshevik Revolution, 141 to 42, 165 Borrowing Theory, 76 Bosnia, 28, 38, 64, 118, 126 to 27, 129, 138, 156, 176, 179, 184, 196,212, 242, 251, 253, 254, 255, 257, 261 to 62, 263, 264, 267, 269 to 70, 271 to 72, 308, 215 Dayton Agreements, and 287, 289, 291, 295, 297, 298 Kin Country Rallying, and 272, 281 to 96, 297 to 98 Boutros Ghali, Boutros, 156, 286 Bozeman, Ada, 43, 76 Broughton, Fernan, 39, 41, 44, 47, 55, 68, 78 Brazil, 87, 99, 134, 136, 240,317 Brzezinski, Spigner, 35 Buddhism, 47 to 48, 49, 76, 94, 96, 98, 99, 102, 131, 132, 138, 176, 195,219,254, 255,256, 263,264, 268, 275, 320 Bulgaria, 126, 157, 160, 161, 162, 164, 284, 315 Bull, Headley, 54, 58, 83 Bush Administration, 31, 89, 191, 193, 221,228, 249,251, 308 Busen, Barry, 83, 212 Byzantium, 50, 70, 95, 140, 141, 160, 210,211 Canada, 34, 68, 126, 127, 132, 137, 150, 199, 200, 283, 308 Caribbean Community, CARICOM, 131, 133 Carter, Jimmy, 293 Catherine II, Empress of Russia, 140 Catholicism, 46, 68, 70, 99, 101, 126, 127, 138, 139, 150, 158, 160, 193, 200, 202, 240 billion, 255 million, 256,259, 269, 271 to 72, 281, 282 to 83, 284, 296, 309 Central American Common Market, 127, 134 Central European Free Trade Area, 134 Chadiev, Gyodar Y, 141 Chaos Paradigm, 35, 321 Chechnya, 127, 129, 155, 175, 176, 243, 253, 255, 260, 264, 267, 268, 270, 271,273, 274, 275,276 to 78, 281, 292, 297, 309 Chesnays, Jean-Claude, 203 to 4 Chile, 109, 136, 282, 292 China, People's Republic of, 44, 47, 53, 85, 86, 99, 155 to 56, 177, 241,258, 316, 321 Allies of, 39, 143, 168 to 74, 178, 185, 239 to 40, 244, 248 Co-Prosperity Sphere of, 168 to 74, 218 to 38 Cultural Identities in, 126, 138, 169 to 70, 256 Economy of, 66, 87, 88, 103, 130, 132, 133, 134, 170 to 71, 195, 220, 223, 229,230,231,236, 243,256 human rights in 184, 194 to 95, 197, 221,223, 224, 225,228 increasing assertiveness of 31, 32, 38, 82 to 83, 168 to 74, 218 to 38, 244, 312, 314, 315 indigenization in 93 to 94, 95 military capabilities of 89, 90, 174, 186, 187, 188 to 90, 220, 223, 229 to 30, 236, 275,313,315 Western relations. With 20, 29, 38, 51, 66, 95, 102 to 9, 190, 203, 207,215, 218 to 38, 308, 309,312 to 13. See also Asia. Sinic Civilization China, Republic of, see Taiwan Qing Dynasty, 74. 105 Index 355 Chirac, Jacques, 201, 271 Christianity, Western, 28, 42, 46 to 47, 69, 70,177,239,311,317, 320 cultural identities, and 137, 138, 159, 160, 176, 249, 254, 267, 278, 280, 282 to 83, 286, 309 economic and political development, and 29, 92 to 93, 132, 193, 196 to 97, 237, 257, 262, 263, 264, 305 spread of 65 to 66, 72, 76, 96, 98 to 101, 105, 106, 114, 137, 209 to 11,249. See also Western Civilization. Christopher Warren, 38, 188, 286 Churkin, Batali, 295 Siller, Tansu, 145, 148, 149, 279 Civilizational identities. In Fault Line Wars, 266 to 72 Scope of, 43, 128 Torn Countries, and 138 to 54, 306, 319. See also Cultural Identity. Civilizational Paradigm, 36 to 39 Civilizations. Balance of Power among 20, 48 to 55, 125, 129 to 30, 155, 183 to 206, 229, 231 to 37, 241 Civilization versus 40 to 41, 320 to 21 Commonalities of 318 to 21 Comprehensiveness of 42 to 43, 56 to 57 Decline of 301 to 8, 311 Denade, 40 to 44 Golden Age of 302 to 3, 320 to 21 Lone Countries as 136 to 37 Major, 44 to 48 Universal. See Universal Civilization. Civil Society, 71, 111 to 12 Classical Civilization, 54, 69 to 70, 76 to 77, 91, 139 to 40, 302 Cleft Countries, 137 to 38, 305 Clemenceau, George, 91 Clinton Administration, 38, 89, 161, 162, 188, 190, 191, 192, 193, 194, 203, 209, 221,222, 224,251,289, 305, 308, 309 Cold War, 83, 88, 213, 217, 254 to 55, 302 Alliances in, 126, 185, 197 to 98, 207, 214,218, 244, 272. Beginning of 32, 161 Bipolar Politics in 21, 24 to 25, 30, 33, 36, 39, 52 to 53, 54, 66, 82,115,128, 135, 138, 151, 156, 157, 158, 168, 218,233,238, 245,255, 309 End of 21, 28, 31 to 32, 64, 67, 94, 99, 100, 125, 127, 130, 133, 145, 147, 150, 168,219, 224, 228, 241,244, 246, 262,310,312 Ideological differences in, 219 to 20, 222 Nuclear weapons in, 187, 190, 192, 225 Collectivism, 71, 108, 238 Colombia, 127, 134, 195 Colonialism, 21, 33, 50, 63 to 64, 83, 91, 135, 139, 205, 209 to 11,212,213 Commonality Rule. 320 Commonwealth of Independent States, CIS, 164, 165, 243, 280 Communication, 61 to 62, 116, 129, 224 Technology 4, 58 to 59, 67, 73, 78, 129, 146, 171, 176, 199, 205,254, 274 See also Language Communism, 32, 65, 66, 219, 270 Appeal of, 92, 105, 114, 137, 141 to 42 Collapse of, 31, 35 to 36, 100, 105, 138, 142, 158, 160, 163, 183,211,215, 246 Democratic conflicts with, 21, 35 to 36, 52 to 53, 142,215,239, See also Cold War See also Specific Countries Confederation of the Peoples of the Caucasus, KNK, 277. Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe, CSCE, 293 Confucianism, 47, 94, 96, 99, 156, 168, 264, 319, 320 Progress spurred by, 102, 106, 108, 225, 234 to 35, 237 to 38 See also Cynic Civilization Côte d'Ivoire, 136 Council of Europe, 219 Counter-Reformation, 70 Crescent, Edith, 201 Crimea, 167 Croatia, 38, 64, 127, 138, 156, 158, 161, 212, 253, 255, 259, 260 to 62, 268 to 70, 271 to 72, 309,312,315 kin country rallying in. 272, 281 to 91, 295 to 96, 297, 298 Cuba, 136, 157, 193, 195, 196, 203, 216 cultural identities, cleft countries, and 137 to 38 cooperation based on 20, 28, 29, 34, 125 to 35, 156 crisis in 125, 129,252 to 54, 356 index cultural identities. Kant. Means to definition of 20, 21, 28, 67 to 68, 97 to 100, 116, 125, 126, 128 multiplicity of 128 symbols of 19 to 20, 116, 269 to 70, 271 to 272 torn, 138 to 54, 306, 319 see also civilizational identities culture, 57 appeal of 92 to 93 civilizations defined by 41 to 42, 208 power and 91 to 92, 128, 129, 212, 310 regionalism and 82, 90, 130 to 35, 156, 191 Cyprus, 161, 163, 164, 255 Czechoslovakia, 37, 137, 158 Czech Republic, 39, 126, 134, 145, 157, 160, 161,293 Danilevsky, Nikolai Y., 141 Dawson, Christopher. 41, 47 Debray, Regis, 101 Decolonization, 33, 53, 63 to 64, 83, 175, 199,210,214, 241 de la Madrid, Miguel, 149 to 50 Delors, Jacques, 28 to Miral, Suleiman, 145, 147, 149 Democracy, 29, 38, 114, 150, 153, 173, 212 to 14,237 alliances, and 34, 160, 161, 162 appeal of 92 to 93, 105, 106, 114, 137, 142, 183 communist conflicts with 21, 35 to 36, 52 to 53, 142, 215, 239. See also Cold War human rights and 184, 186, 192 to 98, 225 liberal, 53, 115, 130, 199, 212, 294, 302, 305, 306 paradox of 94, 151, 248 presumed. Triumph of 31, 52 to 53, 142, 183 to 84, 186, 193, 198 demography, 28, 303, 310, 315, 318 population growth, and 20, 84, 86, 102, 103, 109, 116 to 20, 175, 178, 198, 200 billion 211,242,259 to 61,265 see also immigration Deng Xiaoping, 91, 172, 207, 222, 224, 229, 238 Denich, Bogdan, 262 Dasuki, Ali E. Hilal, 110 Deutsch, Carl W., 70 to 71 Diasporas, 272, 273, 274, 277, 280, 283, 293 Dibden, Michael, 20 Distinctiveness Theory, 67 to 68 Dumanak, Jean Marie, 200 Dor, Ronald, 59, 93, 101 Didier, Jakar, 267, 268. Durkheim, Emile, 41 East Asian Economic Caucus, 108, 32, 33, 152 Eastern Europe, border of 158 to 60 Economic and Political Development in 29, 157 to 63, 193,215. See also specific countries: East Timor, 220, 253, 256, 257, 271 Economic Cooperation Organization, ECO, 133 to 34 Economic Development and Power, 86 to 88, 92, 100,211,216, 241,312,316, 317, 320 to 21 Cultural Influences on, 29, 73, 92 to 93, 95, 130 to 35, 141, 143, 144, 146, 150, 153, 170, 177, 185 East Asian model of 102 to 9, 151 to 53 Immigration and 198, 199, 202, 203, 204 Regional Associations and 108, 127, 130 to 35, 308 Shift in, 82, 175, 184, 191, 194, 208, 218 to 38, 244, 301 to 8,310 Education, 85 to 86, 93, 116, 119, 144, 150, 203, 220,238, 320, 321 Islamic, 110, 111, 112 to 13, 115, 147, 148, 269 Egypt, 75, 101, 112, 113, 115, 119, 135, 176, 177 to 78, 192, 198, 213, 214, 215,248, 249,250,251,264, 287 Eisenstadt, Shmuel, rallying by 273, 281, 285, 286, 287 to 88, 289, 290, 293 Savitsky, Peter, 143 Schlesinger, Arthur M., Jr., 305, 311 Schwartz, Benjamin, 48 Schweller, Randall, 232 Second World Chinese Entrepreneurs Conference, 170 Secularism, 96, 98, 110, 115, 150, 213, 249, 268 See also Religion Septenac, Alajic, 282 Serbia, 28, 38, 59, 64, 119, 126, 129, 130, 138, 143, 156, 162, 163, 164, 243, 251,252,254,255,259, 260 to 62, 263, 268 to 70, 271 to 72, 309,315 Kin Country rallying around, 272, 281, 291, 295 to 96, 297. Shaposhnikov, Yevgeny, 279 Shevardnadze, Edward A., 165 Sicily, 209 Sid Ahmed, Muhammad, 213 Salajczyk, Paris, 267, 270 Singapore, 77, 89, 95, 97, 99, 103, 106, 108, 127, 138, 168, 169, 171, 172, 174, 194, 195,219, 221,235,238, 318 to 20 Cynic civilization, 38, 44, 45, 54, 71, 198, 318 to 19 Buddhism man, 47 to 48, 49, 76, 138 cultural identities and values in 28, 33, 52, 65, 77, 102, 106, 127, 129, 132, 138, 169 to 70, 173, 185,252 influence of 31, 32, 38, 50, 58, 70, 84, 95, 168 to 74, 183, 194 Islamic. Relations with 185, 188 to 90, 195 to 96, 197,219,238 to 40, 241, 244 to 45 modernization and 72, 73, 74, 76, 77, 105 political structure of 135, 155 to 56, 168 to 74 Western relations with 20, 29, 38, 51, 66, 95, 102 to 9, 170 to 71, 185, 190, 194 to 97, 203, 207, 209, 215, 218 to 38, 239 to 40, 241, 307, 308, 309, 312 to 13. See also China, People's Republic of Savard, Ruth Leger, 257 Slavonia, 284, 296 Slovakia, 39, 126, 139, 145, 157, 160, 161 Slovenia, 138, 145, 158, 161, 282, 312 Socialism, 53, 100, 105, 142, 246. Solzhenitsyn, Alexander, 142, 143 Somalia, 28, 59, 257 South Africa, 47, 94 to 95, 126, 136, 179, 188, 204, 240 to 41, 264, 317 South America, 50, 150, 203. See also specific countries South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, 131 Soviet-Afghan War, 246 to 47, 275 Soviet Union, 141 to 43, 175, 222, 308, 321 Allies of 21, 31, 34, 105, 144, 157, 160, 168, 244, 273 to 74 Dissolution of 19, 28, 29, 31, 35, 53, 64, 81, 83, 92, 105, 114, 126, 127, 138, 142, 146, 148, 157, 163, 164, 165, 193,208,210,215,262, 275, 278, 279, 280, 306, 307, 309,311 fault line conflicts in 208, 259, 275, 278 Index 365 military power and aggression of 83, 88, 89, 90, 92, 142, 161, 190 to 91, 217, 220, 224, 225,230,233. See also Orthodox Russian civilization Spain, 21, 49, 50, 111, 119 to 20, 135, 150, 157, 192, 207,215,282, 290 to 91. Spengler, Oswald, 41 to 42, 44, 55, 76, 83. Sri Lanka, 28, 48, 94, 137, 138, 156, 253,254,255,259, 274, 275,297, 316. Stalin, Joseph, 140, 185, 314. Stankovich, Sergei, 143. Status Paradigm, 33 to 35, 37. 185. Straits Exchange Foundation, 172. Sudan, 28, 39, 113, 137, 157, 176, 177, 195, 214, 216, 248, 249, 253, 254, 256, 257, 264. Fault line conflicts, and 267, 273, 274, 275, 277, 287, 293. Suharto, General, 91, 115,248. Sweden, 126, 130, 145, 157, 160, 162, 195,293, 305. Switzerland, 199, 287. Syria, 119, 126, 185, 188, 192, 195, 214, 216, 248, 249,250,251. Taiwan, Republic of China, 77, 89, 103, 106, 108, 127, 132, 134, 157, 168, 169, 171 to 74, 193, 194, 197, 209, 219 to 21. Quadrillion, 223 trillion, 228 billion, 230 million, 236,237, 238, 313. Tajikistan, 64, 127, 243, 253, 255, 267, 268, 270, 272, 273, 274, 275 to 76, 278, 293. Tanzania, 137, 256. Technology, 51, 87 to 88, 100, 191, 199, 211, 312, 320, 321. Communications, 58 to 59, 67, 73, 78, 129, 146, 171, 176, 199, 205,254, 274. Terpetrazan, Levon, 297. Terrorism, 103, 187 to 88, 212, 216, 217, 241, 287. Thailand, 48, 97, 103, 152, 157, 168, 170, 220,230,235 to 36,256, 264. Third World, 85, 90, 168. Cold War conflict in, 21, 156, 272. Post-Cold War conflict in, 31, 150. See also specific countries. Tiananmen Square, 105, 170, 194. Tibet, 48, 155, 168, 220, 223, 228, 230, 253, 315 torn countries, 138 to 54, 306, 319 redefinitions of, 139, 150 to 51 Toynbee, Arnold, 42, 43, 44, 48N, 55, 73, 301 Trade, International, 51 to 52, 67, 103, 165, 169 to 71, 208, 238, 309 Controversies over, 218 to 19, 221 to 22, 224, 225 to 26, 230, 297 Regionalism in, 130 to 35, 307 to 8 Transnistria Republic, 165 Truman, Harry, 30 Tudjman, Franjo, 282, 296 Tunisia, 101, 115, 119, 126, 176, 200, 215,248,250, 286 Turkey, 19, 28, 37, 38, 45, 50, 51, 70, 74, 109, 113, 115, 143, 152, 157, 161, 163, 165, 168, 176, 195, 198, 199, 200,215,239, 243,250,251,259, 264, 269,314,315 Cultural identity of 126 to 27, 128, 130, 133, 144 to 49, 150, 151, 154, 162, 178 to 79,255 Kin Country rallying by 272, 273, 277, 278, 279, 280, 281, 286, 287, 288, 289, 293, 296 to 97 as Torn Country, 139, 144 to 49, 150, 151, 154, 162, 178 to 79 Turkmenistan, 64, 146 to World Paradigm, 32 to 33 Uganda, 28, 275, 293 Ukraine, 37, 39, 64, 126, 127, 138, 143, 158, 162, 165 to 68, 187, 242, 277, 284, 313 Omihara, Takashi, 306 United Arab Emirates, 287 United Nations, 19, 31, 163, 194, 208, 241,287, 306,313,317 failures of 32, 156, 188, 195 to 96, 251, 284 peacemaking efforts of 37, 38, 195 to 96, 284, 285, 286, 288, 289, 290, 296, 297 United States, 19, 21, 37, 38, 39, 50 to 51, 68, 86, 90, 126, 132, 152,217, 244, 258, 283, 288 allies of 34, 105, 127, 128, 130, 133, 134, 145, 150 to 51, 156, 157, 161, 162, 168, 185, 207,214 366 Index United States, Cont. Chinese hegemony and 218 to 38 in fault line conflicts, 246, 248, 250 to 251, 252, 258, 262, 263 to 64, 267 to 68, 279, 281, 285, 286, 289 to 90, 293, 294, 295, 296, 309 future of, 312 to 18, 321 immigration to, 198, 199, 203, 204 to 5, 240, 305 moral decline in, 304, 320 to 21 multiculturalism in, 290, 305 to 7, 318, 321 power of, 28, 82, 83, 89, 104, 105, 106, 135, 156, 157, 178, 183 to 84, 186 to 87, 190, 192, 193 to 95, 197 to 98, 218 to 38, 239, 240, 247, 301 to 8,310,311 trade relations of, 218 to 19, 221 to 22, 225, 307 to 8 universal. Civilization, 56 to 78, 91, 109, 211, 301-8, 318-21 defined, 56 to 59 Western belief in, 20 to 21, 38, 51 to 53, 55, 57 to 59, 66, 183 to 86, 192 to 98, 211, 217, 224, 225, 232, 242, 301 to 8, 310, 312 Universal Declaration on Human Rights, 194, 196 Urbanization, 86, 100, 103, 113, 116, 175 Uzbekistan, 64, 134, 146, 271, 275 to 76 Vatican, 281,282, 284 Venezuela, 127, 134, 136 Vietnam, 45, 47, 52 to 53, 100, 103, 132, 155 to 56, 157, 168, 171, 195, 203, 246,313,316 Chinese hegemony and 219, 220, 221, 223,230,235 Laos. Michael, 59 Wallerstein, Emmanuel, 41 Walt, Stephen, 231 to 32 Walzer, Michael, 318 Warsaw Pact, 89,126,157,310 Weber, Max, 47 Wee Kim Wee, 319 Wiedenbau, Murray, 171 Weigel, George, 96 Wiener, Myron, 199 West, Rebecca, 290 Western Civilization, 45 to 46, 67 to 68 Characteristics of, 69 to 72, 139, 318 Declining Influence of, 20 to 21, 29, 53, 54, 63, 81-101, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 116, 184, 186, 191, 193 to 98, 205,217, 228,238, 242, 301 to 8,311, 321 in early modern era, 21, 22 to 23, 50 to 52 economic well-being in 32, 51, 52, 58, 66, 86-88, 91, 103, 170-71, 33 in fault line conflicts, 274, 275, 276, 278, 279, 281 to 91, 293, 296 future of 312 to 18 Hindu relations with 66, 102, 185, 193,250 to 51 human rights standards in 184, 186, 192 to 98, 199, 205,212, 221,223, 224, 225,228,230, 241,283 imperialism of 21, 32, 50 to 52, 63 to 64, 83, 91, 135, 139, 184, 192 to 98, 205, 209 to 11,212,213, 229, 239, 241, 247, 263 to 64, 271,283,310,312,318 Islamic relations with 20, 38, 39, 50, 51, 59, 66, 82, 102, 110 to 20, 121, 126, 144 to 46, 148, 158, 167, 178, 183, 184, 185, 193, 207, 209 to 18, 238, 239 to 40, 244, 246, 247 to 52, 264 to 65,283,312 Japanese relations with 38, 68, 102 to 9, 134 to 35, 157, 185, 194, 207, 221, 224, 232 to 33, 236 to 37, 241, 250, 309, 312 Latin American relations with 50 to 51, 102, 139, 184 to 85, 192, 193, 195, 196, 240 to 41, 312 lingua franca of 59 to 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 73,174,231,319 military capabilities of 51, 82, 83, 88, 90, 91, 184, 185 to 87, 190 to 92, 205, 212, 242,251,252, 303,312,313 Orthodox Russian relations with 28, 32, 37, 38, 51, 52, 91, 100, 102, 126, 138, 139 to 44, 146 to 47, 154, 157, 158, 161 to 62, 165, 166 to 68, 185, 193, 196, 242 to 43, 283, 293, 308, 309,312 political structure of 135, 155, 157 to 63, 165, 176 renewal of 301 to 8 rise of 50 to 53, 81 to 82, 301 to 8 cynic relations with 20, 29, 38, 51, 66, 95, 102 to 9, 170 to 71, 185, 190, 194, 197, 203, 207, 209,215,218 to 38, 239 to 40, 241, 307, 308, 309, 312 to 13. Index 367. Technological superiority of 51, 78, 312. Territory in population of 84 to 86, 91, 303. Universalist pretensions of 20 to 21, 38, 51 to 53, 55, 57-59, 66, 183 to 86, 192, 198,211,217, 224, 225,232, 242, 301-8, 310-12. Wars within 21, 52, 53, 82. See also specific countries. Western European Union, 219. Westernization, acceptance of 73 to 74, 75, 144 to 45, 149 to 51, 183. Modernization conflated with 20, 47, 68, 72, 73 to 74, 76, 78, 92 n, 144 to 45, 302. Paths to 57 to 59, 75 to 76. Rejection of 72 to 73, 74 to 75, 102, 104, 105, 110, 183 to 92. Torn countries and 139 to 46, 149 to 51, 152, 153 to 54, 319. Westphalia, Treaty of 35, 52, 54. Wilson, Pete. 203. Wilson, Woodrow, 91. World Assembly of Muslim Youth, 287. World Bank, 100, 103, 208. World Council of Churches, 293. World Economic Forum, 57 to 58, 59. World Health Organization, 228. World Muslim Congress, 176. World Trade Organization, 223, 228. World War I, 32, 52, 210, 243, 262, 315. World War II, 32, 87, 88, 105, 106, 107, 142, 144, 175, 185, 187, 196,210, 222, 226, 232, 262, 276, 282, 291, 313,315,317. Xinjiang, 230,255. Yeltsin, Boris, 39, 91, 94, 100, 143, 164, 207, 268, 271, 284, 285, 295 to 96. 297. Yemen, 195,214, 248. Youth, 83, 86. Change led by 103, 112 to 13, 116 to 19, 121, 148, 175 to 76, 211, 242, 259 to 61, 265,267,314. Yugoslavia, 126, 158, 163, 199, 308. Fault line conflict in 19, 28, 37, 42, 125, 127, 138, 156, 208,255, 259, 260, 261 to 62, 267, 269 to 70, 271 to 72, 273, 274, 281 to 91. Zaire, 28. Zhirinovsky, Vladimir, 143, 164. Zia ul Haq, Muhammad, 116. Zionism, 188, 249. Credits. All artwork is courtesy of the author except for the following: 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. Copyright Hammond Incorporated, Maplewood, New Jersey. 2.1, reprinted with the permission of Simon & Schuster from The Evolution of Creation, An Introduction to Historical Analysis by Carroll Quigley. Copyright 1961 by Carroll Quigley. Copyright renewed 1989 by Lillian F. Quigley. 7.1, map by L.B. Olson for Foreign Affairs. 7.2, copyright J994 The Economist Newspaper Group Incorporated, reprinted with permission. Further reproduction prohibited. 8.1, Roger Doyle, copyright I-995 for U.S. News and World Report. Joe J. From Gary Fuller, The Demographic Backdrop to Ethnic Conflict, The Geographic Overview, in Central Intelligence Agency, The Challenge of Ethnic Conflict to National and International Order in the 1990s, Geographic Perspectives, Washington, D.C., CIA, J995. Other credits as noted with the artwork. The Clash of Civilizations. Samuel P. Huntington T. He Next Pattern of Conflict World Politics is entering a new phase, and intellectuals have not hesitated to proliferate visions of what it will be, the end of history, the return of traditional rivalries between nation-states, and the decline of the nation-state from the conflicting poles of tribalism and globalism, among others. Each of these visions catches aspects of the emerging reality. Yet they all miss a crucial, indeed a central, aspect of what global politics is likely to be in the coming years. It is my hypothesis that the fundamental source of conflict in this new world will not be primarily ideological or primarily economic. Great divisions among humankind and the dominating source of conflict will be cultural. Nation-states will remain the most powerful actors in world affairs, but the principal conflicts of global politics will occur between nations and groups of different civilizations. Clash of civilizations will dominate global politics. Fault lines between civilizations will be the battle lines of the future. Conflict between civilizations will be the latest phase in the evolution of conflict in the modern world. For a century and a half after the emergence of the modern international system with the Peace of Westphalia, the conflicts of the Western world were largely among Samuel P. Huntington is the Eaton Professor of the Science of Government and Director of the John M. Olin Institute for Strategic Studies at Harvard University. This article is the product of the Olin Institute's project on the changing security environment and American national interests. 22. The Clash of Civilizations. Foreign Affairs Summer IJ, 23, Princes, Emperors, Absolute Monarchs and Constitutional Monarchs attempting to expand their bureaucracies, their armies, their mercantilist economic strength and, most important, the territory they ruled. In the process they created nation-states, and beginning with the French Revolution the principal lines of conflict were between nations rather than princes. In 1793, as R. Palmer put it, the wars of kings were over, the wars of peoples had begun. This 19th century pattern lasted until the end of World War I. Then, as a result of the Russian Revolution and the reaction against it, the conflict of nations yielded to the conflict of ideologies, first among communism, fascism, Nazism, and liberal democracy, and then between communism and liberal democracy. During the Cold War, this latter conflict became embodied in the struggle between the two superpowers, neither of which was a nation-state in the classical European sense and each of which defined its identity in terms of its ideology. Thus, conflicts between princes, nation-states, and ideologies were primarily conflicts within Western civilization, Western civil wars, as William Lind has labeled them. This was as true of the Cold War as it was of the World Wars and the earlier wars of the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries. With the end of the Cold War, international politics moves out of its Western phase, and its centerpiece becomes the interaction between the West and non-Western civilizations and among non-Western civilizations. In the politics of civilizations, the peoples and governments of non-Western civilizations no longer remain the objects of history as targets of Western colonialism but join the West as movers and shapers of history. Nature of civilizations during Cold War. The world was divided into the first, second, and third worlds. Those divisions are no longer relevant. It is far more meaningful now to group countries not in terms of their political or economic systems or in terms of their level of economic development, but rather in terms of their culture and civilization. What do we mean when we talk of a civilization? A civilization is a cultural entity. Villages, regions, ethnic groups, nationalities. Relly, Samuel P. Huntington, Foreign Affairs, Volumes 2 No.J. Gias Groups, all have distinct cultures at different levels of cultural heterogeneity. The culture of a village in southern Italy may be different from that of a village in northern Italy, but both will share in a common Italian culture that distinguishes them from German villages. European communities, in turn, will share cultural features that distinguish them from Arab or Chinese communities. Arabs, Chinese, and Westerners, however, are not part of any broader cultural entity. They constitute civilizations. A civilization is thus the highest cultural grouping of people and the broadest level of cultural identity people have short of that which distinguishes humans from other species. It is defined both by common objective elements, such as language, history, religion, customs, institutions, and by the subjective self-identification of people. People have levels of identity. A resident of Rome may define himself with varying degrees of intensity as a Roman, an Italian, a Catholic, a Christian, a European, a Westerner. The civilization to which he belongs is the broadest level of identification with which he intensely identifies. People can and do redefine their identities and, as a result, the composition and boundaries of civilizations change. Civilizations may involve a large number of people, as with China, a civilization pretending to be a state, as Lucian Pye put it, or a very small number of people, such as the Anglophone Caribbean. A civilization may include several nation-states, as is the case with Western, Latin American, and Arab civilizations, or only one, as is the case with Japanese civilization. Civilizations obviously blend and overlap, and may include sub-civilizations. Western civilization has two major variants, European and North American, and Islam has its Arab, Turkic, and Malay subdivisions. Civilizations are nonetheless meaningful entities, and while the lines between them are seldom sharp, they are real. Civilizations are dynamic, they rise and fall, they divide and merge. And, as any student of history knows, civilizations disappear and are buried in the sands of time. Westerners tend to think of nation-states as the principal actors in global affairs. They have been that, however, for only a few centuries. The broader reaches of human history have been the history of the clash of civilizations. Lizations. In a study of history, Arnold Toynbee identified 21 major civilizations. Only 6 of them exist in the contemporary world. Why civilizations will clash. Civilization and identity will be increasingly important in the future, and the world will be shaped in large measure by the interactions among 7 or 8 major civilizations. These include Western, Confucian, Japanese, Islamic, Hindu, Slavic Orthodox, Latin American, and possibly African civilization. The most important conflicts of the future will occur along the cultural fault lines separating these civilizations from one another. Why will this be the case? First, differences among civilizations are not only real, they are basic. Civilizations are differentiated from each other by history, language, culture, tradition, and, most important, religion. People of different civilizations YIQ conflicts of the have different views on the relations between God and man, the individual, and the group. The fat liar will occur along citizen and the state, parents and children, cultural fault lines band and wife, as well as differing views of the relative importance of rights and responsibility, separating civilizations, ties, liberty and authority, equality and hierarchy. These differences are the product of centuries. They will not soon disappear. They are far more fundamental than differences among political ideologies and political regimes. Differences do not necessarily mean conflict, and conflict does not necessarily mean violence. Over the centuries, however, differences among civilizations have generated the most prolonged and the most violent conflicts. Second, the world is becoming a smaller place. Interactions between peoples of different civilizations are increasing. These increasing interactions intensify civilization consciousness and awareness of differences between civilizations and commonalities within civilizations. North African immigration to France generates hostility among Frenchmen and at the same time increased receptivity to immigration by good European Catholic Poles. Americans Foreign Affairs Summer I.J., 25, Samuel P. Huntington, 26, Foreign Affairs Volume 72 Note J react far more negatively to Japanese investment than to larger investments from Canada and European countries. Similarly, as Donald Horowitz has pointed out, an Igbo may be an Owerri Igbo or an Onitsha Igbo in what was the eastern region of Nigeria. In Lagos, he is simply an Igbo. In London, he is a Nigerian. In New York, he is an African. Interactions among peoples of different civilizations enhance the civilization consciousness of people that, in turn, invigorates differences and animosity stretching were thought to stretch back deep into history. Third, the processes of economic modernization and social change throughout the world are separating people from long-standing local identities. They also weaken the nation-state as a source of identity. In much of the world, religion has moved in to fill this gap, often in the form of movements that are labeled fundamentalist. Such movements are found in Western Christianity, Judaism, Buddhism, and Hinduism, as well as in Islam. In most countries and most religions, the people active in fundamentalist movements are young, college-educated, middle-class technicians, professionals, and business persons. Unsecularization of the world, George Weigel has remarked, is one of the dominant social facts of life in the late 20th century. Revival of religion, La Revanche de Dieu, as Gilles Kepel labeled it, provides a basis for identity and commitment that transcends national boundaries and unites civilizations. Fourth, the growth of civilization consciousness is enhanced by the dual role of the West. On the one hand, the West is at a peak of power. At the same time, however, and perhaps as a result, a return to the roots phenomenon is occurring among non-Western civilizations. Increasingly, one hears references to trends toward a turning inward and Asianization in Japan, the end of the Nehru legacy and that Hinduization of India, the failure of Western ideas of socialism and nationalism and hence re-Islamization of the Middle East, and now a debate over Westernization versus Russianization in Boris Yeltsin's country. A West at the peak of its power confronts non-Wests that increasingly have the desire, the will, and the resources to shape the world in non-Western ways. In the past, the elites of non-Western societies were usually the clash of civilizations. Foreign Affairs Summer I.J. people who were most involved with the West had been educated at Oxford, the Sorbonne, or Sandhurst, and had absorbed Western attitudes and values. At the same time, the populace in non-Western countries often remain deeply imbued with the indigenous culture. Now, however, these relationships are being reversed. A de-Westernization and indigenization of elites is occurring in many non-Western countries at the same time that Western, usually American, cultures, styles, and habits become more popular among the mass of the people. Fifth, cultural characteristics and differences are less mutable and hence less easily compromised and resolved than political and economic ones. In the former Soviet Union, communists can become Democrats, the rich can become poor and the poor rich, but Russians cannot become Estonians and Azeris cannot become Armenians. In class and ideological conflicts, the key question was, which side are you on? And people could and did choose sides and change sides. In conflicts between civilizations, the question is, what are you? The T is a given that cannot be changed. And D, as we know, from Bosnia to the Caucasus to the Sudan, the wrong answer to that question can mean a bullet in the head. Even more than ethnicity, religion discriminates sharply and exclusively among people. A person can be half French and half Arab and simultaneously even a citizen of two countries. It is more difficult to be half Catholic and half Muslim. Finally, economic regionalism is increasing. Proportions of total trade that were intraregional rose between 1980 and 1989 from 51% to 59% in Europe, 33% to 37% in East Asia, and 32% to 36% in North America. The importance of regional economic blocs is likely to continue to increase in the future. On the one hand, successful economic regionalism will reinforce civilization consciousness. On the other hand, economic regionalism may succeed only when it is rooted in a common civilization. The European community rests on the shared foundation of European culture and Western Christianity. The success of the North American Free Trade Area depends on the convergence now underway of Mexican, Canadian, and American cultures. Japan, in contrast, faces difficulties in creating a comparable economic entity. Samuel P. Huntington, 28, Foreign Affairs Volume J2 No J in East Asia because Japan is a society and civilization unique to itself. However strong the trade and investment links Japan may develop with other East Asian countries, its cultural differences with those countries inhibit and perhaps preclude its promoting regional economic integration like that in Europe and North America. Common culture, in contrast, is clearly facilitating the rapid expansion of the economic relations between the People's Republic of China and Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, and the overseas Chinese communities in other Asian countries. With the Cold War over, cultural commonalities increasingly overcome ideological differences, and mainland China and Taiwan move closer together. If cultural commonality is a prerequisite for economic integration, the principal East Asian economic bloc of the future is likely to be centered on China. This bloc is, in fact, already coming into existence. As Murray Wiedenbaum has observed, despite the current Japanese dominance of the region, the Chinese-based economy of Asia is rapidly emerging as a new epicenter for industry, commerce, and finance. This strategic area contains substantial amounts of technology and manufacturing capability. Taiwan, outstanding entrepreneurial, marketing and services acumen. Hong Kong, a fine communications network. Singapore, a tremendous pool of financial capital, all three, and very large endowments of land, resources, and labor. Mainland China, from Guangzhou to Singapore, from Kuala Lumpur to Manila. This influential network, often based on extensions of the traditional clans, has been described as the backbone of the East Asian economy. 1 Culture and religion also form the basis of the Economic Cooperation Organization, which brings together 10 non-Arab Muslim countries: Iran, Pakistan, Turkey, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and Afghanistan. One impetus to the revival and expansion of this organization, founded originally in the 1960s by Turkey, Pakistan, and Iran, is the realization by the leaders of several of these countries that they had no chance of admission to the European community. Similarly, CARICOM, the Central American Common Market, and Mercosur rest. Murray Wiedenbaum, Greater China, the next economic superpower. St. Louis, Washington University Center for the Study of American Business, Contemporary Issues, Series 57, February 1993, pages 2-3. The Clash of Civilizations. Foreign Affairs Summer IJ, 29, on Common Cultural Foundations. Efforts to build a broader Caribbean Central American economic entity bridging the Anglo-Latin divide, however, have to date failed. As people define their identity in ethnic and religious terms, they are likely to see an us versus them relation existing between themselves and people of different ethnicity or religion. The end of ideologically defined states in Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union permits traditional ethnic identities and animosities to come to the fore. Differences in culture and religion create differences over policy issues, ranging from human rights to immigration to trade and commerce to the environment. Geographical propinquity gives rise to conflicting territorial claims from Bosnia to Mindanao. Most important, the efforts of the West to promote its values of democracy and liberalism as universal values, to maintain its military predominance, and to advance its economic interests engender countering responses from other civilizations. Decreasingly able to mobilize support and form coalitions on the basis of ideology, governments and groups will increasingly attempt to mobilize support by appealing to common religion and civilization identity. The clash of civilizations thus occurs at 2 levels. At the micro level, adjacent groups along the fault lines between civilizations struggle, often violently, over the control of territory and each other. At the macro level, states from different civilizations compete for relative military and economic power, struggle over the control of international institutions and third parties, and competitively promote their particular political and religious values. Fault lines between civilizations. Fault lines between civilizations are replacing the political and ideological boundaries of the Cold War as the flashpoints for crisis and bloodshed. Cold War began when the Iron Curtain divided Europe politically and ideologically. Cold War ended with the end of the Iron Curtain. As the ideological division of Europe has disappeared, the cultural division of Europe between Western Christianity, on the one hand, and Orthodox Christianity, Western Christianity circa 1500, Orthodox Christianity and Islam. Miles Source W. Wallace, The Transformation of Western Europe. London, Pynton, 1990. Matt by L. B. Olson for Foreign Affairs. Samuel P. Huntington, Foreign Affairs, Volume 72. No J and Islam, on the other, has re-emerged. The most significant dividing line in Europe, as William Wallace has suggested, may well be the eastern boundary of Western Christianity in the year 1500. This line runs along what are now the boundaries between Finland and Russia and between the Baltic states and Russia, cuts through Belarus and Ukraine, separating the more Catholic Western Ukraine from Orthodox Eastern Ukraine, swings westward separating Transylvania from the rest of Romania, and then goes to Yugoslavia almost exactly along the line now separating Croatia and Slovenia from the rest of Yugoslavia. In the Balkans, this line, of course, coincides with the historic boundary between the Habsburg and Ottoman empires. Peoples to the north and west of this line are Protestant or Catholic. They shared the common experiences of European history, feudalism, the Renaissance, the Reformation, the Enlightenment, the French Revolution, the Industrial Revolution. They are generally economically better off than the peoples to the east, and they may now look forward to increasing involvement in a common European economy and to the consolidation of democratic political systems. Peoples to the east and south of this line are Orthodox or Muslim. They historically belonged to the Ottoman or Tsarist empires and were only lightly touched by the shaping events in the rest of Europe. They are generally less advanced economically. They see much the clash of civilizations. Foreign Affairs, Summer IJ, 31, less likely to develop stable democratic political systems. Velvet Curtain of Culture has replaced the Iron Curtain of ideology as the most significant dividing line in Europe. As the events in Yugoslavia show, it is not only a line of difference, it is also at times a line of bloody conflict. Conflict along the fault line between Western and Islamic civilizations has been going on for 1,300 years. After the founding of Islam, the Arab and Moorish surge west and north only ended at Tours in 732. From the 11th to the 13th century, the Crusaders attempted with temporary success to bring Christianity and Christian rule to the Holy Land. From the 14th to the 17th century, the Ottoman Turks reversed the balance, extended their sway over the Middle East and the Balkans, captured Constantinople, and twice laid siege to Vienna. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, as Ottoman power declined, Britain, France, and Italy established Western control over most of North Africa and the Middle East. After World War II, the West, in turn, began to retreat, the colonial empires disappeared, first Arab nationalism and then Islamic fundamentalism manifested themselves. The West became heavily dependent on the Persian Gulf countries for its energy. The oil-rich Muslim countries became money-rich and, when they wished to, weapons-rich. Several wars occurred between Arabs and Israel, created by the West. France fought a bloody and ruthless war in Algeria for most of the 1950s. British and French forces invaded Egypt in 1956. American forces went into Lebanon in 1958. Subsequently, American forces returned to Lebanon, attacked Libya, and engaged in various military encounters with Iran, Arab and Islamic terrorists, supported by at least 3 Middle Eastern governments, employed the weapon of the weak and bombed Western planes and installations and seized Western hostages. This warfare between Arabs and the West culminated in 1990, when the United States sent a massive army to the Persian Gulf to defend some Arab countries against aggression by another. In its aftermath, NATO planning is increasingly directed to potential threats and instability along its southern tier. This centuries-old military interaction between the West and Samuel P. Huntington II. Bernard Lewis, The Roots of Muslim Rage, The Atlantic Monthly, Volume 266, September 1990, page 60, Time, on 15, 1992, pages 24 to 28. 32. Foreign AFFA 1 RS, Volume 72. No, J. Islam is unlikely to decline. It could become more virulent. The Gulf War left some Arabs feeling proud that Saddam Hussein had attacked Israel and stood up to the West. It also left many feeling humiliated and resentful of the West's military presence in the Persian Gulf, the West's overwhelming military dominance, and their apparent inability to shape their own destiny. Why Arab countries, in addition to the oil exporters, are reaching levels of economic and social development where autocratic forms of government become inappropriate and efforts to introduce democracy become stronger. Some openings in Arab political systems have already occurred. The principal beneficiaries of these openings have been Islamist movements. In the Arab world, in short, Western democracy strengthens anti-Western political forces. This may be a passing phenomenon, but it surely complicates relations between Islamic countries and the West. Those relations are also complicated by demography. The spectacular population growth in Arab countries, particularly in North Africa, has led to increased migration to Western Europe. The movement within Western Europe toward minimizing internal boundaries has sharpened political sensitivities with respect to this development. In Italy, France, and Germany, racism is increasingly open, and political reactions and violence against Arab and Turkish migrants have become more intense and more widespread since 1990. On both sides, the interaction between Islam and the West is seen as a clash of civilizations. The West's next confrontation, observes M. J. Akbar, an Indian Muslim author, is definitely going to come from the Muslim world. It is in the sweep of the Islamic nations from the Maghreb to Pakistan that the struggle for a new world order will begin. Bernard Lewis comes to a similar conclusion. We are facing a mood and a movement far transcending the level of issues and policies and the governments that pursue them. This is no less than a clash of civilizations, the perhaps irrational but surely historic reaction of an ancient rival against our Judeo-Christian heritage, our secular present, and the worldwide expansion of both. 2. The Clash of Civilizations. 3. Archie Roosevelt, For Lust of Knowing, Boston, Little, Brown, 1988, pages 332 to 333. Historically, the other great antagonistic interaction of Arab-Islamic civilization has been with the pagan, animist, and now increasingly Christian black peoples to the south. In the past, this antagonism was epitomized in the image of Arab slave dealers and black slaves. It has been reflected in the ongoing civil war in the Sudan between Arabs and blacks, the fighting in Chad between Libyan-supported insurgents and the government, the tensions between Orthodox Christians and Muslims in the Horn of Africa, and the political conflicts, recurring riots and communal violence between Muslims and Christians in Nigeria. The modernization of Africa and the spread of Christianity are likely to enhance the probability of violence along this fault line. Symptomatic of the intensification of this conflict was the Pope John Paul IP's speech in Khartoum in February 1993 attacking the actions of the Sudan's Islamist government against the Christian minority there. On the northern border of Islam, conflict has increasingly erupted between Orthodox and Muslim peoples, including the carnage of Bosnia and Sarajevo, the simmering violence between Serb and Albanian, the tenuous relations between Bulgarians and their Turkish minority, the violence between Ossetians and Ingush, the unremitting slaughter of each other by Armenians and Azeris, the tense relations between Russians and Muslims in Central Asia, and the deployment of Russian troops to protect Russian interests in the Caucasus and Central Asia. Religion reinforces the revival of ethnic identities and re-stimulates Russian fears about the security of their southern borders. This concern is well captured by Archie Roosevelt. Much of Russian history concerns the struggle between the Slavs and the Turkic peoples on their borders, which dates back to the foundation of the Russian state more than 1,000 years ago. In the Slavs' millennium-long confrontation with their eastern neighbors lies the key to an understanding not only of Russian history, but Russian character. To understand Russian realities today, one has to have a concept of the great Turkic ethnic group that has preoccupied Russians through the centuries. 3. The conflict of civilizations is deeply rooted elsewhere in Asia. The historic clash between Muslim and Hindu in the subcontinent. Foreign Affairs Samurai 99J, 33, Samuel P. Huntington. The crescent-shaped neighbors. It has pursued a ruthless policy toward the Buddhist people of Tibet, and it is Islamic bloc, from the pursuing an increasingly ruthless policy toward Bulge of Africa to Ts Turkic Muslim minority. With the Cold War over, the underlying differences between Central Asia has China and DTHE unite D states have rias root D bloody borders themselves in areas such as human rights, trade, and weapons proliferation. These differences are unlikely to moderate. A new Cold War, Deng Xiaoping reportedly asserted in 1991, is underway between China and America. The same phrase has been applied to the increasingly difficult relations between Japan and the United States. Here cultural difference exacerbates economic conflict. People on each side allege racism on the other, but at least on the American side the antipathies are not racial but cultural. The basic values, attitudes, behavioral patterns of the two societies could hardly be more different. The economic issues between the United States and Europe are no less serious than those between the United States and Japan, but they do not have the same political salience and emotional intensity because the differences between American culture and European culture are so much less than those between American civilization and Japanese civilization. The interactions between civilizations vary greatly in the extent to which they are likely to be characterized by violence. Economic competition clearly predominates between the American and European sub-civilizations of the West and between both of them and Japan. On the Eurasian continent, however, the proliferation of ethnic conflict, epitomized at the extreme in ethnic cleansing, has not been totally random. It has been most frequent and most violent between groups belonging to different civilizations. In Eurasia, the Great Historic Fault, 34, Foreign Affairs Volume J2 No J manifests itself now not only in the rivalry between Pakistan and India but also in intensifying religious strife within India between increasingly militant Hindu groups and India's substantial Muslim minority. The destruction of the Ayodhya Mosque in December 1992 brought to the fore the issue of whether India will remain a secular democratic state or become a Hindu one. In East Asia, China has outstanding territorial disputes with most of its the clash of civilizations. Foreign Affairs Summer IJ, 35, lines between civilizations are once more aflame. This is particularly true along the boundaries of the crescent-shaped Islamic bloc of nations from the Bulge of Africa to Central Asia. Violence also occurs between Muslims, on the one hand, and Orthodox Serbs in the Balkans, Jews in Israel, Hindus in India, Buddhists in Burma and Catholics in the Philippines. Islam has bloody borders. Civilization rallying. The kin country syndrome group S or states belonging to one civilization that become involved in war with people from a different civilization naturally try to rally support from other members of their own civilization. As the post-Cold War world evolves, civilization commonality, what H.D. S. Greenway has termed the kin country syndrome, is replacing political ideology and traditional balance of power considerations as the principal basis for cooperation and coalitions. It can be seen gradually emerging in the post-Cold War conflicts in the Persian Gulf, the Caucasus, and Bosnia. None of these was a full-scale war between civilizations, but each involved some elements of civilizational rallying, which seemed to become more important as the conflict continued and which may provide a foretaste of the future. First, in the Gulf War, one Arab state invaded another and then fought a coalition of Arab, Western, and other states. While only a few Muslim governments overtly supported Saddam Hussein, many Arab elites privately cheered him on, and he was highly popular among large sections of the Arab publics. Islamic fundamentalist movements universally supported Iraq rather than the Western-backed governments of Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. Forswearing Arab nationalism, Saddam Hussein explicitly invoked an Islamic appeal. He and his supporters attempted to define the war as a war between civilizations. It is not the world against Iraq, as Safar al-Hawali, Dean of Islamic Studies at the Al-Qura University in Mecca, put it in a widely circulated tape. It is the West against Islam. Ignoring the rivalry between Iran and Iraq, the chief Iranian religious leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, called for a holy war against the West, The Struggle Against American Aggression, Greed, Plans, and Samuel P. Huntington, 36, Foreign Affairs. Those/Yumis know.j policies will be counted as a jihad, and anybody who is killed on that path is a martyr. This is a war, King Hussein of Jordan argued, against all Arabs and all Muslims and not against Iraq alone. The rallying of substantial sections of Arab elites and publics behind Saddam Hussein caused those Arab governments in the anti-Iraq coalition to moderate their activities and temper their public statements. Arab governments opposed or distanced themselves from subsequent Western efforts to apply pressure on Iraq, including enforcement of a no-fly zone in the summer of 1992 and the bombing of Iraq in January 1993. The Western Soviet-Turkish-Arab anti-Iraq coalition of 1990 had by 1993 become a coalition of almost only the West and Kuwait against Iraq. Muslims contrasted Western actions against Iraq with the West's failure to protect Bosnians against Serbs and to impose sanctions on Israel for violating UN resolutions. The West, they alleged, was using a double standard. A world of clashing civilizations, however, is inevitably a world of double standards. People apply one standard to their kin countries and a different standard to others. Second, the kin country syndrome also appeared in conflicts in the former Soviet Union. Armenian military successes in 1992 and 1993 stimulated Turkey to become increasingly supportive of its religious, ethnic, and linguistic brethren in Azerbaijan. "We have a Turkish nation feeling the same sentiments as the Azerbaijanis," said one Turkish official in 1992. "We are under pressure. Our newspapers are full of the photos of atrocities and are asking us if we are still serious about pursuing our neutral policy. Maybe we should show Armenia that there's a big Turkey in the region." President Turgut Özal agreed, remarking that Turkey should at least scare the Armenians a little bit. Turkey, Özal threatened again in 1993, would show its fangs. Turkish Air Force jets flew reconnaissance flights along the Armenian border. Turkey suspended food shipments and air flights to Armenia, and Turkey and Iran announced they would not accept dismemberment of Azerbaijan. In the last years of its existence, the Soviet government supported Azerbaijan because its government was dominated by former communists. With the end of the Soviet Union, however, political considerations gave way to the clash of civilizations. Foreign Affairs Summer IJ, 37, 1s. Russian troops fought on the side of the Armenians, and Azerbaijan accused the Russian government of turning 180 degrees toward support for Christian Armenia. Third, with respect to the fighting in the former Yugoslavia, Western publics manifested sympathy and support for the Bosnian Muslims and the horrors they suffered at the hands of the Serbs. Relatively little concern was expressed, however, over Croatian attacks on Muslims and participation in the dismemberment of Bosnia-Herzegovina. In the early stages of the Yugoslav breakup, Germany, in an unusual display of diplomatic initiative and muscle, induced the other members of a European community to follow its lead in recognizing Slovenia and Croatia. As a result of the Pope's determination to provide strong backing to the two Catholic countries, the Vatican extended recognition even before the community did. The United States followed the European lead. Thus, the leading actors in Western civilization rallied behind their coreligionists. Subsequently, Croatia was reported to be receiving substantial quantities of arms from Central European and other Western countries. Boris Yeltsin's government, on the other hand, attempted to pursue a middle course that would be sympathetic to the Orthodox Serbs but not alienate Russia from the West. Russian conservative and nationalist groups, however, including many legislators, attacked the government for not being more forthcoming in its support for the Serbs. By early 1993, several hundred Russians apparently were serving with the Serbian forces, and reports circulated of Russian arms being supplied to Serbia. Islamic governments and groups, on the other hand, castigated the West for not coming to the defense of the Bosnians. Iranian leaders urged Muslims from all countries to provide help to Bosnia, in violation of the UN. Arms embargo. Iran supplied weapons and men for the Bosnians. Iranian-supported Lebanese groups sent guerrillas to train and organize the Bosnian forces. In 1993, up to 4,000 Muslims from over 24 Islamic countries were reported to be fighting in Bosnia. Governments of Saudi Arabia and other countries felt under increasing pressure from fundamentalist groups in their own societies to provide more vigorous support for the Bosnians. By the Samuel P. Huntington, 38, Foreign Affairs of Volume 72 No. J. End of 1992, Saudi Arabia had reportedly supplied substantial funding for weapons and supplies for the Bosnians, which significantly increased their military capabilities vis-a-vis the Serbs. In the 1930s, the Spanish Civil War provoked intervention from countries that politically were fascist, communist, and democratic. In the 1990s, the Yugoslav conflict is provoking intervention from countries that are Muslim, Orthodox, and Western Christian. The parallel has not gone unnoticed. The war in Bosnia-Herzegovina has become the emotional equivalent of the fight against fascism in the Spanish Civil War, one Saudi editor observed. Those who died there are regarded as martyrs who tried to save their fellow Muslims. Conflicts and violence will also occur between states and groups within the same civilization. Such conflicts, however, are likely to be less intense and less likely to expand in conflicts between civilizations. Common membership in a civilization reduces the probability of violence in situations where it might otherwise occur. In 1991 and 1992, many people were alarmed by the possibility of violent conflict between Russia and Ukraine over territory, particularly Crimea, the Black Sea Fleet, nuclear weapons, and economic issues. If civilization is what counts, however, the likelihood of violence between Ukrainians and Russians should be low. They are two Slavic, primarily Orthodox peoples who have had close relationships with each other for centuries. As of early 1993, despite all the reasons for conflict, the leaders of the two countries were effectively negotiating and defusing the issues between the two countries. While there has been serious fighting between Muslims and Christians elsewhere in the former Soviet Union and much tension and some fighting between Western and Orthodox Christians in the Baltic states, there has been virtually no violence between Russians and Ukrainians. Civilization rallying to date has been limited, but it has been growing, and it clearly has the potential to spread much further. As the conflicts in the Persian Gulf, the Caucasus, and Bosnia continued, the positions of nations and the cleavages between them increasingly were along civilizational lines. Populist politicians, religious leaders, and the media have found it a potent means of arousing mass support and of pressuring hesitant governments. In the coming years, the clash of civilizations West versus West is now at an extraordinary peak of power in relation to other civilizations. Its superpower opponent has disappeared from the map. Military conflict among Western states is unthinkable, and Western military power is unrivaled. Apart from Japan, the West faces no economic challenge. It dominates international political and security institutions, and with Japan, international economic institutions. Global political and security issues are effectively settled by a directorate of the United States, Britain, and France, world economic issues by a directorate of the United States, Germany, and Japan, all of which maintain extraordinarily close relations with each other to the exclusion of lesser and largely non-Western countries. Decisions made at the UN Security Council or in the International Monetary Fund that reflect the interests of the West are presented to the world as reflecting the desires of the world community. The very phrase, the world community, has become the euphemistic collective noun, replacing the free world, to give global legitimacy to actions reflecting the interests of the United States and other Western powers. For through the IMF and other international economic institutions, the West promotes its economic interests and imposes on other nations the economic policies it thinks appropriate. In any poll of non-Western peoples, the IMF undoubtedly would win the support of finance ministers and a few others, but get an overwhelmingly unfavorable rating from just about everyone else, who would agree for almost invariably Western leaders claim they are acting on behalf of the world community. One minor lapse occurred during the run-up to the Gulf War. In an interview on Good Morning America, December 21, 1990, British Prime Minister John Major referred to the actions the West was taking against Saddam Hussein. He quickly corrected himself and subsequently referred to the world community. He was, however, right when he erred. Foreign Affairs Summer IJ, 39, local conflicts most likely to escalate into major wars will be those, as in Bosnia and the Caucasus, along the fault lines between civilizations. The next World War, if there is one, will be a war between civilizations. Samuel P. Huntington. The very phrase, world T to the power of I equals to the power of T, unprecedented action by the United Five states, Britain and France in getting the community, has Security Council to demand that Libya hand become a euphemism to over the Pan Am 103 bombing suspects and be Luidima to he T to the power of ENT 0 asterisk MPOSE sancti degree NS when Libya refused. Give EGL Macy OE after defeating the largest Arab army, the actions of the West. West did not hesitate to throw its weight around in the Arab world. West in effect is using international institutions, military power, and economic resources to run the world in ways that will maintain Western predominance, protect Western interests, and promote Western political and economic values. The T at least is the way in which non-Westerners see the New World, and there is a significant element of truth in their view. Differences in power and struggles for military, economic, and institutional power are thus one source of conflict between the West and other civilizations. Differences in culture, that is, basic values and beliefs, are a second source of conflict. Naipaul has argued that Western civilization is that universal civilization that fits all men. At a superficial level, much of Western culture has indeed permeated the rest of the world. At a more basic level, however, Western concepts differ fundamentally from those prevalent in other civilizations. Western ideas of individualism, liberalism, constitutionalism, human rights, equality, liberty, the rule of law, democracy, free markets, the separation of church and state, often have little resonance in Islamic, Confucian, Japanese, Hindu, Buddhist, or Orthodox cultures. Western efforts to propagate such ideas produce instead a reaction. Foreign Affairs, Volume 72, No. J, with Georgy Arbatov's characterization of IMF officials as neo-Bolsheviks who love expropriating other people's money, imposing undemocratic and alien rules of economic and political conduct, and stifling economic freedom. Western domination of the UN Security Council and its decisions, tempered only by occasional abstention by China, produced UN legitimation of the West's use of force to drive Iraq out of Kuwait and its elimination of Iraq's sophisticated weapons and capacity to produce such weapons. It also produced the clash of civilizations. Harry C. Triandis, The New York Times, December 25, 1990, page 41, and Cross-Cultural Studies of Individualism and Collectivism, Nebraska Symposium on Motivation, Volume 37, WFY, pp. 41-133, 6 Kishore Mahbubani, The West and the Rest, The National Interest, Summer 1992, pages 3-13. Against human rights imperialism and a reaffirmation of indigenous values, as can be seen in the support for religious fundamentalism by the younger generation in non-Western cultures. The very notion that there could be a universal civilization is a Western idea, directly at odds with the particularism of most Asian societies and their emphasis on what distinguishes one people from another. Indeed, the author of a review of 100 comparative studies of values in different societies concluded that the values that are most important in the West are least important worldwide. 5. In the political realm, of course, these differences are most manifest in the efforts of the United States and other Western powers to induce other peoples to adopt Western ideas concerning democracy and human rights. Modern democratic government originated in the West. When it has developed in non-Western societies, it has usually been the product of Western colonialism or imposition. The central axis of world politics in the future is likely to be, in Kishore Mahbubani's phrase, the conflict between the West and the rest, and the responses of non-Western civilizations to Western power and values. 6. The responses generally take one or a combination of three forms. At one extreme, non-Western states can, like Burma and North Korea, attempt to pursue a course of isolation, to insulate their societies from penetration or corruption by the West, and, in effect, to opt out of participation in the Western-dominated global community. The costs of this course, however, are high, and few states have pursued it exclusively. A second alternative, the equivalent of bandwagoning in international relations theory, is to attempt to join the West and accept its values and institutions. The third alternative is to attempt to balance the West by developing economic and military power and cooperating with other non-Western societies against the West, while preserving indigenous values and institutions. In short, to modernize but not to Westernize. For again Affair S. Summary 99J, 41, Samuel P. Huntington T. He torn countries in The future, as people differentiate themselves by civilization, countries with large numbers of peoples of different civilizations, such as the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia, are candidates for dismemberment. Some other countries have a fair degree of cultural homogeneity but are divided over whether their society belongs to one civilization or another. Thus are torn countries. Their leaders typically wish to pursue a bandwagoning strategy and to make their countries members of the West, but the history, culture, and traditions of their countries are non-Western. The most obvious and prototypical torn country is Turkey. The late 20th century leaders of Turkey have followed in the Ataturk tradition and defined Turkey as a modern, secular, Western nation-state. They allied Turkey with the West in NATO and in the Gulf War. They applied for membership in the European Community. At the same time, however, elements in Turkish society have supported an Islamic revival and have argued that Turkey is basically a Middle Eastern Muslim society. In addition, while the elite of Turkey has defined Turkey as a Western society, the elite of the West refuses to accept Turkey as such. Turkey will not become a member of the European Community, and the real reason, as President Özal said, is that we are Muslim and they are Christian and they don't say that. Having rejected Mecca, and then being rejected by Brussels, where does Turkey look? Tashkent may be the answer. The end of the Soviet Union gives Turkey the opportunity to become the leader of a revived Turkic civilization involving 7 countries from the borders of Greece to those of China. Encouraged by the West, Turkey is making strenuous efforts to carve out this new identity for itself. During the past decade, Mexico has assumed a position somewhat similar to that of Turkey. Just as Turkey abandoned its historic opposition to Europe and attempted to join Europe, Mexico has stopped defining itself by its opposition to the United States and is instead attempting to imitate the United States and to join it in the North American Free Trade Area. Mexican leaders are engaged in the great task of redefining Mexican identity and have introduced Fundamen, 42, for an AFFA 1RS, Volume 72 No J. The Clash of Civilizations. For again Affair S. Summary J. 43, Tal economic reforms that eventually will lead to fundamental political change. In 1991, a top advisor to President Carlos Salinas de Gortari described at length to me all the changes the Salinas government was making. When he finished, I remarked, "That's most impressive. It seems to me that basically you want to change Mexico from a Latin American country into a North American country." He looked at me with surprise and exclaimed, "Exactly. That's precisely what we are trying to do, but of course we could never say so publicly." As his remark indicates, in Mexico as in Turkey, significant elements in society resist the redefinition of their country's identity. In Turkey, European-oriented leaders have to make gestures to Islam, Özal's pilgrimage to Mecca, so also Mexico's North American-oriented leaders have to make gestures to those who hold Mexico to be a Latin American country, Salinas Ibero-American Guadalajara Summit. Historically, Turkey has been the most profoundly torn country. For the United States, Mexico is the most immediate torn country. Globally, the most important torn country is Russia. The question of whether Russia is part of the West or the leader of a distinct Slavic Orthodox civilization has been a recurring one in Russian history. The issue was obscured by the communist victory in Russia, which imported a Western ideology, adapted it to Russian conditions, and then challenged the West in the name of that ideology. The dominance of communism shut off the historic debate over Westernization versus Russification. With communism discredited, Russians once again face the question. President Yeltsin is adopting Western principles and goals and seeking to make Russia a normal country and a part of the West. Yet both the Russian elite and the Russian public are divided on this issue. Among the more moderate dissenters, Sergei Stankiewicz argues that Russia should reject the Atlanticist course, which would lead it to become European, to become a part of the world economy in rapid and organized fashion, to become the eighth member of the seven, and to put particular emphasis on Germany and the United States as the two dominant members of the Atlantic Alliance. While also rejecting an exclusively Eurasian policy, Stankiewicz nonetheless Samuel P. Huntington, 44, Foreign Affairs Volume 72 No. J argues that Russia should give priority to the protection of Russians in other countries, emphasize its Turkic and Muslim connections, and promote an appreciable redistribution of our resources, our options, our ties, and our interests in favor of Asia, of the Eastern direction. People of this persuasion criticize Yeltsin for subordinating Russia's interests to those of the West, for reducing Russian military strength, for failing to support traditional friends such as Serbia, and for pushing economic and political reform in ways injurious to the Russian people. Indicative of this trend is the new popularity of the ideas of Petr Savitsky, who in the 1920s argued that Russia was a unique Eurasian civilization. 7 more extreme dissidents voice much more blatantly nationalist, anti-Western, and anti-Semitic views, and urge Russia to redevelop its military strength and to establish closer ties with China and Muslim countries. The people of Russia are as divided as the elite. An opinion survey in European Russia in the spring of 1992 revealed that 40% of the public had positive attitudes toward the West and 36% had negative attitudes. As it has been for much of its history, Russia in the early 1990s is truly a torn country. To redefine its civilization identity, a torn country must meet 3 requirements. First, its political and economic elite has to be generally supportive of and enthusiastic about this move. Second, its public has to be willing to acquiesce in the redefinition. Third, the dominant groups in the recipient civilization have to be willing to embrace the convert. All 3 requirements in large part exist with respect to Mexico. The first 2 in large part exist with respect to Turkey. It is not clear that any of them exist with respect to Russia's joining the West. The conflict between liberal democracy and Marxism-Leninism was between ideologies which, despite their major differences, ostensibly shared ultimate goals of freedom, equality, and prosperity. A traditional, authoritarian, nationalist Russia could have quite different goals. A Western Democrat could carry on an intellectual debate with a Soviet Marxist. It would be virtually 7 Sergei Stankiewicz, Russia in Search of Itself, The National Interest, Summer 1992, pages 47 to 51, Daniel Schneider, A Russian Movement Rejects Western Tilt, Christian Science Monitor, February 5, 1993, pages 5 to 7. The Clash of Civilizations. Confucian-Islamic connection obstacles to non-Western countries joining the West vary considerably. They are least for Latin American and East European countries. They are greater for the Orthodox countries of the former Soviet Union. They are still greater for Muslim, Confucian, Hindu, and Buddhist societies. Japan has established a unique position for itself as an associate member of the West. It is in the West in some respects, but clearly not of the West in important dimensions. Those countries that for reason of culture and power do not wish to, or cannot, join the West compete with the West by developing their own economic West. Its current leaders are in effect proposing that it defect from the West, redefine itself as an Asian country and cultivate close ties with its neighbors. Australia's future, they argue, is with the dynamic economies of East Asia. But, as I have suggested, close economic cooperation normally requires a common cultural base. In addition, none of the 3 conditions necessary for a torn country to join another civilization is likely to exist in Australia's case. Foreign Affairs Summer IJ, 45, impossible for him to do that with a Russian traditionalist. If, as the Russians stop behaving like Marxists, they reject liberal democracy and begin behaving like Russians but not like Westerners, the relations between Russia and the West could again become distant and conflictual. 8 Samuel P. Huntington A Confucian Islamic A to the power of SO to read an essay VAFIETY degree F sanctions against those who promote the spread of sophisticated connection as weapons and proposes some benefits for those emerged to challenge degree not, the attention of the West focus. Naturally, on nations that are actually or Western interests, potentially hostile to the West, values, and power. Non-Western nations, on the other hand, assert their right to acquire and to deploy whatever weapons they think necessary for their security. They also have absorbed, to the full, the truth of the response of the Indian Defense Minister when asked what lesson he learned from the Gulf War: "Don't fight the United States unless you have nuclear weapons." Nuclear weapons, chemical weapons, and missiles are viewed, probably erroneously, as the potential equalizer of superior Western conventional power. China, of course, already has nuclear weapons. Pakistan and India have the capability to deploy them. North Korea, Iran, Iraq, Libya, and Algeria appear to be attempting to acquire them. A top Iranian official has declared that all Muslim states should acquire nuclear weapons, and in 1988 the president of 46 Foreign Affairs Volume 72 No J states, and the weapon states are not Western states. Another result is the redefinition of arms control, which is a Western concept and a Western goal. During the Cold War, the primary purpose of arms control was to establish a stable military balance between the United States and its allies and the Soviet Union and its allies. In the post-Cold War world, the primary objective of arms control is to prevent the development by non-Western societies of military capabilities that could threaten Western interests. West attempts to do this through international agreements, economic pressure, and controls on the transfer of arms and weapons technologies. Conflict between the West and the Confucian Islamic states focuses largely, although not exclusively, on nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons, ballistic missiles, and other sophisticated means for delivering them, and the guidance, intelligence, and other electronic capabilities for achieving that goal. West promotes nonproliferation as a universal norm and nonproliferation treaties and inspections as means of realizing that norm. The clash of civilizations. Foreign Affairs Summer 47, Iran reportedly issued a directive calling for development of offensive and defensive chemical, biological, and radiological weapons. Centrally important to the development of counter-West military capabilities is the sustained expansion of China's military power and its means to create military power. Buoyed by spectacular economic development, China is rapidly increasing its military spending and vigorously moving forward with the modernization of its armed forces. It is purchasing weapons from the former Soviet states. It is developing long-range missiles. In 1992, it tested a 1-megaton nuclear device. It is developing power projection capabilities, acquiring aerial refueling technology, and trying to purchase an aircraft carrier. Its military buildup and assertion of sovereignty over the South China Sea are provoking a multilateral regional arms race in East Asia. China is also a major exporter of arms and weapons technology. It has exported materials to Libya and Iraq that could be used to manufacture nuclear weapons and nerve gas. It has helped Algeria build a reactor suitable for nuclear weapons research and production. China has sold to Iran nuclear technology that American officials believe could only be used to create weapons, and apparently has shipped components of 300-mile range missiles to Pakistan. North Korea has had a nuclear weapons program underway for some while and has sold advanced missiles and missile technology to Syria and Iran. Flow of weapons and weapons technology is generally from East Asia to the Middle East. There is, however, some movement in the reverse direction. China has received Stinger missiles from Pakistan. A Confucian Islamic military connection has thus come into being, designed to promote acquisition by its members of the weapons and weapons technologies needed to counter the military power of the West. It may or may not last. At present, however, it is, as Dave McCurdy has said, a renegade's mutual support pact, run by the proliferators and their backers. A new form of arms competition is thus occurring between Islamic Confucian states and the West. In an old-fashioned arms race, each side developed its own arms to balance or to achieve superiority against the other side. In this new form of arms competition, one side is developing its arms and the other. Samuel P. Huntington, 48, for an AFFA 1RS, Volume 72 No J side is attempting not to balance but to limit and prevent that arms buildup while at the same time reducing its own military capabilities. Implications for the West. THIS article does not argue that civilization identities will replace all other identities, that nation-states will disappear, that each civilization will become a single coherent political entity, that groups within a civilization will not conflict with and even fight each other. This paper does set forth the hypotheses that differences between civilizations are real and important. Civilization consciousness is increasing. Conflict between civilizations will supplant ideological and other forms of conflict as the dominant global form of conflict. International relations, historically a game played out within Western civilization, will increasingly be de-Westernized and become a game in which non-Western civilizations are actors and not simply objects. Successful political, security and economic international institutions are more likely to develop within civilizations than across civilizations. Conflicts between groups in different civilizations will be more frequent, more sustained and more violent than conflicts between groups in the same civilization. Violent conflicts between groups in different civilizations are the most likely and most dangerous source of escalation that could lead to global wars. The paramount axis of world politics will be the relations between the West and the rest. The elites in some torn non-Western countries will try to make their countries part of the West, but in most cases face major obstacles to accomplishing this. A central focus of conflict for the immediate future will be between the West and several Islamic Confucian states. This is not to advocate the desirability of conflicts between civilizations. It is to set forth descriptive hypotheses as to what the future may be like. If these are plausible hypotheses, however, it is necessary to consider their implications for Western policy. These implications should be divided between short-term advantage and long-term accommodation. In the short term, it is clearly in the interest of the West to promote greater cooperation and unity within its own civi, the clash of civilizations. For again affair S. Summer Itch, 49, Lization, particularly between its European and North American components, to incorporate into the West societies in Eastern Europe and Latin America whose cultures are close to those of the West, to promote and maintain cooperative relations with Russia and Japan, to prevent escalation of local inter-civilization conflicts into major inter-civilization wars, to limit the expansion of the military strength of Confucian and Islamic states, to moderate the reduction of Western military capabilities and maintain military superiority in East and Southwest Asia, to exploit differences and conflicts among Confucian and Islamic states, to support in other civilizations groups sympathetic to Western values and interests, to strengthen international institutions that reflect and legitimate Western interests and values, and to promote the involvement of non-Western states in those institutions. In the longer term, other measures would be called for. Western civilization is both Western and modern. Non-Western civilizations have attempted to become modern without becoming Western. To date, only Japan has fully succeeded in this quest. Non-Western civilizations will continue to attempt to acquire the wealth, technology, skills, machines, and weapons that are part of being modern. They will also attempt to reconcile this modernity with their traditional culture and values. Their economic and military strength relative to the West will increase. Hence, the West will increasingly have to accommodate these non-Western modern civilizations whose power approaches that of the West but whose values and interests differ significantly from those of the West. This will require the West to maintain the economic and military power necessary to protect its interests in relation to these civilizations. It will also, however, require the West to develop a more profound understanding of the basic religious and philosophical assumptions underlying other civilizations and the ways in which people in those civilizations see their interests. It will require an effort to identify elements of commonality between Western and other civilizations. For the relevant future, there will be no universal civilization, but instead a world of different civilizations, each of which will have to learn to coexist with the others. Responsive not civilizations, what? Paradigms of the post-Cold War world. Samuel P. Huntington. When people think seriously, they think abstractly. They conjure up simplified pictures of reality called concepts, theories, models, paradigms. Without such intellectual constructs, there is, William James said, only a bloomin' buzzin' confusion. Intellectual and scientific advance, as Thomas Kuhn showed in his classic The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, consists of the displacement of one paradigm, which has become increasingly incapable of explaining new or newly discovered facts, by a new paradigm that accounts for those facts in a more satisfactory fashion. To be accepted as a paradigm, Kuhn wrote, a theory must seem better than its competitors, but it need not, and in fact never does, explain all the facts with which it can be confronted. For 40 years, students and practitioners of international relations thought and acted in terms of a highly simplified but very useful picture of world affairs, the Cold War paradigm. The world was divided between one group of relatively wealthy and mostly democratic societies, led by the United States, engaged in a pervasive ideological, political, economic, and, at times, military conflict with another group of somewhat poorer, communist societies led by the Soviet Union. Much of this conflict occurred in the Third World outside of these two camps, composed of countries which often were poor, lacked political stability, were recently independent and claimed to be non-aligned. The Cold War paradigm could not account for everything that went on in world politics. There were many anomalies, to use Kuhn's term, and Samuel P. Huntington is the Eaton Professor of the Science of Government and Director of the John M. Olin Institute for Strategic Studies at Harvard University. His article, The Clash of Civilizations, appeared in the summer 1993 issue of Foreign Affairs, and several responses to it were published in the September/October 1993 issue. 186. If not civilizations, what? At times the paradigm blinded scholars and statesmen to major developments, such as the Sino-Soviet split. Yet as a simple model of global politics, it accounted for more important phenomena than any of its rivals. It was an indispensable starting point for thinking about international affairs. It came to be almost universally accepted, and it shaped thinking about world politics for 2 generations. The dramatic events of the past 5 years have made that paradigm intellectual history. There is clearly a need for a new model that will help us to order and to understand central developments in world politics. What is the best simple map of the post-Cold War world? A map of the new world, the clash of civilizations, is an effort to lay out elements of a post-Cold War paradigm. As with any paradigm, there is much the civilization paradigm does not account for, and critics will have no trouble citing events, even important events like Iraq's invasion of Kuwait, that it does not explain and would not have predicted, although it would have predicted the evaporation of the anti-Iraq coalition after March 1991. Yet, as Kuhn demonstrates, anomalous events do not falsify a paradigm. A paradigm is disproved only by the creation of an alternative paradigm that accounts for more crucial facts in equally simple or simpler terms, that is, at a comparable level of intellectual abstraction. A more complex theory can always account for more things than a more parsimonious theory. The debates the civilizational paradigm has generated around the world show that, in some measure, it strikes home. It either accords with reality as people see it, or it comes close enough so that people who do not accept it have to attack it. What groupings of countries will be most important in world affairs and most relevant to understanding and making sense of global politics? Countries no longer belong to the free world, the communist bloc, or the third world. Simple two-way divisions of countries into rich and poor or democratic and non-democratic may help some, but not all that much. Global politics are now too complex to be stuffed into 2 pigeonholes. For reasons outlined in the original article, civilizations are the natural successors to the 3 worlds of the Cold War. At the macro level, world politics are likely to involve conflicts and shifting power balances of states from different civilizations, and at the micro level, the most violent, prolonged, and dangerous, because of the possibility of escalation, conflicts are likely to be between states and groups from different civilizations. As the article pointed out, this civilization paradigm accounts for many important developments in international affairs in recent years, including the breakup of the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia, the wars going on in their former territories, the rise of religious fundamentalism throughout the world, the struggles within Russia, Turkey, and Mexico over their identity, the intensity of the trade conflicts between the United States and Japan, the resistance of Islamic states to Western pressure on Iraq and Libya, the efforts of Islamic and Confucian states to acquire nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them, China's continuing role for again affairs, November/December H. Samuel P. I. Huntington, 188, for again affairs Volume 72 N 0.5 as an outsider, great power, the consolidation of new democratic regimes in some countries and not in others, and the escalating arms race in East Asia. In the few months since the article was written, the following events have occurred that also fit the civilizational paradigm and might have been predicted from it: the continuation and intensification of the fighting among Croats, Muslims, and Serbs in the former Yugoslavia, The failure of the West to provide meaningful support to the Bosnian Muslims or to denounce Croat atrocities in the same way Serb atrocities were denounced, Russia's unwillingness to join other UN Security Council members in getting the Serbs in Croatia to make peace with the Croatian government, and the offer of Iran and other Muslim nations to provide 18,000 troops to protect Bosnian Muslims, the intensification of the war between Armenians and Azeris, Turkish and Iranian demands that the Armenians surrender their conquests, the deployment of Turkish troops to and Iranian troops across the Azerbaijan border, and Russia's warning that the Iranian action contributes to escalation of the conflict and pushes it to dangerous limits of internationalization, the continued fighting in Central Asia between Russian troops and Mujahedin guerrillas, the confrontation at the Vienna Human Rights Conference between the West, led by U.S. Secretary of State Warren Christopher, denouncing cultural relativism, and a coalition of Islamic and Confucian states rejecting Western universalism, the refocusing in parallel fashion of Russian and NATO military planners on the threat from the South, the voting, apparently almost entirely along civilizational lines, that gave the 2000 Olympics to Sydney rather than Beijing, the sale of missile components from China to Pakistan, the resulting imposition of U.S. sanctions against China, and the confrontation between China and the United States over the alleged shipment of nuclear technology to Iran, China's breaking the moratorium and testing a nuclear weapon, despite vigorous U.S. protests, and North Korea's refusal to participate further in talks on its own nuclear weapons program, the revelation that the U.S. State Department was following a dual containment policy directed at both Iran and Iraq, the announcement by the U.S. Defense Department of a new strategy of preparing for two major regional conflicts, one against North Korea, the other against Iran or Iraq, the call by Iran's president for alliances with China and India so that we can have the last word on international events, new German legislation drastically curtailing the admission of refugees, the agreement between Russian President Boris Yeltsin and Ukrainian President Leonid Kravchuk on the disposition of the Black Sea Fleet and other issues, U.S. bombing of Baghdad, its virtually unanimous support by Western governments, and its condemnation by almost if not civilizations, what? All Muslim governments as another exam, side and most of the other major civilizable of the West's double standard, the United States listing Sudan as a terrorist state and the indictment of Sheikh Omar Abdul Rahman and his followers for conspiring to levy a war of urban terrorism against the United States, the improved prospects for the eventual admission of Poland, Hungary, the Czech Republic and Slovakia into NATO. Does a clash of civilizations perspective account for everything of significance in world affairs during these past few months? Of course not. It could be argued, for instance, that the agreement between the Palestine Liberation Organization and the Israeli government on the Gaza Strip and Jericho is a dramatic anomaly to the civilizational paradigm, and in some sense it is. Such an event, however, does not invalidate a civilizational approach. It is historically significant precisely because it is between groups from two different civilizations who have been fighting each other for over 4 decades. Truces and limited agreements are as much a part of the clashes between civilizations as Soviet-American arms control agreements were part of the Cold War, and while the conflict between Jew and Arab may be circumscribed, it still continues. Inter-civilizational issues are increasingly replacing inter-superpower issues as the top items on the international agenda. These issues include arms proliferation, particularly of weapons of mass destruction and the means of delivering them, human rights, and immigration. On these 3 issues, the West is on one, tie-ins are on the other. President Clinton at the United Nations urges intensified efforts to curb nuclear and other unconventional weapons. Islamic and Confucian states plunge ahead in their efforts to acquire them. Russia practices ambivalence. The extent to which countries observe human rights corresponds overwhelmingly with divisions among civilizations. The West and Japan are highly protective of human rights. Latin America, India, Russia, and parts of Africa protect some human rights. China, many other Asian countries, and most Muslim societies are least protective of human rights. Rising immigration from non-Western sources is provoking rising concern in both Europe and America. Other European countries in addition to Germany are tightening their restrictions at the same time that the barriers to movement of people within the European community are rapidly disappearing. In the United States, massive waves of new immigrants are generating support for new controls, despite the fact that most studies show immigrants to be making a net positive contribution to the American economy. America undone. One function of a paradigm is to highlight what is important, e.g., the potential for escalation in clashes between groups from different civilizations. Another is to place familiar phenomena in a new perspective. In this respect, the civilizational paradigm may have implications for the United States. 1 Countries like the Soviet 1c, for instance, the map in Die Welt, June 16, 1993, page 3. Vorigene Affair S, November/December 189, Samuel P. Huntington II for a brilliant and eloquent statement of why the future of the United States could be problematic. See Bruce D. Porter, Can American Democracy Survive? Commentary, November 1993, pp. 37-40. 190, Vorigene AFFA 1RS, Volume J2N 0.5 Group Rights and for Multiculturalism Encourage a Clash of Civilizations within the United States and Encourage what Arthur M. Schlesinger, Jr., terms the disuniting of America. The United States is becoming increasingly diverse ethnically and racially. The Census Bureau estimates that by 2050 the American population will be 23% Hispanic, 16% Black, and 10% Asian American. In the past, the United States has successfully absorbed millions of immigrants from scores of countries because they adapted to the prevailing European culture and enthusiastically embraced the American creed of liberty, equality, individualism, democracy. Will this pattern continue to prevail as 50% of the population becomes Hispanic or non-white? Will the new immigrants be assimilated into the hitherto dominant European culture of the United States? If they are not, if the United States becomes truly multicultural and pervaded with an internal clash of civilizations, will it survive as a liberal democracy? The political identity of the United States is rooted in the principles articulated in its founding documents. Will the de-Westernization of the United States, if it occurs, also mean its de-Americanization? If it does and Americans cease to adhere to their liberal democratic and European-rooted political ideology, the United States as we have known it will cease to exist and will follow the other ideologically defined superpower onto the ash heap of history. 2 Union and Yugoslavia that bestride civilizational fault lines tend to come apart. The unity of the United States has historically rested on the twin bedrocks of European culture and political democracy. These have been essentials of America to which generations of immigrants have assimilated. The essence of the American creed has been equal rights for the individual, and historically immigrant and outcast groups have invoked and thereby reinvigorated the principles of the creed in their struggles for equal treatment in American society. The most notable and successful effort was the civil rights movement led by Martin Luther King, Jr., in the 1950s and 1960s. Subsequently, however, the demand shifted from equal rights for individuals to special rights, affirmative action and similar measures for blacks and other groups. Such claims run directly counter to the underlying principles that have been the basis of American political unity. They reject the idea of a colorblind society of equal individuals and instead promote a color-conscious society with government-sanctioned privileges for some groups. In a parallel movement, intellectuals and politicians began to push the ideology of multiculturalism and to insist on the rewriting of American political, social, and literary history from the viewpoint of non-European groups. At the extreme, this movement tends to elevate obscure leaders of minority groups to a level of importance equal to that of the Founding Fathers. Both the demands were special if not civil styans. What? Vorigene Affair S, November/December 1901, we do not live in a world of countries characterized by the solitude of states, to use A.J. Amy's phrase, with no connections between them. Our world is one of overlapping groupings of states brought together in varying degrees by history, culture, religion, language, location, and institutions. At the broadest level, these groupings are civilizations. To deny their existence is to deny the basic realities of human existence. The unreal alternative is the one-world paradigm that a universal civilization now exists or is likely to exist in the coming years. Obviously, people now have and for millennia have had common characteristics that distinguish humans from other species. These characteristics have always been compatible with the existence of very different cultures. The argument that a universal culture or civilization is now emerging takes various forms, none of which withstands even passing scrutiny. First, there is the argument that the collapse of Soviet communism means the end of history and the universal victory of liberal democracy throughout the world. This argument suffers from the single alternative fallacy. It is rooted in the Cold War assumption that the only alternative to communism is liberal democracy and that the demise of the first produces the universality of the second. Obviously, however, there are many forms of authoritarianism, nationalism, corporatism, and market communism, as in China, that are alive and well in today's world. More significantly, there are all the religious alternatives that lie outside the world that is perceived in terms of secular ideologies. In the Mod Got a Better Idea, a civilizational approach explains much and orders much of the Blumenbuzzen confusion of the post-Cold War world, which is why it has attracted so much attention and generated so much debate around the world. Can any other paradigm do better? If not civilizations, what? The responses in Foreign Affairs to my article did not provide any compelling alternative picture of the world. At best, they suggested one pseudo-alternative and one unreal alternative. The pseudo-alternative is a statist paradigm that constructs a totally irrelevant and artificial opposition between states and civilizations. Civilizations do not control states, says Fouad Ajami, states control civilizations. But it is meaningless to talk about states and civilizations in terms of control. States, of course, try to balance power, but if that is all they did, West European countries would have coalesced with the Soviet Union against the United States in the late 1940s. States respond primarily to perceived threats, and the West European states then saw a political and ideological threat from the East. As my original article argued, civilizations are composed of one or more states, and nation-states will remain the most powerful actors in world affairs. Just as nation-states generally belonged to one of three worlds in the Cold War, they also belonged to civilizations. With the demise of the three worlds, nation-states increasingly define their identity and their interests in civilizational terms, and West European peoples and states now see a cultural threat from the South replacing the ideological threat from the East. Samuel P. I. Huntington, 192, 4 again AFFA 1RS, Volume 72 N 0.5 and World, Religion is a central, perhaps the central, force that motivates and mobilizes people. It is sheer hubris to think that because Soviet communism has collapsed, the West has won the world for all time. Second, there is the assumption that increased interaction, greater communication and transportation, produces a common culture. In some circumstances this may be the case. But wars occur most frequently between societies with high levels of interaction, and interaction frequently reinforces existing identities and produces resistance, reaction, and confrontation. Third, there is the assumption that modernization and economic development have a homogenizing effect and produce a common modern culture closely resembling that which has existed in the West in this century. Clearly, modern urban, literate, wealthy, industrialized societies do share cultural traits that distinguish them from backward, rural, poor, undeveloped societies. In the contemporary world, most modern societies have been Western societies. But modernization does not equal Westernization. Japan, Singapore, and Saudi Arabia are modern, prosperous societies, but they clearly are non-Western. The presumption of Westerners that other peoples who modernize must become, like us, is a bit of Western arrogance that in itself illustrates the clash of civilizations. To argue that Slovenes and Serbs, Arabs and Jews, Hindus and Muslims, Russians and Tajiks, Tamils and Sinhalese, Tibetans and Chinese, Japanese and Americans all belong to a single Western-defined universal civilization is to fly in the face of reality. A universal civilization can only be the product of universal power. Roman power created a near-universal civilization within the limited confines of the ancient world. Western power in the form of European colonialism in the 19th century and American hegemony in the 20th century extended Western culture throughout much of the contemporary world. European colonialism is over, American hegemony is receding. The erosion of Western culture follows, as indigenous, historically rooted mores, languages, beliefs, and institutions reassert themselves. Amazingly, Ajami cites India as evidence of the sweeping power of Western modernity. India, he says, will not become a Hindu state. The inheritance of Indian secularism will hold. Maybe it will, but certainly the overwhelming trend is away from Nehru's vision of a secular, socialist, Western, parliamentary democracy to a society shaped by Hindu fundamentalism. In India, Ajami goes on to say, the vast middle class will defend it, secularism, keep the order intact to maintain India's, and its own, place in the modern world of nations. Really? A long New York Times, September 23, 1993, story on this subject begins, slowly, gradually, but with the relentlessness of floodwaters, a growing Hindu rage toward India's Muslim minority has been spreading among India's solid middle-class Hindus, its merchants and accountants, its lawyers and engineers, creating uncertainty about the future ability of adherents of the two religions to get along. An op-ed piece in the Times, August 3, 1993, by an Indian journalist also highlights the role of the middle if not civilizations, what? Class. The most disturbing development is the increasing number of senior civil servants, intellectuals, and journalists who have begun to talk the language of Hindu fundamentalism, protesting that religious minorities, particularly the Muslims, have pushed them beyond the limits of patience. This author, Khushwant Singh, concludes sadly that while India may retain a secular facade, India will no longer be the India we have known over the past 47 years, and the spirit within will be that of militant Hinduism. In India, as in other societies, fundamentalism is on the rise and is largely a middle-class phenomenon. The decline of Western power will be followed, and is beginning to be followed, by the retreat of Western culture. The rapidly increasing economic power of East Asian states will, as Kishore Mahbubani asserted, lead to increasing military power, political influence, and cultural assertiveness. A colleague of his has elaborated this warning with respect to human rights. Efforts to promote human rights in Asia must also reckon with the altered distribution of power in the post-Cold War world. Western leverage over East and Southeast Asia has been greatly reduced. There is far less scope for conditionality and sanctions to force compliance with human rights. For the first time since the Universal Declaration on Human Rights was adopted in 1948, countries not thoroughly steeped in the Judeo-Christian and natural law traditions are in the first rank. That unprecedented situation will define the new international politics of human rights. It will also multiply the occasions for conflict. Economic success has engendered a greater cultural self-confidence. Whatever their differences, East and Southeast Asian countries are increasingly conscious of their own civilizations and tend to locate the sources of their economic success in their own distinctive traditions and institutions. The self-congratulatory, simplistic, and sanctimonious tone of much Western commentary at the end of the Cold War and the current triumphalism of Western values grate on East and Southeast Asians. Free language is, of course, central to culture, and Ajami and Robert Bartley both cite the widespread use of English as evidence for the universality of Western culture, although Ajami's fictional example dates from 1900. Is, however, use of English increasing or decreasing in relation to other languages? In India, Africa, and elsewhere, indigenous languages have been replacing those of the colonial rulers. Even as Ajami and Bartley were penning their comments, Newsweek ran an article entitled English Not Spoken Here Much Anymore, on Chinese replacing English as the lingua franca of Hong Kong. For in a parallel development, 3 Bilahari Kausigan, Asia's Different Standard, Foreign Policy, Fall 1993, pages 28 to 34. In an accompanying article, Arya Nair excoriates Asia's Unacceptable Standard, IBID, pages 42 to 51, for in the words of one British resident, when I arrived in Hong Kong 10 years ago, 9 times out of 10, a taxi driver would understand where you were going. Now, 9 times out of 10, he doesn't. Occidentals rather than natives increasingly have to be hired to fill jobs requiring knowledge of English. Newsweek, July 19, 1993, page 24. For Again Affair S, November/December G 93, Samuel P. Huntington. Serbs now call their language Serbian, not Serbo-Croatian, and write it in the Cyrillic script of their Russian kinsmen, not in the Western script of their Catholic enemies. At the same time, Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan have shifted from the Cyrillic script of their former Russian masters to the Western script of their Turkish kinsmen. On the language front, Babylization prevails over universalization and further evidences the rise of civilization identity. Culture is to die, for wherever one turns, the world is at odds with itself. If differences in civilization are not responsible for these conflicts, what is? The critics of the civilization paradigm have not produced a better explanation for what is going on in the world. The civilizational paradigm, in contrast, strikes a responsive chord throughout the world. In Asia, as one U.S. ambassador reported, it is spreading like wildfire. In Europe, European Community President Jacques Delors explicitly endorsed its argument that future conflicts will be sparked by cultural factors rather than economics or ideology, and warned the West needs to develop a deeper understanding of the religious and philosophical assumptions underlying other civilizations and the way other nations see their interests to identify what we have in common. Muslims, in turn, have seen the clash as providing recognition and, in some degree, legitimation for the distinctiveness of their own civilization and its independence from the West. That civilizations are meaningful entities accords with the way in which people see and experience reality. History has not ended. The world is not one. Civilizations unite and divide humankind. The forces making for clashes between civilizations can be contained only if they are recognized. In a world of different civilizations, as my article concluded, each will have to learn to coexist with the others. What ultimately counts for people is not political ideology or economic interest. Faith and family, blood and belief, are what people identify with and what they will fight and die for. And that is why the clash of civilizations is replacing the Cold War as the central phenomenon of global politics, and why a civilizational paradigm provides, better than any alternative, a useful starting point for understanding and coping with the changes going on in the world. Copyright Foreign Affairs, ISSN 00157120, Fall 1993, Volume 72, Number 3. Published 5 times annually, February, April, June, September, December, at 58 East 68th Street, New York, New York, 10021. Subscriptions, U.S. $38, outside U.S. $47 per year, second-class postage paid in New York, New York, and at additional mailing offices. Postmaster, send address changes to Foreign Affairs, 58 East 68th Street, New York, New York, 10021. AL 94, 4 again AFFA1RS, Volume J2 IVB.5.